Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Had Secret Relationship with Fleur Delacour. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. Harry Potter blinked as a flash of green echoed through his memory. The young 17-year-old Ravenclaw could tell he had just been lost in the flashback of his final moments of his 6th year. The moment he felt that he had truly taken a life outside of self-defense for the first time. Of course there was Quirrell in his 4th year who seemed less than a man by the time he ended his existence. And the shade of Tom Riddle in his 7th year that was only a shadow of the monster himself, but the taking of Peter Pettigrew's life had affected him differently. Harry may have struck man down in self-defense, or as some called it, an act of passion, but he knew that he might have been able to spare the man's life in hindsight. The now headboy of Hogwarts was leaps and bounds magically ahead of the rat Animagus. But for all the pain and suffering he had caused Harry, the young man felt forced to take his life in retaliation. The train horn sounded off at platform 9 3/4 indicating that there were 15 minutes left till the train departed. Harry surveyed the platform full of families looking out for something that could escalate into violence at a moment's notice. Of course nothing out of the ordinary stood out, so he took a deep breath, trying to relax his thoughts and enforce his occlumency shields to hold his focus. Harry's younger brother, Justin Potter, stormed past him at the sight of his recent girlfriend Susan Bones. The young redhead girl had captured his little brother's heart about midway through their previous year, and the two had practically become inseparable. Susan had been on vacation with her best friend for the last 2 weeks, so they had not seen each other since the fiasco at the Quidditch World Cup. The two embraced as if it had been years since they had seen each other. Or as if Justin had been off at war for years and returned only for her. The older of the Potter brothers rolled his eyes at the scene, and shook his head with a GHT smile forming at the edge of his mouth. Hello to you as well, Susan. The girl blushed as she separated from the dark-haired boy she was embracing. Hello Harry, I didn't see you there. Of course you didn't. My brother seems to have distracted you quite well, Harry said cheekily with a straight face. Forgive me Harry, that was rude. How was the rest of your summer? She asked, but winced as she realized just how awful the last few weeks for Harry Potter had been. The boy waved it off without notice, though, eventful as I am sure you have heard. If I was going to spend so much time with a Bones woman, I have to admit I would rather have done it with you. Your aunt is quite the slave driver. Well, you don't rise to the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement without some of those qualities, Susan said defensively, but her cheeks pinkened a bit at the backhanded compliment. Justin shot his brother a slightly annoyed look, but said nothing. The young shaggy dark-haired boy had been through a lot this past summer, and had done lots of training with his older brother, and knew it was best not to antagonize him in any way. His dark brown eyes that resembled their surveyed the train station as Harry had just done moments before. It was clear to Harry that while the boy was just beginning to get good at his situational awareness, he still had a long way to go. Justin, why don't you and Susan go find seats on the train before all the good ones are taken? The boy who lived nodded as he noticed he was getting long looks from the crowd, and took his girlfriend by the hand. And the two claimed they would catch up with Harry on the train. Harry took a sigh of relief as the two boarded the train with a 10-minute warning horn sounding off. 10 minutes to get all the students on the train safely. He could do this, and with his celebrity brother making it onto the train without attracting too much attention meant things were looking fairly promising. Austen's celebrity status had toned down a lot after Harry had saved his life quite publicly last year. Of course, as the only known survivor of the killing curse, his fame would always be legendary. Harry was less impressed by the status as he knew the truth of the story. It was his grandmother's sacrifice that had caused the killing curse to rebound. It was ancient magic passed down from a time that was before even their family. The Peverell magic was something that few in his family had delved into, but thankfully his grandmother had been one of them. Harry only had brief memories of the woman who had sacrificed her life for his little brother. He had loved hearing stories of Euphemia Potter as he grew up. The healer who had the gentlest touch and intention in everything she did. She was a woman of peace who was prepared to follow her husband in death, and make the ultimate sacrifice for either of her grandchildren without more than a passing thought. The Potter matriarch had used to bow down to Voldemort on that Halloween evening, and didn't even raise her wand to enact the ancient sacrificial magic. It was a tragedy, and Harry at only 4 years old had lost the woman who had cared so much for him. James Potter was the head of the Potter family, of course, and did not want the knowledge of the Potters' ancient family secrets to be leaked out, so they created the fabrication of the boy who lived. Of course, it was true that Voldemort had left a mark on Justin when he had cast the killing curse on the young boy, marking him forever, and from then on the world believed that Justin was destined for greatness, and hailed him as the savior of the wizarding world. It was in short order, however, that his family discovered Voldemort was not gone forever, and they discovered something that clearly spooked the family. Harry never did find out just what it was, but they believed when Voldemort returned he would hunt the boy who stopped him in his path to victory, and kill him. It was this that led the family to training their youngest son with every available resource they could. They had hoped for decades to prepare the youngest Potter for a possible conflict, and he sacrificed much along the way to ensure Justin Potter's safety, including Harry's childhood. It was such a frivolous event that caused such a cascading failure of events that led to the destruction of the Potter heir's life. On Halloween of 1981, Lily and James Potter decided to go out on an anniversary dinner after months of being in hiding. Of course, Grandma Potter was happy to come and watch her grandchildren for the evening, and was none the wiser of the traitor that was in their midst. It seemed to be fate that Peter Pettigrew would sell out his family, and lead the Dark Lord to attack Gordix Hollow on that night in 1981. The rest was history, or it should have been. The family became lost in their pursuit to make Justin the greatest wizard he could possibly be, and Harry had been left behind with his godfather a lot over the years. Harry was very close to Sirius Black, but neither could claim the man was a parent. He took care of Harry, and provided everything that Harry needed one way or another, but actually raised Harry and taught him right from wrong. That isn't quite how the story went. Harry had found someone else for that role. His thoughts drifted to the man who taught him the magic he knew today, and sighed, looking forward to getting back to his proper training. It all looks calm here, Auror Potter. The familiar voice came from behind Harry as a hand was placed on his shoulder gently. James Potter, 34 years old, and the youngest head Auror ever, had been playing a little joke on his son for most of the summer when he figured out his boss was trying to recruit him. Harry responded cheekily, "Prongs, I will have you stuck to the wall 10 feet high singing the cannons fight song like a canary if you ever call me Auror Potter again." Harry didn't need to ask his father to know the man had shivered. His distaste for the cannons was legendary, that was uncalled for. "So was referring to me as an Auror. Your department couldn't afford me," Harry said lightly, causing his father to laugh. "Cheeky little bugger, aren't you? Padfoot and Moony are in place, by the way. Do you really think something is going to happen in the next few minutes?" the man asked, looking around carefully. James Potter had ascended to be head Auror, which was just one step below the department head Amelia Bones. He was in charge of his own team, which consisted of some of the best Aurors in the Ministry of Magic. They were probably as close to special forces as it came, and Harry had requested his father to take some of the more familiar faces on his team and place them on the platform in case of a resurging Death Eater attack. "We weren't expecting it at the World Cup, and I am not expecting it here, but unlike then we will be ready for it this time." Before his father could counter this, a female voice came over the two of them, "Just leave him be, James. He is head boy this year, and it should be comforting that he is taking the safety of all the students seriously." Lily Potter, 34, was as beautiful as they came anywhere. The youthful face that could have placed the woman in her 20s, and the stunning dark red hair gave her a look that almost screamed Vila. "I know, honey, I just wonder if our son is planning on taking out more Death Eaters. It's not fair, you got to fight with him first." Harry blinked slowly and the scene resurfaced in his mind. It was a warm summer evening after the Quidditch World Cup, which Ireland had just managed to snag from Bulgaria. Harry was with his family enjoying himself quietly as Justin and his dad were being quite excitable. Unable to contain themselves after such a legendary match had been displayed. The group had celebrated quietly with dinner, and some prank magic that even Harry enjoyed watching as the gathered marauders looked young again. For the first time Harry felt his family was well united, and he couldn't remember such a moment in living memory. The years of neglect flashed through Harry's mind, and he quashed down the bad emotions that came with those thoughts, and the fleeting guilt of killing a man earlier that summer. Harry's dad had comforted him for hours on end over the summer holidays. As he woke up shaken from the nightmares of killing Pettigrew, there were never any tears from Harry, and his father told him there shouldn't be. He had brought about the end of the man who had cost the Potter family so much. And it was nothing short of justice that became of the man. Of course his father was upset that his oldest son had to be the one to bring peace to the family, but made Harry swear not to cry a single tear over the man that had tried to take it all from the Potters. Forcing his occlumency shields to the forefront of his mind and thinking of his Patronus allowed for calmer thoughts to prevail through the young man's well-organized mind. He looked back over the scene of his father and friends having the time of their lives as if they were still kids and shared a smile with his mother who looked up at him in exasperation. It has been a good evening, and Harry would treasure the good memories. The good feelings were short-lived however when the clear sounds of screams were heard outside the campgrounds. He immediately drew his wand and stood on his feet. "Dad, did you hear that?" The marauders were all up in an instant, pushing down their inner child and bringing Horror mode, drawing their wands as one, moving forward instantly to investigate the noise, and only a few seconds passed when James Potter came back with a look that screamed battle ready. "Lily, get the kids out of here. Death Eaters are raiding the camps. It is chaos out there. We will try to break this up." Lily nodded quickly and started casting charms around the Potter tent, and grabbed Justin by the arm shouting, "Harry, come on, we are leaving." At this Harry quickly chased after the redhead that dragged his brother out of the tent, darting in the opposite direction of where the Death Eaters were currently coming from. Harry was backpedaling following his mother, but throwing a few spells into the group of crowded Death Eaters trying to scatter them, but at a yelping sound from his there had him spinning back around to see a small group of a dozen Death Eaters closing in on them as his mother began to deflect spells with practiced ease. Harry quickly stepped to her side shouting back at his brother, "Justin, run to those trees as fast as you can and don't stop. I will find you when it's over." Justin didn't even wait to hear what his mother was going to say before nodding. Unlike Lily Potter, Harry had been in a life or death situation with his brother before, and Justin trusted him implicitly. Harry growled under his breath, "Mum, I have waited a long time to see this House Evans power that Professor Flitwick goes on about. Care to show me the ropes?" Lily Evans Potter looked at her son in surprise, who almost looked thrilled to do battle at her side. The boy next to her had changed very much over the past 3 years since his brother had joined him at Hogwarts. At first no words came to her as she deflected more and more spells, but then she could agree as she felt a tint of desperation. "No mercy, Harry, don't be afraid." Harry surprised the woman with a confident smile, "I don't fear these men." With that he dodged under a curse aimed at his head, spinning around towards a stray Death Eater that was trying to hit Justin as he ran, allowing Harry to hit the man with a dark purple curse, ending the man's attack on his brother and any other that might have followed. He then finished his spin, stepping towards his opponents and threw a mighty blasting curse that caught the advancing men by surprise, and blasted 2 of them right out of the battle, and Harry didn't stop there. Sectum Sempra. Diffudio, Confringo, Depulso, Conjunctivitis, Reducto. Harry let his famous 5-chain spell fly from his wand as he watched the first Death Eater drop at the severing charm he threw at the man's head. Then continued to completely knock out and possibly kill another with the most powerful concussion blast he could manage. Suddenly it was 4 against 2 and spells were being traded with blinding speed. Harry had never seen his mother seriously fight before, but he was beginning to see just how she got her reputation. She was a flash of red hair and speed as she tore through 2 of her opponents. And when suddenly a green light came zooming towards her, she felt a body forcing her to the ground. The young mother hardly even had time to realize what had happened when her son's voice shouted from above her, "That was close, and we are not out of the woods yet." With that he popped back up, and blasted one with a curse so powerful it ruptured the shield with a powerful bang, and threw the man backwards into a tree, ending his fight for the night. Following that up, his mother teamed up with him to take down the final Death Eater, who fell quickly to their combined power. "Sweetheart, are you okay?" A concerned female voice shook Harry out of the memory, and he looked to see his mom and dad looking at him with worry. "I'm fine." James put a hand on his son's shoulder. "You know, in the OR department, fine stands for freaked out, insecure, neurotic, and emotional." "James," Lily said warningly. He held up his hands. "What the kid has done some serious shit over the last few months. If he needs someone to talk to or therapy, I just want him to know we are here for him. Things have changed from the way they were and we aren't ever going back to that." The three all shared a silent pause. And Harry heard the 5-minute warning bell. "Don't worry about me, prawns. I am tough, and this won't shake me. Thanks for stationing your guys here. Made me feel better that I might have some halfway decent ones to back up Mom and I for the next fight." James grinned. "Next time I will show you more than a halfway decent wand. Now get out of here, the train is about to take off. I am sure Ms. Clearwater will want your report as soon as possible. We have things covered here." Harry looked at the two and thought about the last time he departed the train that headed to Hogwarts and how different things were between him and his parents. The bad blood had been washed away over the last few months, and while not forgotten, the relationships were certainly healing. He thought about arriving at platform 9 3/4s for the first time with Sirius in tow. He could clearly remember just how lost he had felt. The only thing stronger than the feeling of loss, however, was determination. A determination that guided his path. He swore that he was going to make his parents regret not showing him more attention. Things had changed since then. Now they were a family. And he wanted to show them and the world that he was more than just a powerful wizard from a powerful family. His mother embraced him and his dad came in on the hug too. The boy tensed, still not quite used to the affection, but smiled when the trio separated. The final train horn rang out, and Lily wiped away a tear. "This will be the only Hogwarts Express trip I remember for you, and it's your last one. Do us proud this year, Harry, and keep your brother out of trouble." Harry shrugged as he walked towards the train, shouting back over his shoulder, "Don't I always?" He heard his father's laugh and imagined his mother shaking her head. He boarded the train with a deep breath, and a consoling thought that this year could not be nearly as horrible as the year before. Harry slightly dreaded the upcoming meeting as he strolled towards the head boy and girls compartment on the Hogwarts Express. The inevitable meeting with this year's head girl was approaching faster than he had time to mentally prepare for. The young man knew he could not delay it any longer. Harry could say that he had made very few friends during his time at school. He could probably count the number on one hand. In fact, he was friendly with most of his house and the Hufflepuffs for that matter as well, but when he walked into the head student's compartment, he knew the closest thing he had to a best friend was quite cross with him. Her arms were already crossed, and she seemed to have been impatiently tapping her foot on the floor. Penelope or Penny sometimes had the girl next door look to her. Harry LD probably count the number of times he had seen the girl wear makeup on two hands, and she also had an innocent streak 10 miles wide. When she found out what had gone down between Pettigrew and the young man she definitely thought of as her best friend, she cried a lot. It was slightly funny that Harry had to comfort the girl after he had taken a life, but Penelope was just like that, and it probably kept Harry on a more straight and narrow path than anything else had. Her brown hair was in curls, and her light blue eyes showed her displeasure. "I thought we agreed to meet 5 minutes bef. Or the train took off so we could compare reports prior to the rest of the prefect's arrival." "Sorry, Clearwater, I was speaking with my parents," Harry said nonchalantly. Harry had just unbalanced the girl in multiple ways. First of all, Penelope hated it when he called her by her last name. She claimed they were way too close for that. Secondly, Penny knew that Harry did not have a good relationship with his parents until recently. She softly said, "So summer went okay then? You hardly wrote back to me at all." Harry gave her an apologetic smile. "I was really busy trying to finish up some projects. And then I am sure you heard about what happened at the Quidditch World Cup." "I did," the girl said softly. The boy shrugged. "I really did mean to write to you more. I think I had even started a few times. But then got scatterbrained working on a million different things." Ignoring his last comment, she asked, "Do you want to talk about it?" Taking a deep breath, Harry sighed. "Not really. I have talked about it more with Amelia Bones than I ever wanted to talk about it with anyone. I promise though, if I was to talk to anyone outside of an Auror's uniform, it would be you." It seemed Penny wanted to say more about this topic, but Cedric Diggory, the only other person who could possibly qualify as Harry's best friend, came in. Harry, Penny, how are you two? Congratulations on making head boy and girl. I had little doubt. Harry grinned at the strapping Hufflepuff prefect. Glad you aren't jealous. Cedric laughed. Oh, I am, but I knew you deserved it. Thinking I will have tea. Oh, beat you in Quidditch this year to make up for it. Train as much as you want, Diggory, you will never beat natural talent. Besides, you will have to get through my brother this year too. We probable. Why have the greatest seeker lineup in Hogwarts history, seeing the three of us could probably all go pro next year if we wanted to. Harry said with a cocky grin. Penny rolled her eyes. You two are impossible. Though I admit I am curious to see if Harry can beat his brother this year. It was so close last year, and I know your little brother worked hard in the off-season. Keeping tabs on my little brother, Penny. Should I tell Susan she has competition? This caused the girl to blush and the two boys to chuckle, but before she could retort, the red-headed stepchild walked in. Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor 7th-year prefect, looked around pompously, as he usually did when he spoke, with his chest puffed out to a point Harry wasn't quite sure how he was breathing. Hello, Penny, Potter, Diggory. Cedric and Harry said nothing. And Penny smiled slightly, taking the kiss on the cheek the boy offered. The two had been dating for almost 2 years, and Harry, along with Cedric, did not approve of the pretentious boy. When they finished their greeting, Percy offered his hand to Harry. Congratulations on becoming head boy. I am sure it was a toss-up between you and I. Cedric tried to withhold his snort, but hardly succeeded as Harry took the offered hand. Yes, sorry about that, Percy. Have an alright summer. Just busy interning with Mr. Crouch in the Department of International Cooperation. Heard lots of good things about this tournament coming up. I am sure the three of you are aware of it, with your dad being so busy, Cedric, and of course you two being head boy and girl. Cedric nodded. Yeah, we know about the tournament. They've been trying to keep it a big secret, but honestly, I don't know how they plan to do that. Think it would have been better to let us all know at the end of the year. Maybe some would have tried to work on French or Bulgarian over the summer, so that way we could be more cordial to our foreign guests. Well, the ministry decided it would be best otherwise. Percy said candidly. Before Cedric or Harry could retort, more prefects began arriving, effectively ending the conversation before it could turn into an argument. As they all arrived, Penny saw T up straight and pulled a few papers out of her bag as the group was conversing openly and taking seats to start the first prefect meeting of the year. Once the final stragglers rolled in, Penny began her speech. I am going to be blunt with all of you, and I ask that you do the same for Harry and I as we roll into the new year. We are facing security problems unlike Hogwarts has ever seen. After what happened at the end of last year, which will go down as the largest security breach in Hogwarts history, I am determined to prevent something like that from happening again on my watch. Adding to that, if you aren't aware, Hogwarts will be hosting an international tournament that will be bringing dozens of foreign guests from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. So like I said, after what happened last year, I want to make sure if anything happens we can get people to assist you, or relieve you from something you aren't sure how to handle. For that reason I came up with these over the summer. Penny pulled a small box out of her bag and enlarged it. These are fake galleons enchanted with the Protean and Caterwauling charm. They are essentially panic devices for all of you. If something is happening in your common room, or while you are on patrol, and you think you need help, please don't hesitate to snap the fake galleon in half. It will alert everyone that something is going on, and that you need help. On the rest of our galleons your name will appear along with a 5-second message that you can record. In those 5 seconds we only want your location. Don't panic and try to explain yourself, because you only have a few seconds from the time the galleon breaks. Just give us the location and we will come running. The fake galleons are pretty tough, and you shouldn't be able to break them by accident. You can thank Lily Potter for her help on this project with me. Harry looked impressed at the girl. He heard from his mom that Penny had reached out to her and asked for help on a project she was working on. Penny had briefly explained to Harry that she wanted to design a panic device for everyone, and he had given her some ideas on where to start looking, but this went far beyond what he thought she could come up with, and wondered just how many letters or possibly even meetings she'd had with his mother over the summer. Lily Potter was a fairly high-ranking unspeakable for the ministry. And Harry was beginning to see the signs that his mother might just be trying to recruit Penny to join the group as well. All the students were clearly impressed with the girl's charm work. And Percy seemed flabbergasted by what his girlfriend had likely been working on all summer. Cedric said, "This better get you an outstanding in charms on your newt, even if you bomb the theoretical, which we all know you won't. This was some serious magic, Penny. Color me impressed." The girl beamed at the compliments from Cedric, and many of the group added their agreement. "I just want everyone to feel as safe as possible. And give you every resource we can put together to make you all feel comfortable in your day-to-day tasks. With foreigners in the school we must remain vigilant and ready. As Harry always tells me, prepare for the worst, but expect the best-case scenario, so hopefully these coins won't be used at all this year." Harry nodded and flipped the coin through his fingers several times, examining the layers of magic by expanding his senses while Penny began distributing the schedules for patrols. He noticed that Cedric and himself had lots of after-hours together, as did Penny and Percy. Of course he also noticed that Penny and himself had a few late-night shifts together, and he briefly wondered how Percy felt about that. Percy had always felt that he was in competition with Harry. And academically the boy was always trying to compete with the green-eyed young man. Honestly, it wasn't much of a competition, particularly once you brought practical work into the equation. Harry was far beyond newt theory, and was approaching mastery level on almost all of the core subjects. The young man was a student that would have caused Rowena Ravenclaw to beam with pride. And of course his skill with a wand would have made any of the founders desire to have him in their house. As the meeting was winding down, Penny asked if Harry had any words to say to everyone. And he nodded as he stood to address the group. "Look, I am sure you have all heard what happened at the Quidditch World Cup, and I want you all to use it as the example of something going horribly wrong on an average evening. I don't want everyone to be paranoid or in constant fear of attack, but everyone does need to remain constantly vigilant through this school year. If nothing else, just know that if you activate your panic galleon, I will be coming as fast as I can to assist you. You are not alone out there this year, and as per tradition, if any of you have a problem or need help balancing your schedule, Penny and I will be available to help in any way we can. Let's just have a safe and productive year. You are all dismissed." This started the light chatter as the groups began making their way out. And as the room began to clear, the four who started the group remained behind. Cedric whistled. "That might be the friendliest I have ever seen Harry towards any group of people. Should we be checking to see if Penny spiked his drink with a cheering charm?" Everyone in the group, including Percy, chuckled at this, but Harry said, "It's our final year. I think it's time to finally relax. We have prepared for our newts so hard, and it's all falling into place. Let's finish the year so we can all move on to bigger and better things." Cedric clapped his hands together, "Hear, hear." As the group began to walk out, Harry saw the new 7th-year Ravenclaw male prefect who had been assigned to replace Harry after he took the head boy position, Roger Davies. "Hello, Potter. Surprised. They are letting you walk free after the fiasco at the Cup. Thought they would have a cell in Azkaban with your name on it." The group said nothing as they all watched Harry, who clearly twitched in agitation. "Davies, if you have something you want to say, you better say it before I remove your ability to speak permanently. I hope I didn't kill Mum or Dad at the World Cup, did I?" This caused the boy to go red, and took one step towards Harry, but Cedric was already moving forward with his wand subtly already drawn. "Don't even think about it. Don't think I forgot what you did to Hannah Abbott last year." Harry was impressed that the boy moved so fast in his defense, but Penelope hissed out, "Wands away now or I will have you both in detention. Davies, if you wish to hold your prefect position on, I suggest you get out of my sight before I lodge a complaint with Professor Dumbledore. I assure you I could have your badge before the night is over." Davies merely glared at the girl, and stared at Harry. "How powerful you must feel. Potter. How many lives have you taken now? How many families have you broken and destroyed? How do you sleep at night?" Harry stared coldly at the boys retreating back as he said, "I am not unwilling to add one more to the list, Davies. Don't think I don't notice the darkness around your arm. You should tread carefully because that mark makes you my enemy." Penny, Cedric, and Percy all immediately began staring at Roger's arm, and the boy instinctively went to cover it, and glared angrily at Harry as he swept away. When the boy got out of earshot, Cedric asked coldly, "Was that a threat? Or did you actually see something?" Harry continued to stare in the direction the boy went. "It wasn't a threat. I could sense the mark. I think his reaction was proof enough even if I couldn't." Penny shuddered. "We should tell Professor Dumbledore. He already knows. Dumbledore is kept well informed on Death Eater recruitment. Besides, no one could know how he got his mark. More than likely it would be chalked up as someone who shares sentiment with the pureblood supremacy movement. He was their champion after all," Harry said darkly. They all knew he was speaking of the Dark Lord. And Cedric stormed off, needing to find his girlfriend and cool down from his anger at the possibility of a Hogwarts student aligning themselves with the Death Eaters. Percy sighed and took Penny away as well. And the girl shot one last concerned look at Harry as no more words were said between the group. The time passed as Harry patrolled the train cars alone, trying to keep a clear head and not going after Davies and blasting his head off. He thought of his many Hogwarts adventures, and just how the series of unfortunate events led him to be where he was today. It was Harry's thirst for knowledge that landed him in Ravenclaw in his first year at Hogwarts, and for his first 2 years he pretty much kept to himself. He landed himself the top spot in his class each year, and had a spell repertoire that was a mile wide by the end of his 3rd year. In his 4th year his brother joined him, and with the help of a few friends in Hufflepuff and his own house they discovered a thief that was attempting to steal the Sorcerer's Stone to resurrect the Dark Lord. Harry managed to stop his defense professor that year from bringing the monster back from beyond the grave. But he definitely couldn't have gotten to the man alone, and he would never have claimed to have been able to. He had the backing of headstrong Cedric Diggory, and brilliant Penelope Clearwater. Traps that the professors had set were no match for them, and they were shocked to find Professor Quirrell at the end of the tunnel dueling with a first-year Justin Potter. Justin was unconscious by the time Harry had arrived alone. And what had followed was a series of strange occurrences. Quirrell had defeated Harry in the duel by the narrowest of margins, but as a last resort Harry had tackled the man when he was disarmed. The man then went into a convulsive fit, and dissolved into some sort of magical dust. This led to the expelling of the Wraith of the Dark Lord, who had latched himself onto the psychotic defense teacher. After that Harry began making a few friends, and had attracted the attention of his parents for the first time in years, but he blew them off at every turn. He continued to stay with Sirius through the summer holidays, and kept up with his training, staying well away from his family. It was also a turning point in his popularity, as he began opening up more and more to the few friends he had. But still kept his walls up to most people, and did not allow people to get close to him. In Justin's 2nd year at Hogwarts he was attacked by Marcus Flint, Draco Malfoy and a few other Slytherins, but unluckily for them Harry came upon the situation with the help of the Marauders map and unleashed hell upon them. That was the beginning of the brothers' new relationship. And after that they had become ever so slightly closer each year. In the same year his friends came back together and discovered that a basilisk had been petrifying students. After the group informed Dumbledore, he assured them that the situation was well in hand, and that was the day that Harry knew his mentor had been right about the old man. Nothing came from the news that a basilisk was wandering the halls of Hogwarts through the pipes, and when the announcement was made that all students were to return to their dormitories immediately, Harry pulled out the Marauders map and discovered that Ron, his brother, and Gilderoy Lockhart were roaming the castle together. Figuring his brother was having delusions of grandeur with that idiot Lockhart beside him, he moved to intercept the trio. Once he discovered Ginny Weasley had been taken into the chamber and left to die, he decided to help. It would mark the first time Justin Potter had earned his brother's respect as a wizard. Boy proved to be worthy of the House of Godric Gryffindor, and as cunning as any Slytherin when he found out how he convinced Lockhart to be bait for Slytherin's monster, and how he didn't back down when the cave-in happened and cut the world off from the Potter brothers. The battle that followed would be legendary. Harry had taken on the 17-year-old shade of Tom Riddle, who was mere seconds from assuming his former power. And Justin himself had pulled the blade of Godric Gryffindor and defeated Slytherin's monster while also destroying the diary that ended the rapidly deteriorating fight between Harry and the Dark Lord. It was the turning point of their relationship, and for the first time in many years Harry saw the boy as his brother when he nearly lost him to the basilisk venom. From that moment on Harry was very protective of his little brother. Then in his 6th year, Peter Pettigrew had attempted to come to Hogwarts and kill his brother, which resulted in a short duel where Harry killed for the first time in his life. It was a ruthless battle, but it was the 3rd time Harry had saved his brother from a situation like this, and when he saw the rat that nearly cost him everything he had in his family, he struck fast and furious, leaving hellfire and brimstone in his wake. Harry's relationship with his brother had jumped after this. The boy was attached to his hip, more often than not for what little was left of his 6th year, and even spent most of the previous summer training with him, no longer wanting his fancy tutors. It was at this point his family realized just how advanced he became at magic, and was honestly surprised no one had questioned him on how. No one could become as powerful as he was without a proper mentor, but he was thankful for the first time of their negligence in the details. Now this was Harry's last year, and he couldn't wait to get out and begin his mastery-level objectives with the possibility of his potions master. Severus Snape had taken the boy under his wing after he caught him brewing polyjuice on his own in his 2nd year for experimental purposes. It was nothing short of fate that the potion had finished that fateful afternoon, and that he had managed to impress his potions master. Harry had also become quite the inventor with a little bit of coaching from his own head of house, Phileas Flitwick, who was a brilliant charms master. Harry had been told many times that he had a bright future out of Hogwarts, and hoped to gain 2 masteries in just a few short years, and possibly make his own fortune. The train came to its stop as they pulled into Hogsmeade Station, and Harry shook off the remains of the funk that Roger Davies had left him in. It was his time to make the best of all of this, and he wouldn't back down in his final year. The carriage ride to Hogwarts was fairly subdued. Harry was riding with Cedric, Penelope and a few other 7th-year Hufflepuffs who weren't overly nervous around Harry. Heidi McAvoy, someone Harry actually did consider a friend, was definitely trying to flirt with Harry, much to his amusement. The two had been playing a game of sorts to see who could get whom to blush first. But usually it just made the surrounding people turn fire hydrant red first, and that was the position Penelope was in as Heidi was running her hand daintily across Harry's chest. "Oh, I just know. Quidditch and dueling has done some incredible things to your body. I would love to see it for myself." Harry grinned at the girl slyly. "Why don't you just meet me in the prefect's bathroom at say midnight? And I will show you exactly what it can do to your body." Penelope groaned. "Potter, I am head girl, and you are talking about seduction right in front of me with McAvoy. Can you not show me the head boy responsibility that I was seeing on the train?" Harry grinned, throwing his arm around the girl, taking full advantage of Percy not being around. "Oh come on Penny, I wouldn't mind inviting you along too. I mean if you are so worried about rules being followed." This caused the girl to blush scarlet, and Harry turned to Heidi. "Do you have a problem sharing me, McAvoy? It is a pretty big tub in the prefect's bathroom. I think we would all fit quite nicely." Harry had won this round as the girl blushed deeply, and Cedric and his 2 buddies guffawed with laughter. Herbert Fleet, the Hufflepuff keeper, choked out. "I think you broke them, Harry mate." Cedric however just grinned. "I don't know why you even bother anymore. Heidi, you are on quite the losing streak with Harry right now." Harry laughed lightly. "She just likes the images I put in her head." The girl mumbled something unintelligible as they reached the school and walked up towards the castle. Before they did, however, Harry affectionately stroked the Thestrals' heads, thanking them for the ride. Harry had grown fond of the creatures that most could not see, and felt that he could relate with many of them, so he always treated them with kindness. There were Thestrals on the ancient Potter Manor grounds, and he had often found solitude in their company, learning to feed them raw meat or fresh game from a young age. The sorting feast was finished in the blink of an eye, and Harry was glad as he was ready to get up to his common room and get some rest. His final training regimen would begin tomorrow, and he would begin implementing his new schedule that his mentor had set for him. The announcements were made, but then Dumbledore cleared his throat expectantly, hoping to gather the attention of everyone in the hall. Even those who were not paying attention like Harry. Now this year is going to bring some new changes to Hogwarts, and one of those is that the inter-house dueling and Quidditch tournaments are cancelled. Nearly the entirety of the school's athletes were up in arms at this announcement. Even Harry himself frowned at the news. Dumbledore let it go on for a moment before he raised his hands. "Not to worry my dear friends, there will still be Quidditch to be played and duels to be had, however this year your competition will be a little different during the Triwizard Tournament. It was clear that the secret was more well kept than he originally suspected, but people who knew of the tournament's existence seemed to be genuinely excited, and it spread as friends whispered to each other and explained the competition's origins and goals. Harry shook his head, and realized that people may well be thrilled, at least until the blood began to be shed. While the headmaster allowed the chatter to continue, Penny looked questioningly at Harry as it was clear that he was displeased about the tournament, so Harry obliged the girl. As I am sure you researched, the Triwizard Tournament goes back some 700 years. It was cancelled however after the death toll it left in the last tournament. All the champions were killed in the first task, along with several people in the crowds from the cockatrice. One of my relatives was actually the last Hogwarts champion, so was obviously among the fatalities. With all that's been happening in the last 6 months, I am surprised Eve and the idiots at the ministry thought this was a good idea. Penny shook her head realizing what Harry was saying and then turned her attention back to the headmaster as he continued to speak. The Triwizard Tournament, for those of you who don't know, is a fierce competition between 3 schools. It was created in hopes of bringing peace and international magical cooperation, and in this time of peace the ministry has deemed it fit to reinstate this magnificent tournament. Harry massaged his temples with both hands quietly as he contemplated the idiocy of the ministry. They were trying to act like things were all fine and dandy. But the fact was they were trying too hard, and they weren't fooling anyone with more than half a brain. Dumbledore continued, Durmstrang from the northern area, S of Europe and Beauxbatons from the south, will be joining us on Halloween night for the commencement of this tournament. But let it be clear that a new rule in the ministry states that no one under the age of 17 will be allowed to participate in any of the champions' tasks. However, the man pronounced the last word loudly to interrupt the chattering students. There will also be 3 W components to this tournament in order to make things more adventurous for the other students. There will be 3 additional tasks that any student of any age can compete in, and that will be a Hogwarts Quidditch team where they will play each school, an academic decathlon team, and a Hogwarts dueling team. This caused some excited chatter to roll across the floor and Penny looked at Harry excitedly. Harry, you are one of the best duelists out there, you just have to compete with us. Harry shot the girl a sly grin. We will see, Clearwater. Penny gave the boy a distasteful look knowing full well that she did not like being addressed by her last name by someone whom she considered to be a friend, but let the matter drop as Dumbledore gave his final announcement of the tournament. Be warned for those who dare to enter. If chosen, you stand alone. Now off to bed, pip pip. Harry took this in stride and shook his head standing up. He held a hand in the air indicating for his housem Atesh to follow him up to the common room while the 5th-year prefects were gathering up the new first-year students and allowed everyone to clear out. Before Harry could cross out of the hall he heard his name called out, Harry. Justin Potter was trying to reach him quickly, and Harry stopped with his eyes raised. What is it, Justin? The boy smiled at the lack of harsh words his brother had for him. Usually anytime Justin greeted Harry at school before last year he was cold, but this time he seemed almost concerned. I was just wondering if you would be willing to allow me to train with you in the mornings like you did over the summer. I would really like to be on this Hogwarts dueling team, and be able to win. Without our training I don't think I can make myself good enough in time for the competition. Harry looked at his little brother in surprise and then back at his housemates who were watching the play curiously. Justin, you are a great duelist for your age. I think you have a great chance at making the team and winning without my help, and that's the honest truth. Harry was just about to lead his housemates up when Justin grabbed his arm gently. Please, Harry. I promise I won't get in your way. And I won't even talk to you if you don't want to. Just give me a chance to follow your movements so I can improve. After everything that's happened, can't you just give me a chance to make myself better so I am not so useless when we almost get killed every year? Harry knew that Justin had taken it hard when his brother and mom sent him running at the Quidditch World Cup. Justin was as proud as any Potter, and Harry knew he hated the feeling of being weak, and would not wish it upon his little brother. Meet me in the entrance hall at 5:30. If you aren't here by then you will be left behind. With that Harry held his hand up in a follow me gesture and his housemates followed in behind as he heard his brother shout his thanks to his back. The trip to the common room was an easy one. And the riddle at the door was also pleasantly easy, the poor have it. The rich don't need it. It is greater than God, and without it you will die. Harry boredly answered, nothing. The eagle on the door made a soft caw. Very good, young scholar, you may enter. With that the door swung open. Harry led his housemates in, but instead of waiting he went straight to his personal quarters. The Ravenclaw dormitories for fourth-year students and up had their own rooms. The reason being that Ravenclaws were quite messy during exam time, and need more room as their course load is usually larger. So with that logic they are given their own space. Harry had convinced his head of house in his fourth year to allow him to keep the same room through the years so he could leave his projects up all year around. And since he didn't usually go home for Christmas he was in the room for nearly 10 months a year. Though he had a feeling that would change this year with how good his family was actually getting along. They would likely expect him to return home for Christmas and Easter. He looked at the complicated rune pattern that was around his room, and began powering them on methodically. The head boy looked at a robo-dog that he programmed with combat runes, and turned the little creature on. Tech 9 was Harry's first friend. He designed him in his fourth year, but had dreams of him since he was a little boy. As the runes turned on the dog barked with joy then spoke, "Good evening, master. Did you have a pleasant holiday?" Harry smiled at the dog, "I sure did T. And next holiday you are coming home with me. I got permission from my dad, and he can't wait to meet you. You may even get to come for Christmas with me." The dog barked happily, "Did you say Christmas? Master has not spent Christmas with family since he was a little boy. This makes Tech9 a happy dog." Patting the dog on the head with an affectionate smile Harry began powering up the defenses in his room. He had to be sure that no one ever stole his ideas. He had been on the brink of figuring out how to power Muggle electronics around the magical ambiance of Hogwarts, and he did not want so. One clever enough to come along and finish the job for him, though he doubted there were very many people that could. As far as ancient runes went the only person who could possibly match him was his mother. And she had no idea just yet how good he was, but soon the world would know. He had been in touch with the goblins for months about some of his inventions, and to say they were interested was an understatement. Harry sighed in content as he looked around his room. Thousands of hours spent in this space making plans, creating ideas, creating spells, and this was going to be his last year for it all. Checking the time he figured he better turn in early, and prepare for the year that was to come. When he awoke the next morning it was 5 a.m. sharp. He quickly got out of bed, and Drosil. Moved around the room for a few minutes looking over some things, and trying to become fully awake as he put on his training clothes, and began to depart from Ravenclaw Tower. It couldn't have been more than a few minutes past 5:30. But when he got there his brother was bouncing around on his toes throwing kicks and stretching. Justin had spent some time under his brother's tutelage that summer in the martial arts. Claiming that it would make his mind and body sharper, which would in the long run improve his magic and dueling stamina. It only took a moment for the young boy to spot his older brother. And to his credit he didn't even greet his older brother as he followed him out onto the grounds. As they began the workout, Harry decided to keep it light on the boy in terms of speed, but that didn't mean he was going easy distance-wise. However, Justin hung in there, definitely impressing his older brother, and looked like he could have gone a little further if Harry had insisted. The two plopped down into the sand, and Harry spoke the first words of the morning to his brother, "We are going to duel. Every day. We are going to work on your shields every day. You want to be on this dueling team, fine. But if I am going to take you under my wing at school and put my reputation on the line, then you are going to win the damn thing or at least do your part to take down every duelist that stands in your way. Do you understand? As my protege, my brother, and a Potter, it is now your duty to take this training seriously, and my promise to you is that you will be a champion. Do I make myself clear?" He looked at his brother in awe as he spoke, and when he finished he could merely just nod his head stupidly. Harry rolled his eyes and jumped to his feet. "Pick up your wand and show me how your training has come in the past few weeks." Harry had not been around Potter Manor a lot the past few weeks. A lot of his time had been dedicated to training with his mentor, and the rest was with the goblins who were helping him find a home to move into when he graduated. He told his parents it was seriously nothing personal, it was just that he was independent, and wanted to be on his own. It was a promise he made to himself as a young boy that he would get out as soon as possible no matter what the circumstances were, and even though his relationship with his neglectful parents was better. That didn't mean it was completely forgiven and forgotten in his mind. The duel between the two Potters to an outsider would have been fantastic. The fact that two school-aged boys could duel this way was a feat. One being nearly 14, and the other just turning 17 a few months back. One dueled like a Newt student, and the other like an international champion. By the end Harry had not disarmed the boy, but nor had he tried to. He went mostly for stunning opportunities or weaknesses in his guard, but he was proud to say there weren't many. Making the boy a champion would not be too difficult at all if he could just get his shields on his level. Half the battle would already be won. When Harry called to stop, Justin looked confused. But shouldn't we still be going? No one has lost yet. Harry's eyes narrowed. I am your coach, and brother. Not your enemy. If I just wanted to beat you in submission repeatedly you wouldn't get significantly better, trust me. I will push you to your limits, break them. And then make you do shield practice, because that is what will make you better. Trust me, Justin, have I ever failed you before? The boy shook his head quickly in fear of offending his brother. Good. Now put up your shields, and hold my onslaught as long as you can. After that head back up to the castle and rest for a bit before classes start. You are in for your toughest year yet. But it will be nothing compared to what you deal with next year. You have me this year, but you won't next year, so we are going to do everything we can to make you the best you can be by then. Understood. The boy nodded. And Harry pointed his wand at the shields. Bombarda. Harry merely murmured the word, but the force that followed went like a tidal wave. Justin's shield shimmered on the initial impact, but held strong as Harry casually flicked spells at him. Each spell rocked the shield, causing Justin to sweat under the pressure of his brother's power. Harry then began throwing two spells at once, and Justin's whole body trembled as he held the shield still. The older Ravenclaw was impressed with his brother's resolve, and fired two more curses, making the boy go to his knees in fatigue. At that point Harry spoke. Enough. I can sense your shield is weak. Another spell would send you to the floor. You may release it. That was, well done. Justin beamed at his brother as he panted for breath. Still not used to getting such compliments. I worked on it all summer. It seems to have paid off. We will do this again at the same time tomorrow. Go get some rest while I finish out here, Harry said commandingly. Justin kicked the ground in embarrassment lightly. Do you think I could stay and watch? Just to see what I should be striving for? Harry's first instinct was to say no. But then he saw the hope in the boy's eyes and sighed. Only if you promise not to share my skills with anyone, and I do mean anyone, Justin, not even Ron, Hermione, Susan, or Dumbledore. Justin nodded. Family first. Harry was taken aback by his words, but said nothing as he put his wand away, looking out to the Black Lake. He walked slowly out to the water, feeling his magical core expand towards the environment. And then stepped into it, placing his hands out in front of him with elbows bent. He was going to give his brother the same show his mentor gave him when he first seriously began his training. He whispered, Momentum Expert. The spell began to shake the ground in front of him, but only in front of him. Justin Potter watched in amazement as his brother controlled his magic without his wand. Harry, however, was in complete nirvana, feeling completely in tune with the ambient magic in the air. He then lifted one hand and began making small circles. Water began to rise from T. He lake and began circulating quickly, creating a waterspout. While this was impressive, it was nothing compared to what he did next. With one hand he clearly controlled the water, while the other hand was moving it in a straight up and down line, and suddenly the waterspout he had created was on fire. Justin gasped in awe. Harry, however, felt the firestorm that he had created was barely even touching his magical capabilities. So he dropped the firestorm and felt a terror in his stomach as he reached for the water and he watched it recede. Justin watched in horror as he saw what his brother was attempting. A tidal wave. With nearly every drop of the lake now coming towards them in a tsunami-sized weapon, it easily stood at 20 feet tall. Harry was sweating in concentration as the water came towards him. He turned and chanced a look at his brother, who was on his feet prepared to run, but he saw the look on his older brother's face and held confidence that no harm would come to him. As the Approached it, cast a massive shadow over the two boys, but then it stopped with a bark of magic that Justin did not understand, but clearly felt. It couldn't have been more than 10 feet from the boys. Harry looked back at his brother. Come here. Justin hesitantly approached his brother, who was focusing on the water. This is your goal, Justin. Ultimate control. Not just over your magic, but the magic of the world around you. I could never pull something like this off away from Hogwarts, but here I can pull the magic from myself and the grounds of this sacred place. Go out and touch the water, feel it. Justin did as he was told and in amazement stretched forward to touch the water. It felt cold, but it wasn't moving. It was impossibly still. How is this possible? Anything is possible. You just have to have the will, determination, and magic to do it. Step away, while I return the water to its place. Justin did so quickly, getting behind his brother as he flicked his hands out. And the water tumbled backwards, creating a massive splash that came towards the boys, but Harry merely waved his hands around and deflected the water around them. Justin was in utter awe of his brother. Neither his parents or Dumbledore himself had ever given him such a beautiful representation of what magic stood for, and his 17-year-old Ravenclaw brother had. Harry threw an arm around his brother's shoulders, feeling fully relaxed after his exertion of power. Let's go back up the castle and have breakfast. It is very important during this training you don't miss any meals. It could be seriously detrimental to your magical core. The boy nodded, having never felt so close to his brother. His arm was around him. He felt as if he could take on the world, and even the Dark Lord hymns. LF could not intimidate him at that moment. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye for the Potter brothers. Their training had been relentless, and Harry was coming along nicely in his classes and his final prep for the inventions he wanted to sell to Gringotts. He had completed his rune set for the Muggle technology, and merely needed to continue experimenting with it around high concentrations of magic. It was the day before Halloween at Hogwarts, and Harry and his brother were finishing up their morning training with big smiles on their faces. The bond the two had forged over the past 2 months through the blood, sweat, and tears, mostly from Justin, had really brought the two closer together. He knew his parents would be thrilled about the closeness of the boys, and Harry couldn't help but be bitter that it took this many years for their relationship to blossom. Justin had sworn up and down that Harry was likely one of the most powerful magic users he had ever met. Even after traveling the world to meet different teachers, and take different courses, Justin said he never felt so in tune with his magic than he did now. As the two were returning to the castle, Justin asked, "Oh, have you changed your mind about the tournament, Harry?" Shaking his head at his little brother, "No. I have told you at least 1,000,000 times I have no interest in competing in the damn thing. It's going to get me killed. And I have far too many things to do before that happens. If you can't do it, Harry, then none of these other champions stand a chance," Justin said in defense of the man's skill. "Accidents happen, Justin. And I am not infallible. Just imagine that I am fighting a dangerous magical creature. I slip on complete accident because I lost my footing, and then, bye-bye, Harry," the boy said, cringing at the thought of such a stupid thing getting him killed. "What about the dueling and Quidditch tournaments?" the boy asked. Harry shrugged. "I have proven myself to the world by taking down Pettigrew and then the Death Eaters at the Quidditch World Cup that I am capable. I don't need to prove it to some school kids. If Hooch makes me captain of the Quidditch or dueling teams, I would not reject it. But otherwise I think I will turn it down. But Harry, you could give Crumb a run for his money. The best seeker in the world. You are easily the best seeker I have ever played with. And I have played and trained with professionals growing up. Your natural talent and instinct is too good. You would have a great chance against him, and the match would be legendary," Justin said excitedly, but was already preparing to make his case to Madame Hooch about making Harry the Quidditch team captain. "I don't know, Justin, he is pretty good. They call him the best in the world for a reason. Plus I have too many projects I want to work on right now," Harry explained. "You have the rest of your life, Harry. This is your last year at Hogwarts and something extraordinary is happening." The two boys were approaching the great entrance hall, and were preparing to go separate ways while Justin sighed, "At least think about it. I think you would be great." The older brother merely smiled at his young companion. "All right, Justin, I will think about it. Now go upstairs and get changed. I will see you tonight at the greeting ceremony, and then the feast." The boys bumped Knuckles and went their separate ways from there. As Harry walked through the school, most people cowered out of his way. While the boy was certainly more approachable and friendly this year than he had in the past, his reputation still preceded him, and he liked it that way. Even the most powerful Slytherin and Gryffindor students didn't dare cross him, and he definitely wanted to keep it that way. He returned to his common room, showered and prepared for the day, and as he came out of the common room he caught the end of a shouting match in the corridors that was beginning to draw a small crowd. "You just don't take this seriously enough." The girl whom the accusation was thrown at glowered at the red-headed boy. "No, Percy, you take this way too seriously. The position is more for respect than it is power. We are given more privileges than we are responsibilities because we worked hard for them. You're not even the top male student in the class, yet you are abusing the position like this was your birthright. You are not the head boy." Percy glared at Penny with ferocity. "It's obvious we no longer see eye to eye on this matter any longer." The girl sighed a bit at that. "I suppose we don't. I like you, Percy. But you are just not the same person you were 2 years ago. You have been blocking out your family and me at every turn, and I can't keep up with it anymore. I have been distracted in my classes. And it can't go on any longer. I am sorry, Percy." Just as Penny was about to walk away, Percy grabbed her by the arm roughly. "I am not done talking to you, and you will not walk away from me until I am." Harry then stepped out into the open of the gawking students. "That is enough, Percy." Percy looked up, glaring daggers at the boy. "This is none of your business, Potter." Harry took a few steps closer to the two, saying, "You're right. The argument is not my business, but you placing your hand on my friend is. Let her go, or I am going to do something I will certainly regret." "Are you threatening me, Potter?" Harry squared up at the boy without a hint of fear. "What do you think, Weasley? Step away from Ms. Clearwater. Now." Harry's wand twitched into his hand with a wandless summoning charm. And the Gryffindor prefect seemed to notice this. It was clear a brief moment of arrogance and anger surged through the boy, enough to make him consider dueling with Harry, but wisdom eventually won out. He let go of Penelope and stormed off in the direction of the grand central staircase. Harry stared in the direction the boy went off in until he was out of sight, airing himself from any possible attack before asking, "Are you okay?" The girl looked sad and frustrated, but nodded her head. "Thanks, Harry." Harry rolled his shoulders back into a relaxed position. "Don't worry about it. Let's go down and get some lunch. It's a nice cool day outside, maybe we can talk a bit before the school delegations arrive." The girl nodded and Harry offered his arm to her as the crowd dispersed. And the two walked off towards the Great Hall. Harry, wanting to give the girl some privacy however, took her on a sudden turn before they reached their destination on the 3rd floor, tickling the pair and revealing a new doorway that the head girl had never seen before. At first she blushed, saying, "Harry, I just broke up with Percy. I am not about to go into a broom closet with you." Harry looked at the girl in surprise at her annoyed tone. "Just follow me. It's not what you think it is." Harry walked straight ahead, unhooking his arm from the girl, and after a moment she followed. The whole room lit up as they walked around a short corner and she saw dozens of house elves going around the kitchen frantically. Harry grinned at his friend. "Welcome to the Hogwarts kitchens." He then whispered a name quietly, "Dobby." At first the head girl thought the young man had made the word up, but a house elf appeared before the duo, bouncing on his heels with excitement. "Master Harry Potter, sir. Dobby is very glad to be seeing you again." "What can Dobby do for you, sir?" "My friend has had a bit of a rough afternoon. Dobby, could you make us a quick lunch? It can be something simple like a few sandwiches. We just don't want to face the masses just yet." The boy explained and Dobby disappeared in an instant. Penny looked at the boy in surprise. "Are we even allowed to be here?" Harry shrugged. "I have read the Hogwarts bylaws and history many times, and have never seen it in the rules that we can't. I think if you discover the location and how to get access, then you are free to use it. On normal days when there isn't a big feast being prepared, dozens will swarm you looking for work, and anxious to make you food." The girl looked around in amazement. "This place is crazy. Why haven't you ever taken me here before?" "I don't know. Just never came up, I guess. I just thought you wouldn't want to go to the Great Hall and face our charming Gryffindor prefect. And the stares that will certainly come from what happened in Ravenclaw Tower." The boy answered honestly. She gave him a slight smile as she took a drink offered to her by a house elf. That was thoughtful of you, Harry. Thank you. Just be glad it is a Saturday or I may not have caught the whole altercation. I was actually hoping Weasley would try something. Apparently he has been telling people that I only got the head boy position because of who my brother was. He seems to be under the impression that he can beat me in some sort of duel, and apparently some of the Griefinders believe it as well. He said with a bit of annoyance in his voice. Penny looked up from her drink in surprise. Someone thinks Percy is as powerful as you are. Since when do you care what people think? Rubbing his temple softly he growled out. When they taunt my brother about who the most powerful student in the school is. My brother is quite defensive of my talents, so he speaks vocally against the YF Finders who think Percy is more powerful than me. I personally don't care, but I don't like how much it bothers Justin. I'd just as soon let everyone go ahead and know that he is probably the second best duelist in the school. And let Justin put the boy in his place himself. The girl gave him a soft smile. I think it's great your brother and you are finally starting to bond. I noticed you two have been doing a lot of training together. We have dueled before. Do you think he could take me? He is a powerful young wizard. Miles behind where I was at his age though, but his determination might just make him formidable one day. And I would be glad to take part in that. The short answer is, yes, I believe he could take you in a duel without rules. He fights dirty when he is determined to win. And I am teaching him some of my tactics just in case. The Dark Lord's followers might just come back for him one day if the past few years have been an indicator. I just want him to be ready for anything. He is my brother. The boy explained gently, hoping this conversation was at least keeping her mind off the breakup she just experienced. That's sweet, Harry, I didn't know you had such a soft side to you. The girl cooed almost mockingly. Glaring at the girl he responded looking at his fingernails, and if it gets out, I will personally feed you to TECH9. Penny laughed, TECH9 loves me, Harry. You can't scare me with threats of him. The boy shook his head, I could always just reprogram him to eat the head girl. She glared at the boy, but then the two broke into chuckles, and enjoyed their lunch. Harry leaned back content after his meal. As he was preparing to stand up and depart his eyes glanced towards his best friend. She had a disturbed and sad look on her face which made the young man sigh before saying, Penelope, if you want to talk about it I will listen. I don't know if I will be very understanding, or objective, since I never liked Weasley, but I will do my best if you just want to get it off your chest. The girl looked in surprise at the boy. Thanks, Harry. You really are a good friend. I just haven't known what to do about Percy for a while. When I first started seeing him he was fairly humble, and family-oriented, and because of that we started dating. Even when we became prefects together he was still fairly modest. I don't know what happened to him. And where all this arrogance and controlling power comes from. No one else in his family is like that. The internship he took at the ministry last summer just made it all worse too. He just NTS to get out of the poor life that the Weasleys have and he will do anything to do it. Shaking his head, I can understand that. Wanting to be his own man. Penny looked at the boy in surprise, you're taking his side in this. No, not at all. I just understand the need to prove yourself. Having 6 siblings to compete with for attention, affection, and pride in that family can't be easy, but he is learning something that I learned the hard way. No one can teach it to him either. Many people tried to teach me, but reality can be the only teacher for this lesson. The boy said, as if that answered all the questions in the world. What lesson is that? The girl inquired. No matter who you are never alone. He said with a bit of a smile on his face. Smiling at the young man before her she said, you are definitely a different boy than the one I met 7 years ago. Wingardium Leviosa. The young boy said confidently. On his first attempt the feather began to fly off his desk. And the head of Ravenclaw House looked at the boy with pride. Well done, Mr. Potter, I do believe you have your mother's knack for charms. At this the boy had a sour look on his face that went unnoticed by almost everyone. Almost being the keyword as the young girl beside him did catch the look, but didn't question it, and instead asked, how did you do it? The boy looked at the girl with a flash of annoyance in his eyes. Do what? Quote. Lift the feather. You did it on your first try, and didn't even read the book. Penelope answered in exasperation. Harry shrugged. I just pictured it in my head and then said the incantation. I did exactly what Professor Flitwick said to do. It wasn't anything difficult. The girl looked at the boy in surprise this time. Well, no one else has gotten it yet. Too bad for them, the boy said aggressively. Will you help me? The young green-eyed boy looked at the girl in confusion. No. I wouldn't know how to. Oh. The girl then resumed trying to lift the feather. And even took his words of how he did it and tried to apply it. After several attempts it worked, and she turned to the boy beaming at him, but he merely looked bored and pulled out a leather-bound journal and began writing in it. Pulling out of the memory, Harry shrugged. I was just a kid without a friend in the world at the time, and had no idea what to really expect out of my magic that was developing beyond my control. I did everything I could, and it was all for me. To prove to people that I was worth something. She patted the boy on the hand gently, attempting to calm him. You certainly did that. I mean, winning England the dueling U-17 title, helping defeat the monster in the Chamber of Secrets and stopping Quirrell from stealing the Sorcerer's Stone. You also kill Ed Peter Pettigrew to protect your brother and defended innocence at the Quidditch World Cup. You have certainly made a name for yourself, Harry, and you are a very powerful young wizard. He rubbed the back of his neck as his face heated up. Stop it, you're going to make me blush. The girl smacked him on the arm and the two shared a smile. Well, look, I think you were way too good for that prat, Penny. Honestly, you could do so much better. Like who? The girl asked curiously. The boy shrugged. I don't know, someone who is just a genuinely good person like Cedric or Herbert maybe. I know Cedric may be in a relationship now. But every girl loves to tell me for some reason that he is a good-looking bloke, and I think we can both agree he is a true Hufflepuff. I don't care much for Chong. And I could remove her from the picture if you wanted a chance. The girl looked thoughtful and then shook her head. I think I am definitely going to take some time away from relationships. You never know when someone special might pop up. But I think I will do my best to wait for the right guy. Harry smiled at the girl. That sounds like a good idea. After all, that gives you time to focus on the tournament, as I assume you will be partaking in the academic challenge, and maybe even the dueling challenge. Well, I plan to put my name into the goblet, and do the academic challenge no matter what. I don't really want to do the dueling challenge though. The thought of embarrassing myself in front of everyone, including the other school delegations, makes me sick to my stomach. The girl explained. He looked at the girl in honest shock this time. I never took you for the type to seek eternal glory, Clearwater. She gave him a weak smile. Professor Flitwick, and surprisingly Arthur Weasley convinced me to do it. Arthur wrote me a letter saying that if any Muggleborn had a chance at being selected as champion, then it would be me. He also said that if I won the thing it might do some good for Muggleborn rights. That wasn't fair of him to put that on you. Harry spat, unhappy with the Weasley patriarch. But he is right, isn't he? The girl asked. He looked her in the eyes, and for a moment thought about lying. But it was actually fairly true. He is right. You are a very powerful Muggleborn. You stand a better chance than anybody in the selection. Unless you are planning on doing it. The girl asked. Not bloody likely. I have no intention of dying. The boy said sharply. Not looking for an argument though, the girl just nodded, and the two handed their plates to the house elves and stood to leave from the kitchens in a heavy silence. A few hours had passed with Harry and Penny still hanging around the castle, generally avoiding everyone for as long as their responsibilities would allow. Penny was obviously a little emotionally distressed by her breakup, but the time to face the music had arrived. It was unfortunate that the head students had promised their head of house to escort the Ravenclaws down to the meeting point for the foreign delegations, because the return to Ravenclaw Tower and the assembling of the students had been a headache Harry could have done without. Even with all the hassle. And regardless of having the furthest to go, Ravenclaw was the first house to assemble in their entirety. This of course made them get a smile from Dumbledore, and an approving thumbs up from their head of house, but on the cold fall day the head students drew more glares from their housemates than anything else. Harry saw his brother was among the last to arrive from Gryffindor. And the two made eye contact, causing Justin to give him a sheepish grin as he stood with Susan. The young couple just looked happy to be together and holding hands, so the older brother decided to excuse his little brother's frivolities. Dismissing the young man from his thoughts, Harry began looking towards the sky and surveying the horizon in search of the new arrivals. The young man breathed deeply as he stretched and expanded his senses, hoping to be the first to detect the foreign delegations. Penelope bumped him on the side a bit. Think we will meet anyone special out of these groups? Harry shrugged his shoulders. Never underestimate your enemies. The girl scoffed. They aren't our enemies yet, Harry, they. Before she could finish he said, they are here. Everyone was still looking, and she said, where? I don't see anything. Harry pointed his finger towards the sky where a speck was in the distance, Abraxan horses, two of them pulling a massive carriage. She stared at the speck as it got larger, and after nearly 2 minutes passed she nodded, Merlin. He grinned at the girl, and his housemates who were standing nearby heard him and began shouting. In excitement, pointing out the carriage. Dumbledore announced loudly, it seems our friends from Beauxbatons have arrived. The giant horses approached faster than Harry thought was possible, and Th. EY landed smoothly just a little way from the students. The first woman to step from the carriage was easily 9 feet tall, and thin enough that a good gust of wind would pull her away if she didn't look so steady. She approached Dumbledore in just a few long strides, and was shaking hands, speaking rapidly about arrangements while her students filed out. They were mostly female, and they were all wearing short blue skirts and blue hats. Harry stretched his senses hoping to detect a powerful magical presence, but most were mediocre except for one powerful Vila in the familiar form of Fleur Delacour. They looked freezing wearing the short dresses, and Harry nudged Penelope to follow him towards the Beauxbatons students. Mademoiselle Delacour, it is good to see you again in good health. Vila turned to his voice in an instant, her face lighting up. Monsieur Potter, a pleasure to see you again in much more pleasant circumstances. Harry bit back the grimace that threatened to overtake him as he recalled their last encounter. Harry and his mother calmly stood there for a moment and gave witness to what they had done. 7 attackers total, 4 dead, and 3 that were very possibly knocking on the door. Lily turned to hug her son, and Harry just gently put an arm around her. They deserved it, Mom. They stood up to us, and we had to crush them. They were here to hurt us, and mostly you, I am sure. I have noticed who their targets have been tonight. I saw them throwing the muggles into the air. Lily Potter nodded. I tried to avoid paying much attention to anything other than getting you 2 boys out. And let the rest of the marauders handle it. We need to find Justin, the boy is a magnet for trouble. Feeling the nerves kicking in and the desire to find his brought her before something else went wrong. Harry pointed his hand towards Spellfire. Looks like Dad and the other Aurors are throwing up a hell of a fight. If I know Justin, he will have run away from the Spellfire. I saw you cast a tracking charm and that should give us the best idea. Lily nodded at her son, and the two took off towards the forest where Justin had run off to. Lily's foresight to put a tracking charm on her son seemed to have paid off as they got further from the main group fighting, and Harry was grateful because this could have been like searching for a needle in a burning haystack. More Aurors were coming on the scene in the distance to combat the largest group of what was left of the Death Eaters. People were still panicking, knocking each other over trying to escape, trampling a few. But those people weren't his problem. He continued following his mother, still launching spells into the distance at groups of Death Eaters who were trying to keep the continuously growing Auror force at bay. As Harry followed his mother towards the tree line, he heard a scream that shook him. It was loud and piercing, but worst of all, it seemed to touch the magic inside of him. He stopped instantly and his mother did as well. Harry stared in the distance where the sound had come from, and then he heard it again, and his heart leapt. He could feel the magic in the air begging him to go help. He didn't understand, but he turned to his mom. Mom, go get Justin, and protect him, I have to go help. Lily Potter immediately protested, you're not an Auror, Harry, you may be powerful, but you cannot go off on your own. Harry heard the scream for a third time, I have to go, Mom, and you have to get to Justin. He should be safe, but we can't risk it and let you come with me, nor do we have time to look and go back. Just go. With that, Harry didn't wait to converse anymore as he apparated to the furthest point that he could see, hoping to put him close enough to the source of the screaming. His decision proved to be wise, for when the next scream for help came less than 50 yards to his left, he scrambled in that direction to see a group of Death Eaters tormenting 2 girls. One appeared only about 12 or 13. But the other was around Harry's age, and she had a face that could not be mistaken. Even covered in grime and sweat, her beauty was radiant enough for him to know that it was unnatural. The girl was tossing spells blindly to try and keep the men back away from her and her sister, who was clearly panicking, but when one got close enough to shove her from behind, all laughed when she tumbled to the floor, scrambling to protect her sister. Harry felt his fury bubble as he saw the girl scrambling around trying to get away from the sick pureblood psychos that were now kicking her hands out to keep her on the ground. He listened closely to what they were saying, knowing that he would not allow anything bad to happen to the girl. "Look at this, boys, this is daughter of the bastard that killed my brother in the last war. Apparently she is under the delusion that she is better than the rest of us, if that haughty smirk she had earlier today was any indication. Stupid half-breed bitch. Doesn't seem to know her place among her social betters." Another Death Eater laughed, saying, "On her knees." The lead Death Eater smiled, "Yes, of course. Now Ms. Delacour, we are going to make you bow down to pureblood supremacy the hard way." With that, the man attempted to swat her across the face, but instead the light left his eyes as a green curse struck him in the back. In the confusion, the young man took another immediately out of the fight with a violent orange curse. The remaining men tried to scramble together a defense, but Harry managed to break one's shields and blast another out of the way. The last man drew his wand and raised it with the clear intent to duel as he began launching curses at Harry. It was clear this man had some skill as he fought against him. The level of magic and speed that determined the duel was something Harry had never experienced outside of training with his mentor in a relatively safe environment, and he was thrilled by the challenge. When he felt a bone breaker catch him in the right shoulder, he shouted in pain, and then flung blasting curses so hard and fast the man groaned as he tried to hold it all back with his shield. Harry was pushing to get closer to him as he could not break the shield, but did not give the man opportunity to run or counter. Another stray Death Eater joined the fight, and Harry was whirling his wand around in large circles, creating advanced shields, trying to close the distance while still protecting the girls behind him. Suddenly spells started coming from behind, and he was he did not whirl around to protect himself because the woman had managed to find a wand, and began screaming French at the stray Death Eater. This allowed Harry to close enough distance to nearly be toe-to-toe with the man that he couldn't dodge as he kicked him in the chest, knocking him backwards. The man grinned, spitting out, "Do you plan to fight me like a muggle?" This may have originally been Harry's plan, but as he got closer to the Death Eater he realized that the man had a monstrous build, and this changed his tactics immediately. So instead of countering the man's words, he merely grinned as he whirled his wand around to form a head-to-toe shield, blocking the man's last-ditch effort to keep him back. He closed the distance quickly, and as soon as the shield dropped he rushed the man, summoning a knife from his own back pocket. The man threw a haymaker at Harry's face, but he easily dodged under it and came up with a devastating swipe of the knife, cutting straight through the man, and then wandlessly blasting him backwards. He had felt his magic channel straight through the knife as it cut through the man, and knew major damage had to have been done before he had even blasted him away. This had effectively ended the 5-on-1-2 brawl as he spun around to throw the killing curse at the remaining Death Eater. He stopped himself, however, as it became clear that the woman had already ended her opponent with some type of piercing spell straight through the chest. As the man dropped to the ground, so did the young woman, and Harry quickly ran over, pulling off his cloak and offering it to her, wrapping it around her shoulders as her body racked itself with shivers, sobs, and an adrenaline dump. "Shish, it's okay, you're safe. I've got you. You both are safe." The girl sobbed her thanks as she hugged Harry tightly, only to let go and embrace her sister. Harry kept his wand in his hand, prepared for more attackers, but the sight of his father and the other marauders allowed him to lower his wand in relief. The memory ceased immediately, and briefly recalled speaking with the girl and learning her name was Fleur Delacour hours later. She was from a prominent French family, and her father was the equivalent to Emilia Bones in France. Trying to distract himself from the memory, Harry offered her a smile and turned to the rest of the students. Addressing them in French, Harry said, "Excuse me. You ladies look cold. My name is Harry Potter. I am the 7th-year head boy here at Hogwarts, and this is the head girl Penelope Clearwater. We were wondering if you would like us to cast warming charms on all of you." Everyone looked at the boy in surprise, and Fleur graciously accepted on behalf of the group. "Thank you, Mr. Potter, my friends give their than. KS as well for speaking to us in our native tongue and your offer, which we would be pleased to accept. I am afraid that I am unaware of how to cast the charm as it is quite warm in France most of the year. And since Beauxbatons is under powerful climate control wards we haven't needed it." A red-headed girl looked at Harry in surprise and spoke with a thick accent. "This is J-man that helped you at the World Cup." Fleur nodded with a slight coloring to her cheeks. "Oui, Amy, this is Monsieur Harry Potter." "Monsieur Potter, this is my best friend, Amy Bucourt." Harry greeted the girl with a kiss on the back of the hand. "A pleasure, mademoiselle." The girl had stunning blue eyes, and the grin that came over face was something of a playful evil as she turned back to Fleur. "Ooh la la, Fleur, you better lay claim before moi. I won't share." This caused Fleur to scoff, turning to Harry. "Don't mind her. She is a terrible flirt." The girl batted her eyelashes at Harry. "We would gray. Tly appreciate being warmed up though, monsieur. We were not prepared for the cold English weather." Harry and Penelope drew their wands and began casting the warming charm repeatedly on every student. And they all gave their thanks to the pair when they were done. "You are welcome to join us at our house table for dinner tonight if you wish. We are unsure what arrangements may have been made, but you would be welcomed with us." Penelope offered to the group in French, allowing Harry to give her an impressed look. Fleur thanked them one last time, and joined the rest of the students by their HEA. Mistress feeling much more comfortable now. Harry and Penny stepped back in line with their housemates, and a beaming Professor Flitwick. Harry then sensed a massive presence coming from the water, and looked out towards the lake. He stared at the water, and several followed his eyes to witness the water begin to bubble, before a massive ship came to the surface. Dumbledore clapped his hands, and there is our final guest. Durmstrang. Quote, "It took a few minutes for the boat to dock, and a few more for all the students to get up the castle." Harry recognized two of them instantly. One was Viktor Krum, the international Quidditch star. And the other was Igor Karkaroff, and this made Harry's blood boil at the sight of him. Igor was a Death Eater and a coward, and Harry hated both Death Eaters and cowards. The Durmstrang students were much more appropriately dressed, and were all wearing warm cloaks. Dumbledore and the headmaster of Durmstrang shook hands, and then led the students inside to the great entrance hall. It didn't take long for the festivities to begin once everyone gathered in the great hall, and the feast had started splendidly. The Beauxbatons delegation was sitting at the Ravenclaw table, allowing Fleur to grab a seat across from Harry and Penelope, and she was chatting freely with them and the rest of the French students. Durmstrang sat with the Slytherin table. Much tea. "Oh, the Gryffindor's displeasure," Harry noted with a slight grin at the sour look on his brother's face. The conversation was mostly pleasant, and thankfully Fleur did not bring up anything further from their encounter at the Quidditch World Cup, nor did her classmates. Whether it was because they knew about the incident or not, Harry was unsure, but he was grateful regardless that he wasn't going to be hassled. He noticed the rest of the Beauxbatons students had yet to introduce themselves, but Amy had been in constant conversation with Harry. She had been a charming witch, and clearly either da thing for Harry or just enjoyed riling up people. Her innuendos had certainly turned both Fleur and Penny interesting shades of red throughout dinner. During dinner, Fleur asked Harry to pass the bouillabaisse. And Harry made the girl color a little when he offered it to her with a smile, levitating the dish to her wandlessly. "I have never had this dish. What is it like?" The girl was clearly impressed by his display of magic, but tried to regain her balance and spoke back quickly. "It is like a fish stew. It is a very light dish, but quite delicious. You must try it." Fleur conjured an XTRA bowl with her wand and delicately transferred half of her soup stew into the new bowl, then levitated it over to Harry all wordlessly. Many were baffled by her casual display, and even more so than they were by Harry's. The boy gave her an impressed nod as he continued the game and waved his hand one time, and the spoon enchanted itself to do a smooth dip into the bowl, and then levitated itself to his mouth. The boy grinned at the looks, giving an exaggerated moan. "I concur. Delicious." Fleur no longer gave any emotion to the display of power, but now several of the Beauxbatons students were openly staring. She spoke evenly. "Wandless enchantments. Impressive. I liked your silent conjurations too. You have a talent for charms." "Merci," the girl said with a big smile. "Charms is my favorite subject." But enchanting is the love of my life. I wish I could do it wandlessly. One of the girls nearby, who had yet to introduce herself, interrupted before Harry could comment, Monsieur Potter. How is it that you can resist Fleur's allure? It didn't take much of a glance for Harry to see that many of the boys in his own house, and a few of the others nearby had been staring at Fleur. Harry shook his head. I can sense it. But it does not tempt me. I am competent in the magic of the mind arts, so perhaps that is why. Penny rolled her eyes as she now seemed to notice how many guys were eyeing Fleur like a piece of meat. Harry can resist the imperious curse, so a little Vila magic will do nothing to his occlumency shields. Harry wanted to chastise the girl for revealing one of his strengths to these strangers. But before he could, Fleur retorted, I assure you there is nothing little about Vila magic. It can be as dangerous as it is beautiful. A boy that Harry really didn't want to hear from then chimed in. And it is certainly beautiful at that. Fleur's eyes raised as she looked a few seats over from Harry where Roger Davies was sitting. She looked at him with slight interest. You think you can resist me? The challenge in her tone made Harry want to laugh, and Roger seemed haughty in his response, I can barely feel the pull of your allure. Harry rolled his eyes. This is nothing more than her passive allure. This is something she radiates by merely living, and she has fantastic control over it. Most short of a master in the mind arts would be unable to resist the full might of Avila's magic. Quote. Fleur gave him a surprised look. You are very well informed in the ways of my heritage, and you are entirely correct. Trying to recover his dignity from the lack of knowledge he clearly possessed, Roger tried to take a shot at Harry. I suppose you think you could resist the full allure then? Harry nodded his head. I have from other Vila in the past. I am uncertain as to the extent of Ms. Delacour's abilities, but I have tested it against others. It was Penny who spoke next with shock evident in her voice. When did you meet other Vila, Harry? Food began disappearing off the tables at that moment, saving Harry from having to explain any further, and Dumbledore stood. Now that we are done feasting, I believe it is time for the tournament to begin. Barty Crouch stepped down from the table with a tall artifact which Dumbledore pointed his wand at, and the crowd watched in awe as it melted down to a cup, eternal glory. That is what awaits the champion of this tournament. It will consist of 3 extremely dangerous tasks, and the rules are clear. No one under the age of the 17th of May submit themselves to this tournament, and once you are selected you stand alone. The Triwizard Tournament has now begun. Many of the students looked nervous at this, including Fleur. Harry turned to her and asked, big plans to join the tournament? Chance to prove I am more than just a pretty face with a Vila background. Sounds easy enough to get selected. Fleur said with a bit of pride. Amy snorted, of course, you only have to be the best. Witch or wizard in each respective school. Fleur winked at Harry, talking back at Amy, like I said, sounds easy enough. This caused many eye rolls from the Beauxbatons delegation, but Harry knew this girl could not be underestimated. Her silent magic and control over it was beyond Newt level, and she had dueled with Death Eaters and lived to tell the tale, even if she was on the ropes when Harry got involved. She managed to get back to her wand and continue fighting when most would have laid there in shock. For that alone Harry knew she was more than just a pretty face. When it was time to return to the dormitories, Harry and Penny were attempting to lead their charges back to Ravenclaw Tower, but a small hand on his arm stopped him. Fleur was staring at him in clear hope of further conversation, and Harry nodded to her wordlessly. He told Penny that he would catch up with her in the common room. After a long look at the two, Penelope left the area, and began herding the younger stud ents towards the grand staircase with the help of the other prefects. Fleur began walking out towards the grounds and Harry followed quietly, not saying a word. When they made it to the courtyard alone, Fleur began to speak. You act as if nothing is different between us. As if I am just another student from Beauxbatons. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Nothing is different between us. You saved both my life and my sister's. Of course things are different. Fleur said calmly. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm not looking to call in a life debt or anything. Don't make this more uncomfortable than it needs to be. Everyone knows the Potter and Delacour families are now in alliance, and with us spending any amount of time together it can be chalked up to this new budding alliance, or that there is an attraction between us. But unless you plan on telling the world about what happened, I certainly don't care to. You saved the lives of 2 Vila, and you expect nothing in return. I find that hard to believe, Fleur said, crossing her arms. This time Harry got agitated at that barb. Okay then. Take off your clothes. This seemed to catch the girl off guard. Excusez-moi. Strip. You want me to take a debt from you seriously? Then strip. The girl just stared at him for several seconds. Harry, however, merely stared back. Several long moments passed before Harry said, "That's what I thought. You don't want to do that. And as much as I am sure I could force your hand on the matter with this life debt, I don't care to do so. I helped you and your sister out of a tight spot. I didn't do it for a reward, I did it because I could. And because I thought it was the right thing to do. Besides, like I said, our families are now in alliance, and it would be a pretty poor way to represent such an alliance by requesting anything from you. Perhaps one day I will require your help, or that of your families, but if that day never comes, then I assure you I won't darken your doorstep with outlandish requests." At this Harry began to turn away and Fleur called out to him, "I will find a way to get even with you. I would never have forgiven myself if something had happened to my sister, and you saved our lives. I thank you. And must admit you intrigue me, Harry Potter, and that was before I knew you had prior experience with others of my heritage." Without turning back, Harry merely nodded, his head at the side, giving her acknowledgement and walking away, realizing if he had been in her shoes he would have felt the exact same way. The next 24 hours seemed to pass unreasonably slow for Harry Potter. He was pestered and bothered at every chance with updates from random people on who had submitted their name into the cup, and even had to keep his brother focused for once while they were OUT training as he anticipated who the Hogwarts champion would be. When the evening came around, Harry and his brother had actually been able to sit together during the selection along with Penelope, Cedric, and a few other people like Heidi and Herbert who were in his small circle of friends. Harry was personally hoping for Penelope or Cedric, but didn't really care enough to voice his opinion on it. The groups had gathered in the hall, and Dumbledore was standing in front of the fire. "The selection is about to begin, please everyone take a seat." Everyone did as they were told, and Dumbledore eyed the ancient artifact, the Goblet of Fire, in anticipation. The fire in the goblet turned purple for a moment, and then a piece of parchment fired into the air. "The champion from Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic is Fleur Delacour." Fleur stood with a huge triumphant smile on her face, and the Beauxbaton students clapped politely, as did the rest of the hall. A few moments of handshakes passed, and the girl was dismissed to the antechamber, shooting Harry a look from across the hall that said, "I told you so." Another minute passed and another piece of parchment was shot out. "The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum." This caused an eruption to go through the hall, and chants of Krum's name. The handshakes repeated and the boy was dismissed to follow the Beauxbaton's champion. The next time the fire lit, Harry felt his stomach actually ache a bit in anticipation, wondering who it might be. The parchment was shot, and Dumbledore caught it, and then looked at the name in surprise. A smat. Tear of applause went up throughout the crowd, but quickly died as they all saw the look on their champion's face. Harry didn't need to look at his brother, Penny, or Cedric to know they were all looking at him in confusion. His brother had been with him nearly every waking moment since the goblet was lit, and he knew it was near impossible that Harry had done it in their brief time apart. Most people seemed to have felt that this was not his style, because only a select few that would have hardly known him at all were speaking their congratulations. The seventh-year Ravenclaw head boy rose to his feet with a straight look on his face. All the people that knew Harry were watching him very carefully and could tell he was angry, but it wasn't seen on his face, it was felt by the magic swirling arrow wound him in an intense build-up that nearly everyone in the hall could now feel. The young man swept away from the table, his friends all sitting silently, clearly stunned by the turn of events, and he moved towards the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. All eyes were on him, and the whispers started as he made his way to the front of the hall, staring at the Goblet of Fire the whole time. Harry's eyes shifted from the goblet to Albus Dumbledore. "I suspect you already know I didn't enter my name into the goblet." Dumbledore stared at the enigma of the boy in front of him. Harry James Potter was a quiet, yet powerful wild card in his school. He knew the boy had very few friends, and the headmaster was never quite certain of just how the boy became so powerful under his nose, especially considering the active role he had in his little brother's life. Feeling the anger and slight anxiety from the boy in front of him, he knew it wise to be truthful. "Only from your Amat." Ions which I have not been able to read since you were a little boy indicate to me that there could have been foul play. Igor Karkaroff strode forward. What is the problem, Dumbledore? The tall dark-haired 7th year summoned his wand to his hand, giving Dumbledore a look, ignoring the Durmstrang headmaster. May I, Professor? Dumbledore stared at the boy as the whispers continued, of course. Nodding his head, he closed his eyes. And shortly reopened them, revealing a brilliant gold shade as he began swirling his wand around in a smooth, almost familiar fashion that Dumbledore could swear he had seen before. Lights flashed out of the boy's wand, the fire that was still lit in the goblet of fire changed colors several times, and when the boy stopped moving his wand he frowned. It seems that the goblet does recognize that I am now in a binding magical contract with it, and that the slip that has my name on it certainly does come from my own hand. More and more people were becoming restless around the hall. Particularly the foreign delegations as Madame Maxime drew closer to investigate. Dumbledore asked calmly, is there any more you can deduce from the artifact? Anything I can do to alleviate your concerns? The boy showed the first signs of outward hostility at the posed question. Not unless you can tell me who put my name in this goblet, and why in the foo. The boy paused for a moment and took a deep breath. And why in the name of Merlin you didn't put a guard on this at all times? It was 24 hours, Dumbledore. How hard was it to protect the magical artifact for one whole day? The chatter was getting louder around the hall. When Dumbledore bowed his head, all I can do, Mr. Potter, is apologize, and promise you that an investigation will begin in full effect. I will of course inform your parents and see if James can uncover anything of our mystery, but perhaps it would be best if you joined the other champions downstairs now. Harry bit his tongue out commenting about his parents in front of so many people, but continued to stare at the goblet as well. Why is it still lit? If the tournament had officially begun, the fire should have burnt out. Dumbledore stared at the ancient magical artifact for several moments before shaking his head. It is clear to me the object has been tampered with, but by whom I could not say. It is possible that he goblet remaining lit as a defense showing. Caught off in mid-sentence, the goblet swirled out, shooting fire in a quick circle, powerfully causing Harry and Dumbledore to summon identical shields below, seeking the fire from hitting anyone in the crowd, or anyone standing nearby. A lone flame shot towards the ceiling, and when it suddenly disappeared the flames of the goblet were extinguished, and a low piece of flimsy paper fell from the ceiling towards Dumbledore's already outstretched hands. When the paper landed in his hand, his eyes immediately shot around the hall looking for the culprit of whoever's name had fallen into his hand. A terrible feeling began to well up in Harry's insides, but before he could question whose name was on the slip, Dumbledore called out, Justin Potter. The whispers were no longer whispers. And people were now talking freely. Dumbledore roared out, Justin Potter. Harry looked towards where he had previously been sitting and saw that Cedric and Penelope were now arguing quietly as she had immediately put one hand on Justin's shoulder protectively. Justin for his part looked visibly stunned. His face was pale, and Harry could already see a bead of sweat beginning to form around his brow. He was clearly working himself up into quite a state, so Harry walked over to his brother. Penny, it's okay. Justin, come on. Justin found his feet, trying to keep a straight face desperately. Harry could tell he was struggling. Shouts came from the crowd in random sections. He's a cheat. He's not even 17 yet. Harry eyed the people who were making comments but said nothing as he walked his brother to the front of the hall. Dumbledore stared at the boy, clearly trying to use legilimency on him, but it was clear to Harry that the boy's occlumency abilities were far beyond anything short of a full-out attack. Dumbledore eventually just held out the piece of parchment towards the boy, and didn't say a word to him, but looked to Harry instead. Take your brother and go join the other champions. The judges and I will be down in a moment to discuss this unusual turn of events, and the first task. No one applauded, no one cheered, and Harry merely nodded before stepping away from the headmaster. He began walking through the staff to get to the back atrium door that would lead downstairs to the trophy room where the other champions would be gathered. It didn't take a genius to realize that his brother was silently following behind him. Before the brothers could enter the final room that led to the trophy room, Harry stopped in mid-track and didn't even turn to look at his brother. Did you do it? Did you put my name and yours in the goblet of fire? Justin immediately shouted, No, Harry, I wouldn't. No one else is going to believe you. You could have done it with our family's cloak. The Goblet of Fire is powerful, but it holds nothing on our family's particularly powerful relic. Both boys knew the implied meaning. The Goblet of Fire would easily be outsmarted by a deathly hallow, and with it being in Justin's possession, it was Harry's #1 suspect. I swear to you I didn't, Harry. After last year I wanted a quiet year. I didn't want this. I wouldn't have done this to you either, not after all. I asked you not to speak of those days again, Harry said harshly. Justin immediately stopped talking, knowing his brother was beyond angry, and Harry spoke at the wall, still not meeting his brother's gaze. I will find out about these tasks and make sure you are aware of their challenges with plenty of time to prepare for them. I will ensure you have a sound strategy that should at the very least keep you alive during the tournament. I believe if you were honest with me and had nothing to do with it, then Sirius will have been right. You think he is on the move? Justin stated, and instead of asked. The head boy nodded. We will have to move quickly if our family is to survive. There are going to be a lot of accusations against us. And hostility towards you, but you need to keep your temper, and don't rise to their bait. It will only make things worse. I understand, Harry, thank you. The boy behind him was much different than the boy who started Hogwarts 4 years ago. Justin had been humbled by his near-death experiences and could only consider himself lucky to be alive thanks to his brother's skill with a wand, and his own sheer nerve. Justin spoke. If there is anything I can do, Harry. Stay alive, the young man said quietly as he marched into the room in front of him. Justin didn't get another private word in but followed behind his brother into the next room, who went across and introduced himself to the other champions. Seems there was bad business with the goblet. I can't tell you all much, but I am sure there will be quite the investigation. My name is Harry Potter, and I didn't enter my name into the goblet, nor did my brother, but I came out as Hogwarts champion, and he came out as an unaffiliated champion. Crumb, a big, surly seeker, looked puzzled as he shook the younger Potter's hand. That do you mean you did not enter? Justin tried to shake Fleur's hand, but the beautiful blonde French champion snubbed him by looking alarmed at Harry. What will they do with the little boy? This contest is dangerous. Before Justin could retort, Harry held his hands up in a surrender-like motion, turning to girl. Mademoiselle Delacour, I appreciate your concern for my brother, but we don't know much yet, and I can assure you my brother has been trained since he was old enough to hold a wand. So while I don't believe him to be a champion that can win this tournament, I am not too worried about his abilities to survive this contest. Victor questioned, that about you? You say you did not enter. Should we be worried about you? This caused Justin to snort, and the two looked at him questioningly, but he said nothing as Harry just grinned. I am Hogwarts head boy, so I suppose I was among the most qualified. I am sure it will be an interesting competition. Justin murmured something unflattering towards his brother under his breath, but he shook his head as he flicked out his hand, expecto patronum. An ethereal stag appeared in a fully corporeal form, and Justin began speaking. Mum, the Goblet of Fire was rigged, and Harry's name came out as well as mine. Marauder Code 1. The stag looked at Justin for only a moment before taking off around the room, and then disappearing. Harry secretly applauded his brother. It was an impressive display of magic to his older competition to show his power. And it also was Harry's only jealous point in all of magic. He himself could of course cast a corporeal Patronus, but his brother's was out of even his league. Not another moment passed as the judges and professors began coming into the room, and Dumbledore went straight for Justin, but Harry stepped between the two. Justin will swear a magical oath that he did not place ace either of us in this competition, and that will be the end of it, Dumbledore. The old man stared at the younger man with a critical look, and he agreed with the head boy for this year. It wasn't often that the staff disagreed with his choice on who the head boy should be, but the decision was from almost every professor in the school that Harry Potter was the only man for the job this year. Dumbledore himself wanted Cedric Diggory, but he was overruled. Mr. Potter. Justin pulled out his wand, silently thanking his brother for stepping between him and the others. I swear on my magic that I did not put either my name or Harry Potter's name in the Goblet of Fire. Nor do I have any knowledge as to how it may have happened, or who may have done it. At the end, Justin summoned a ball of HT to the tip of his wand without any incantation, which slightly surprised Harry. He hadn't known that his brother was working on nonverbal casting. When no one said anything, Harry spoke. "Mr. Crouch, can you tell us about our first task?" Before he could say anything, Karkaroff came forward. "Now wait a moment. Just because the boy swore an oath does not dismiss the fact that Hogwarts now has 2 champions. I demand we submit the names of our other students so that we may each have an extra champion." Crouch argued immediately. "We cannot. The Goblet of Fire has been extinguished. It will not be relit until the next tournament has been voted on and signed by the ministers of magic in each respective country." Madame Maxime rose to her impressive height, clearly angered as well. "Then how do we make this fair? Hogwarts cannot have 2 champions, and the rest of us not." Arguing commenced, and Harry rolled his eyes, but continued to eye each person in the room. As of right now, in his mind everyone was a suspect. He eyed Igor Karkaroff, who was a Death Eater in the last war. He considered the possibility that the man may have done this to kill the Potter brothers for his master in an attempt to gain favor and seek forgiveness for his crimes at the end of the last war. He discounted the idea, however, because Sirius had told him the man was a complete coward, and doubted he had the brains or courage to attempt something like this. The French he waved out of his mind almost immediately, knowing they would not want to lower their chances of winning any more than necessary. Crouch was a possibility. He certainly had disdain for his father, who was now the head Aurors for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a job that Crouch had lost many years ago. Bagman was an idiot, an alcoholic, and a gambler. He could only see him putting their names in if he was making a bet on who would come out. The professors, for the most part, Harry doubted, but Moody was of course a wild card. A new professor this year could be different, but Moody was his dad's old Auror instructor, so that did certainly make him an unlikely candidate. His thoughts flickered to Pettigrew and how he could have pulled this off. But then felt the familiar cold feeling in his gut as he remembered just what fate had befallen the man at his very hands. He focused back on the conversation swirling around the room. And in a brief pause in argument he asked, "What if the other schools just submitted 2 more champions? This would allow both Durmstrang and Beauxbatons to hand-pick their most powerful or brilliant students. I think we can all agree that anything could happen in this tournament, and no matter how great the current selection of champions are, we could easily slip, or do something frivolous that could cost us our lives. If you had 2, then everyone would have an equal chance at winning. Perhaps it could even be argued that the 2 visiting schools would have more of an advantage due to my brother's age." Harry turned away so no one except Justin could see his face, and the boy had to stop a grin coming on his face when his older brother winked at him. Silence overcame the room for several moments. And when no one spoke, Dumbledore coughed lightly. "This could be done fairly easily. Only the first task would need to be adjusted, and I believe we could compensate in time. What say you, Barty? Would this satisfy your schools as well, Maxime, Igor?" Barty thought for a moment while the heads of the other 2 respective schools discussed the issue between each other for a few moments. At their eventual nods, Barty spoke. "It is unprecedented, but in the name of fairness this could be done. Our ministry will work on the first task protocols immediately to get this solved if this can prevent an international incident. We will also be informing the Department of Magical. We are already on it, Barty old boy," a man said, entering the room with a group of black-cloaked individuals. "James Potter." And a group of very familiar people to the Potter boys swept into the room, and one made a beeline towards Justin, embracing him, his own mother, Lily Potter. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, came in next. While Remus Lupin, Justin's own godfather, followed Sirius. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Auror John Dawlish brought up the rear. James strode towards the heads of the other 2 schools, offering a hand to each. "My name is James Potter, and I am the head Auror for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Seeing as my 2 sons were involved in this, my department will be taking this investigation very seriously. To oversee the impartiality of this case, Senior Auror John Dawlish has been assigned to this case as well. The rest of these Aurors are my own personal team, and we will be at your service for the foreseeable future with the greatest desire to head off an international incident." Harry's father of course was familiar with Igor Karkaroff, but the TWO shook hands and his father remained professional, which impressed the oldest Potter son. Usually his father was immature and quick to insult people, especially ones who had ties to the Death Eaters, or had been Death Eaters themselves. Pleasantries were exchanged, and Ludo Bagman caught James Potter up on what exactly had happened, along with the current compromise. The man was stone-faced as he learned of the current events. But when it was over, he sighed, if the other two magical schools are okay with this, then my department has no right to interfere with that decision. Madame Maxime spoke after a moment of silence, we do agree with the suggestion that will make the tournament fair once again. Igor nodded his head in agreement, and Bagman clapped his hands, oh splendid. In that case perhaps we can adjourn for a few minutes while the heads of school decide who they would like their second champion to be. At which point we will begin speaking of the first task. Karkaroff and Maxime departed at once with their champions in tow, and James Potter looked to his youngest son, and saw that he and his mother were exchanging words, so he came over to his oldest to provide comfort. Are you okay, son? A few years back this would have infuriated Harry due to the lack of attention he was used to getting from his parents, but after last year he felt that the relationship between himself and his parents was better. And appreciated the attempt his father was making. I'm fine. The whole thing is bullshit, but I'm okay. I ran all sorts of diagnostics on the cup, but nothing came from it. I didn't recognize any magical signatures, or anything that could tip me off on how they got our names in there. Whoever did this, they were very thorough, and very good at covering their tracks. James had only recently learned to stop underestimating his son's magical abilities, and if he told him that the person was good and thorough, then he believed him. Very well. We will do our best. I am sure your mother would like a whirl at the goblet. We will do our best to keep her from destroying it, but once the red-headed firestorm kicks up, heaven knows you can't stop her. The two men shared a brief grin, and James walked over to his younger son, leaving an opportunity for Sirius to step in. Look at you, pup. Never would have believed we would end up here. Harry rolled his eyes, but smiled a little at the man who had cared for him all these years as they embraced. That makes two of us, Padfoot. Anything you need for the tournament, for yourself or Justin, just let me know. Moony and I will get you whatever you need. The man said seriously. Harry thought for a long moment as conversations continued around the room. Is it possible to rewind the Marauders map, you think? Sirius looked startled by the question, like see where someone was hours before. I don't know. We certainly never tried it, but I suppose it's possible. Harry nodded in deep thought. If all of us worked on it. Perhaps we could roll back the charms to show us who might have slipped our names into the goblet of fire. Remus, who had just stepped into the conversation, began stroking his face in deep thought. Your idea is theoretically possible, but it would take weeks, and the creation of another map. The level of arithmancy you are talking about is mastery-level stuff. If all of us put our heads together, I suppose it's possible, but we would also have to figure out how to link the current map with a new map so that way it could be rewound back and forth as we please. It is also dismissing the possibility that someone managed to confound the goblet in front of everyone, and place 2 or 3 names in at once. Harry nodded but spoke back, I don't think so. Anytime PLE were putting names in the cup there was usually a crowd. I believe for this to have worked this person would have needed time and privacy, and if he was so powerful that he didn't need either of those things, then we are in a lot more trouble than we think. The two Marauders exchanged looks, and said, we will need Lily for something like this. It is something we can all work on, as a family. Harry said carefully. This caused both men to brighten. It hadn't even been 6 months since Harry and his family had begun to reconcile after nearly 16 years of bad blood. The fact that Harry was willing to step into a big group project with his family spoke to the milestones they had all crossed. Remus spoke gently, your mother, I think, would love that. Harry nodded his head at the men as the foreign delegations returned. And 2 new students entered the room looking equally puzzled and amazed. They were both girls, one a familiar stunning French girl with red hair that didn't seem natural in color. And the other was a petite black-haired girl that had a completely neutral expression on her face once she made eye contact with the other champions. Harry noted the girl must be a Dec Entaclumens and stored that thought away for the time being. The redhead had a huge smile on her face and bounded over towards Crumb, shaking his hand, and then moving on to Harry and Justin. Hi, I'm Amy for those who haven't met me. This is all so crazy, isn't it? 6 champions in a Triwizard tournament. Harry said nothing at first to the green-eyed girl, but Justin spoke with a slight reddening to his cheeks. Yes, something tells me they are going to rename this tournament. Maybe just the tri-school tournament or something. This caused the girl to giggle and Harry asked, "Are they binding you to magical contracts?" The girl stared at him for a moment, and that very light shade of green met with his own dark green when she whispered, "No. Madame Maxime told me that she was selecting me to be the school's second champion. But if I wanted to drop out I could at any moment. She said if I thought I couldn't handle it then she would pick someone else, but I think I am capable of at least finishing. Fleur is definitely the best pick for number 1, as she is quite powerful and being part Vila, she is very in tune with elemental magic. But I think I can give everyone a run for their money in this little competition." Harry couldn't help but feel the two girls who were asked to be champions got the better end of the deals. They could simply quit whenever they wanted. Hell, if they could see that the first task was going to take place in an Acromantula colony, they could just decide it wasn't worth it. Ludo Bagman came back down with a huge smile on his face. "Would the 6 champions please gather around?" The competitors all stepped forward and began to make a circle of sorts around the center of the room where Ludo, Barty Crouch, and Dumbledore were all standing. Ludo began speaking once everyone gathered. "Let me introduce our 6 champions once more so we are all familiar with each other. From Hogwarts we have Harry and Justin Potter. From Beauxbatons we have Fleur Delacour and Amy Bucart. And finally from Durmstrang we have Victor Krum and Alexia Volkov. Congratulations champions." No one clapped, but everyone could tell that Bagman lived for this kind of controversy. Now let me begin to tell you all about the first task. Now this task is designed to test your courage in the face of adversity, and we will be pushing you all into an arena with as little information or hints as possible of what you might be facing. Any questions? Silence throughout the room, and Harry rolled his eyes. They might as well have just sent them all to bed if they weren't really going to tell anyone anything. But when no one spoke, Ludo clapped his hands together excitedly. "Excellent. The weighing of the wands will be 1 week from today, and the first task will take place in just over 3 weeks on the 24th of November. Good luck, champions, and we will see you all at the first task." This allowed the man to put a hand on Barty Crouch and he began to drag him away so they could discuss changes in the tournament. The rest of the group took this as a dismissal, and as the champions all took a final look at each other the circle broke, and little pockets of groups and conversations took place. And some even began to depart. James put a hand on both of his sons and steered them away from the others and towards the gathered Marauders and Lily Potter. When they all got in the group, privacy wards started going up and Lily surged forward to hug her oldest son. "Harry, I am glad you are okay. I am sorry this happened, and I am sure if the professors would Avenue had to pick a champion you certainly would have been the first pick." The young man smiled at his mother's confidence in him, and sighed, "I hope you're right about that." The woman patted his cheek and then grew serious. "Sirius told me about your thoughts on the Marauders map. I'll admit I am not sure it's possible, but maybe we can all put our heads together and figure out something." Harry nodded his head, and already began planning different strategies he might partake in to get the map to reverse time. James spoke softly, "We are going to head upstairs and start working on the goblet. Harry, would you like to join us?" Shaking his head the boy spoke, "No, I think I will just head back to my common room. I've done all I could with the goblet. If you guys find anything, send a Patronus for me." James nodded, and requested something else. "Will you walk your brother back to his common room then? It is late, and with what just happened." "Dad, I can walk to my own common room." "Of course Dad. It's not like it's that far out of my way," Harry said, easily contradicting his brother. The man smiled and pulled his son in for a hug. Harry stiffened, still not used to hugs from his father, but patted the man's back as they separated. Hugs continued from his mom, and quick ones between Remus and Sirius. This allowed the final 2 champions to depart the antechamber, and begin their way upstairs. It was a mostly silent venture, but when they got to the split that separated Gryffindor Tower from Ravenclaw, the two turned and faced each other for the first time that night. Justin spoke quietly, "I'm scared, Harry. Whoever did this clearly didn't enter me because they thought I could win." Looking back at his brother he sighed, "Then you proved them wrong. Give them everything you've got. And do your best to win this damn thing. Harry, I don't stand a chance against you." You saved my life from Quirrell, Tom Riddle, Peter, and this time you won't be able to help me. The boy said nervously, looking at the ground. You helped in every single one of those cases, Justin. You just kept fighting even when we were both hopelessly outclassed. I've never once had to question why you were placed in Gryffindor. And now you will show the world. Have faith in yourself. Your Patronus speaks miles of your magical power. Don't be so down on yourself, because I would be shocked if any one of those other champions could produce more than a mist. We are going to make it through this, together. I will start investigating the first task in the morning. I've got some friends in the ministry. And odds are someone will know what's going on. When I know, I will let you know, so you and your crazy friends can work out a strategy. Just remember, Justin, play to your strengths. With that, Harry began walking away. And only stopped when he heard his brother call his name. He didn't turn, but he stopped to listen. Thank you, Harry. The older brother said nothing, but nodded and continued his way up to Ravenclaw Tower. Shaking his head from the memory, Harry realized what followed was the best summer of his life. He had become closer with his parents and brother than he ever had before. He traveled with his family. He laughed with his family, and for the first time he felt like he was part of the family. He wished his master could see it. Of course, the man predicted that it would happen one day. Harry just didn't believe him, not that he was ever wrong. Thinking of the man that made him who he was, he walked over to his desk to see that Hedwig had delivered a paper and a letter. Realizing who the letter was from, he quickly ignored the provocative front-page article and tore into the letter. Harry, I am sorry this letter will not reach you in time, but I must offer my congratulations on being selected in the Triwizard Tournament. I wish I had been at Durmstrang when the competition was being held, but alas, it seems I will have to live vicariously through my apprentice. I will contact you tonight at midnight. Then we will speak more on what I have seen, and what we may be able to do to stop it. Your friend, G.G. P.S. Ignore the idiots in the Prophet. I could W.E.P. Ms. Skeeter and the rest of her line off the face of the earth if you so desire. Putting down the letter with a slight dread building up in his mind, he turned towards the newspaper. Dark Lord Potter. Good morning, rabid readers. I have quite the controversial story that unfolded on the grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry that needs to be shared with our great country. The legend. Airy Triwizard Tournament was supposed to be hosted this year here in England, and only 3 champions were supposed to emerge as champions, but my dear readers, that is not what happened. At first, the Goblet of Fire, the magical artifact that selects champions, seemed to be functioning just fine. It selected Bulgarian Quidditch superstar Victor Krum, 18, to be the representative of Durmstrang, and a stunning Vila French girl, Fleur Delacour, 17, to be the representative of Beauxbatons. This is where things, however, went awry. Harry Potter, 17, was selected as the Hogwarts champion. Many may remember that I did a front-page exclusive on this student just 5 months ago on the murder of Peter Pettigrew, by the very same Harry Potter. For those who don't know, Peter Pettigrew, the accused Death Eater who sold the Potters out to he who must not be named at the end of the Last Blood War, was killed on the grounds of Hogwarts by the Potter heir. Harry Potter was of course cleared of all charges by his own father, head Auror of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, James Potter, without even conducting a proper investigation. Not only that, my dear readers, but Hogwarts' illustrious headmaster, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, supported Mr. Potter and claimed it was self-defense, and that the ever-evasive Death Eater was guaranteed the Dementor's kiss upon capture either way. Let this not stray you from the facts of this case. 16-year-old Harry Potter is capable of murder, whether in self-defense or not, it hardly matters. That alone makes it questionable at best whether to allow the brother of the boy who lived to enter this tournament. Speaking of the boy who lived, the plot thickened when, within 5 minutes of Harry Potter's name coming out, who claimed to have not voluntarily entered the tournament, his own brother's name came out of the Goblet of Fire. That's right, readers, not 3 champions, but 4. Reliable witnesses say, however, that Justin Potter, 14, swore a magically binding oath that he had nothing to do with his name being placed in the goblet, nor did he have any knowledge of his entrance into the contest. This could only mean one thing. Harry Potter must have entered both himself and his brother into the Goblet of Fire. This is a clear case of Harry Potter trying to prove that he is capable of the same great feats of magic that his own brother is capable of. Justin Potter of course is famous for surviving the killing curse, and now his brother wishes to prove just which of them is the greater wizard in this magical contest. Does this show the mental instability of an heir to one of Britain's oldest families as he goes out of control? Is a showdown between the Potter brothers going to turn deadly as early as the first task? These are questions we must all ask ourselves, and I for one would like all my loyal readers to pray that the youngest Potter brother will not be attacked by the rising Dark Lord and his own family. Stay tuned for more information on the Triwizard Tournament, and history of the Potter family. The young Potter wanted to bang his head on his desk, but decided that if the people wanted to believe he was a Dark Lord then there was really nothing he could do about it. He fit the description well enough and couldn't do much to help the sheep that believed anything they read. Looking over the article again he had to roll his eyes multiple times over the prophet lying on even the most basic of things. They didn't even cover the other two champions. Shaking his head in disgust he incinerated the paper with his hands and threw the small fireball into his fireproof bin. Walking out of his room and down the stairs he knew no one in his common room would be awake yet. They threw a small party in celebration for him. But admittedly he shook as few hands as possible, and arrived late enough in the party that they excused him after basic greetings. It was one of the few things about Ravenclaw he loved. The party scene wasn't something that his housemates really focused on. Of course there were the celebrations that followed the end-of-year exams, and when they won the Quidditch Cup every year. But as far as weekend debauchery, it didn't really exist in House Ravenclaw. Therefore most stayed off his warpath when he returned to the common room. Even Penny knew that Harry was not going to want to talk, and left him alone after a hug, and a promise that they would talk later. He easily made it down to the grounds without interruption. His brother was waiting for him and they began their daily workout starting with his basic running cardio that went faster than usual due to some pent-up anger the boys were holding in. 10 kilometers in 45 minutes was nothing impressive, but they did it to keep in shape. And when they were done, the two brothers were sitting on their knees on the beach. They were breathing heavily and began to practice their occlumency exercises silently. It wasn't much longer however before Justin broke the silence. "What are we going to do? Have you seen what the prophet said?" "Unfortunately I did. I can't say I am surprised though. The CMPLE-minded are always easy to be led astray. You remember when half the school turned on you during the Chamber of Secrets for being a parselmouth? It's kind of like that, but on a bigger level. The good news is at least if half the country turns on us we don't have to face them every day." This caused the younger Potter brother to grin slightly. "So, no masterful plan. I have to say I am slightly surprised. I almost expected you wouldn't have slept last night, and by the time I came down you would know all 3 tasks, and begin drilling us on how we were going to complete each one right away. And take away all the suspense and fun in watching you panic a little bit. Not a chance." This caused both brothers to chuckle at their shared misfortune. The two stared out at the water and Harry asked, "Are you ready to really begin your training?" Justin looked at his brother in surprise. "You mean we've been holding back?" This caused Harry to grin, "Only in variety, but I think if you ally want to survive this tournament you are going to have to let me teach you everything that runs through my head." "I trust you, Harry," Justin said confidently, "even though you know I am well trained in the dark arts." Harry asked carefully, "You've only used it to save my life so far." "Mum's as well. Fleur's too if we want to be technical. I think I am starting to learn that magic isn't as light or dark as I was raised to believe. It's all about intent, right? I think you have proven that to me over the last few years." Harry grinned looking at the rising sun. "You are ready then?" "You are absolutely right about what you said though. At least I believe you are. What will you do if Dad finds out and questions where you learned it all from?" "I don't care." This surprised Harry. "What? I don't care. I don't want to have to rely on you to save my life every time something goes wrong. You used your life debts over me to keep me from telling everyone what you've done, and I am tired of getting in these situations. And being knocked out for most of it. First Quirrell, then the chamber, Pettigrew was the final straw. It's why I pushed myself so hard this summer. Whatever you want to teach me, Harry, I am willing to learn." Quote. Harry stared at the young boy before him and thought how much he'd changed from the boy he saved in his 4th year, Justin's first. When Harry saved him from Quirrell, he made Justin swear that he wouldn't tell a soul, even Dumbledore, about what really happened. Of course, Justin was unconscious, so he didn't see Harry grab the man's face, causing the man to dissolve. It was no wonder he wouldn't shake hands with anyone afterwards. Harry had told Justin what happened when he woke up, and then told him the version of events he wanted the world to know. Since the life debt was working against him, he had no choice but to accept. The Chamber of Secrets had been even stickier. Harry had saved his brother's life from Tom Riddle, and he convinced Justin to tell Dumbledore that Harry had been knocked out during the rock slide when Lockhart's wand backfired. For the most part, his family has no idea the lengths he'd gone to protect his little brother, the role he has played in each of his adventures. They only believed he was there on Justin's path to greatness. The Peter Pettigrew event, however, could not be avoided, and the world knew the truth. Harry understood the helpless feeling that Justin must have felt, but he didn't know if his brother was truly ready to train the way he had been. "I am willing to give it a try." The boy looked excited already, but Harry stopped him. "You get one chance, Justin. You will meet me down here at the same time every day. We will run for our warm-up, and then we will duel. Every day, and I mean it. I will give you days off on occasion. But they are going to be completely random. If I am going to dedicate time to really teach you in my final year at Hogwarts, you've got to be committed. Do you accept?" No hesitation came from the young man. "Yes." Harry sighed. "Very well then, let's begin." The boy's eyes widened immediately. "Like now?" Rolling his eyes, the older brother said, "Yes, now. I could attack you in, say, 5 minutes if that makes you feel better." No, I'm ready." He said it with such uncertainty that Harry almost laughed. He relaxed his shoulders, and his body as he began to flow his magic through his body. "Begin." Harry swirled his wand around, and water shot out from the nearby lake, hurtling at the young boy. Justin's eyes widened for only a moment when he began ing his wand through the air in an attempt to deflect the torrent of water his brother was throwing at him. The attack was deflected fast enough, but a wave of fire now rolled its way towards him. He yelped and banished it to the side, then attempted to mount his own offensive when a strong gust of wind attempted to knock him off balance. This time a stunner was sent along with the wind, and he threw himself on the floor. Suddenly, he felt a stinging sensation hit him as he lay on his back. The wind suddenly stopped, and he pulled himself off the ground, avoiding his brother's eyes. When he looked down, he saw that his brother seemed to have hit him with some pink paint. He looked up questioningly, and the boy asked, "Ready for round 2? You lasted about a minute, and we need to improve that time. I will give you more and more as we progress through each element and begin again. Then I will begin slipping spells into the elements like the stunner you managed to dodge. You did okay dodging, but then you threw it all to the wind while relaxing on the ground. The next thing I hit you with was a colored stinging spell that showed where you were hit. Now imagine that was a bone breaker, a gouging spell, or obviously something worse. How did you fare?" "I'm dead." "Precisely." The boy grinned once he was facing away from his younger brother. This was a serious blast from the past. When he turned back, he had a straight face once again, ready to go again. Justin straightened himself up again and nodded. The process repeated for over an hour, and Harry had to say he was slightly impressed with his brother's resolve. Most would get tired and start to last a shorter and shorter amount of time, but Justin just continued to invent creative ways of escaping bad situations almost at will. With the exception of a few times, he lasted longer and longer. At the end of the hour, however, Harry summoned a massive tidal wave that dwarfed his opening attack. It swirled around Justin's body, and acted as if he was going to sweep his brother away. The result was quite comical. The boy's jaw was on the floor, and he dropped his wand in shock. Harry grinned as he began raising the water in the air, and casting it back towards the lake, allowing it to create a giant splash. When Harry turned to face his brother with a smile, the boy just continued to stare at him. The Potter Airwalk. Ed over to his brother and put a hand on his shoulder. "You know, I've never scared an opponent into submission before. How many people have you threatened to drown with a tsunami?" "Touché. Maybe I will save that for something in the tournament. You did well today. Let's do it again tomorrow. It was a great workout for me as well." Harry admitted. The two were walking back to the castle in relative silence when Justin asked. Do you think the marauders and you will discover who put our names in the goblet of fire? Yes. I will figure it out with or without their help, but it seems that my idea last night had credence. And with lots of help, and work, I think we can figure it out. I don't know if the tournament has been interfered with, but if it has I would rather the person who did this be in Azkaban before the first task. Quote, does anything ever worry you? Justin asked skeptically. Plenty of things, but I don't let my emotions get the better of me. If I am always in control then no one gets to see me worry. It's a good tactic you should try sometime, my dear Gryffindor brother who wears his heart on his sleeve. This caused Justin to push his brother lightly, and the two went into breakfast chatting amiably. Many people were staring at the duo covered in sweat, and it wasn't because they smelled like outside. The article had gone around the Great Hall by now, but it wouldn't be the first time people were whispering about the Potter brothers in the open. Harry felt himself above such nonsense and took a seat at his table. Occasionally some of the braver younger years old congratulate him on his appointment as Hogwarts champion, and usually anyone in the vicinity would take their chance to also add their congratulations without getting sucked into a conversation, which Harry was honestly thankful for. Towards the end of breakfast he heard a female voice grab his attention from nearby, Monsieur Potter. Harry turned to see Fleur in her blue Beauxbatons robes looking stunning as ever in the short blue skirt, and flattering blue top that came with a blue hat to complete the look. It was a good thing Harry liked the color blue as he took the girl in with a quick glance, Mademoiselle Delacour. I think that as we are both champions in this tournament and we have already had several encounters, that we can refer to each other by our first names. So please call me Harry. She gave him a small smile and her blue eyes seemed to light up with it. I think I would like that, Ari. The way she said his name made his spine curl up a bit, but he gave no indicative. On of the way she said his name affected him. What can I help you with then, Fleur? Justin, to his credit, seemed just as unfazed by her passive allure as he was, but he could tell others around him were starting to stare. Though she didn't seem to care, I just wanted to comment how impressed I was on your training with your brother this morning. Many in Beauxbatons were awake when the two of you began your dueling training. And it was quite the sight to behold. I have never seen such an unorthodox way of training before. Where did you learn it, if I may ask? Her French accent made it slightly hard to understand her. But Harry got the gist of what she was saying, old familial techniques. I have trained like that for years. Now it is time for Justin here to take the mantle. I was pushing his training to prepare him for the dueling tournament, but now he has the daunting task of surviving the 3 challenges picked for people 3 years his senior as well. I will ensure he is prepared. Justin was looking at him with clear suspicion, and realized that the young man would know that the way he was being trained was unlike any technique in the Potter family grimoire that he had ever seen. Justin may have recognized the lie Harry told, but if Fleur had caught on she gave no indication. I think I quite look forward to our first rounds of dueling together. Harry gave a slight bow of his head. The week after the first task is what I am hearing. I believe they figure if we can't fight after the task it isn't that big of a deal, but being unable to perform during the task might just cost a champion their life. So it makes sense to me. Fleur looked thoughtful but shook her head. I would like it if you were to show me around the castle sometime, Ari. I would hate for the state of our alliance to be questioned just because we will be competing against each other in this tournament. I would love to show you around. How about tomorrow afternoon? He asked confidently with a smile. It's a date, she said with a grin and began walking away. Many eyes followed her as she walked away, and Justin muttered, I hate you. This caused the head boy to give his brother a grin. Don't let Susan hear you say that. A young witch like that probably has some pretty big jealousy issues. Speaking of the red-headed 4th year, she came running towards their table from the entrance to the hall and embraced Justin for the first time since his name came out of the goblet. Justin, I have been so worried. Is there any news? No, nothing yet. My brother and my family are on the hunt though. As I am sure your aunt is as well. He said keeping his arm around the girl. Susan sighed and turned to Harry. You will look out for him won't you? Harry gave the girl an easy smile. Of course I will, Susan. It's what brothers do. She nodded and the two began conversing on theories of the first task, and how they would go about preparing for it. As he sat back watching the young couple converse, he could only wonder how things would have turned out if his family had never turned his back on him. Classes went on as normal for the remainder of the day, and when it was over he was thankful. Professor Flitwick had pulled him aside and updated him on the situation with the Goblet of Fire, and reported pretty much what Harry had already figured out. A powerful witch or wizard confounded the goblet. And they were thorough, not leaving a single trace behind. His frustration was slightly alleviated by the fact that Flitwick had presented him with a captain's badge for the dueling team. I think you deserved both, to be honest, but we decided Oliver Wood was crazy enough to lead the Hogwarts contingent against the international competition, and he wouldn't question your kill as seeker regardless of how many team practices you may miss. Harry stared at the badge, already contemplating who he was going to allow into each of the 10 slots in his team roster. He thanked his head of house gratefully at the faith he had always held for him. Feeling in high spirits, Harry avoided the glances that came his way as he made his way back to his dorm room. He had been theorizing all day in his head how he would get a head start on the map, and he was anxious to get started. Deciding to retire to his room for the evening, he walked through the common room exchanging quiet greetings with people he passed and sealed his bedroom door upon his arrival. He picked up the Marauder's map carefully and spoke the activation phrase, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The map immediately began to animate, and dozens of names slowly began appearing across the parchment. He spotted many familiar names, and a few new ones from the foreign delegation that must have been trying to get a feel for the castle. He continued studying the map intently, hoping to find a name that would ring a bell, or see one that was somewhere it shouldn't be, but after a while the only odd thing he found was that Alistair Moody and Barty Crouch seemed to be having a late-night rendezvous in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Harry sighed, closing the map, and went towards his desk where a familiar mirror was lying. He picked it up and activated it by saying, "Lily Potter." A few moments passed before a redhead's face appeared on the mirror. "Hi, sweetheart. This is a pleasant surprise." "Good evening, Mother. Can you start a running list of charms that can reverse animations?" Harry asked professionally. The woman looked thoughtful. "That could be a pretty extensive list. There is animation of the elements, animations for dozens of transfigurations, and hundreds of animations for charming certain things. I want a list of all of them. I think it's going to take a lot of experimentation to get started on figuring out how to reverse animate the map to show things that have happened in the past. Then we are going to have to figure out the arithmancy calculations to get this map to tell time so we know how far back we are going once we do figure it out." "You want to add a clock to the Marauder's map?" Lily asked curiously, her gaze drifting as if she were already calculating the required changes in her head. "I think it would be a good start. If I'm going to create my own improved map, it should help if I have a good understanding of every charm placed into this crazy thing." She looked at him in surprise. "Goodness, Harry, sometimes I forget you are in Ravenclaw. Ever consider a charms or arithmancy mastery? The map you're thinking of would be considered an amazing example of your work by any master of the art, and they would almost certainly take you on as an apprentice." Harry almost said that his master wouldn't appreciate the competition, but he bit his tongue realizing his family didn't know about his mentor. Lily spoke gently, "Sweetheart, is something wrong?" Harry swallowed hard. "How can you tell? Your father gets that look when something is troubling him. I never saw that look until his 7th year. Now he only has that face when he is trying to crack a particularly hard case, or he wants to tell me something I won't be happy about," she said kindly. "It is something I want to tell you. All of you, but I don't think this is the right time. I know you would have read the article in the Daily Prophet this morning." Harry said softly, "Yes, and Rita Skeeter better never cross me in a dark alley, because they will never find her body after what she continuously prints about my children." Lily said darkly. Lily Potter with a dark side, who would have known? "I've heard good things about this infamous Lily Evans power, and after seeing it at the World Cup, maybe I will put it to the test this summer," Harry said cheekily. The woman grinned. "I warn you. I once handled all 4 Marauders at once. No great feat, I imagine," Harry said back quickly, making the woman laugh. "Sweetheart, whatever it is you want to tell us, we will be happy to hear you out whenever you are ready. We are family. We will stick by you no matter what." Our mistakes in the past. They will never be repeated. You have my word. The boy was silent for a few moments before saying, "Thanks. Mom. I love you, sweetheart. Try not to get too worked up in this mess. I know projects like this used to drive me to the edge of insanity since I would never sleep while I worked." Lily admitted with a small smile. "I will do my best to get some rest. Good night, Mom." The mirror turned off as he turned it over on his desk and he took a deep breath. Thinking over his conversation with his mother. He only hoped she was honest when saying his family would stick by him no matter what. He was sure the revelation of who his master was would be sure to send shockwaves, not just through his family, but the wizarding world as well. He worked on the map for several hours before he decided it was time for his meeting. He grabbed his broom, and opened his window. Diving out of the castle towards the ground to build up speed, then pulling up and aiming his broom to the skies, his feet nearly skimming the grass as he rose. He soared above the forbidden forest, and went beyond what most Hogwarts students would ever recognize. After nearly 30 minutes of flying he began to descend as he realized he was in mostly normal Muggle nature territory. He felt W.R.'s wash over him as he flew into a small area that held a lone log cabin. Smelling fresh food, and a smoky pine, he smiled as he placed his broom up against the house, and pushed open the door as he had done for many years. He walked into the single-room cabin and took a deep breath, getting a feel for the magic in the proximity. He was searching for the familiar presence in the room that he was certain he would find. And after a moment he sighed, basking in the familiarity. "I hope I did not keep you waiting, my master." "Good evening, Harry. I suspect you are well," the older man said, rising from his chair in the dark corner. As he stood he took in his master's appearance. His right eye was a glowing blue that Harry knew was a magical eye that helped calm the pain in his head from the old man's visions. His left was a dark brown color that could have been black in the way he hid in the shadows. The tall pale man however had smooth gray combed back hair that was spiked in a style that showed the heart of a much younger man. His face was perfectly clean shaven. "I am as well as can be expected. I was forced to fight for my life at the World Cup, and now my name has come out of the goblet. Having that Skeeter bitch call me a rising Dark Lord in the newspaper has made me pretty cross with things, to be honest with you," Harry said testily as he made his way to the kitchen to prepare the tea as his master liked it. This was a man he could be himself in front of, and he had been so for his entire Hogwarts magical education. Harry was walking through the Forbidden Forest, frustrated with the way things were going. He wasn't relating to his peers like his godfather said he would, and he couldn't seem to be even cordial with the kindest of people in his house. His dark attitude had put him in position to be an outcast, and his first year wasn't even halfway over. He hated this day. People were celebrating the fall of the Dark Lord, but today was not a happy day for Harry Potter. He knew this was the day that his life and childhood began to unravel. It was this day 11 years ago that the Dark Lord tried to wipe his family off the map, on Halloween 1981. Kicking the ground in frustration, Harry drew his wand, Stupefy. A jet of red light shot from his wand. Reducto. A blasting curse leapt from his wand and hit a nearby tree, shaking it from the ground up. Defodio. A gouging hex. A piercing charm. Fire. Water. Things were shooting out of his wand so fast he didn't even realize he had stopped using words as tears streamed down his face at the frustration of his life. He suddenly plopped down to the ground and wanted to scream, but before he could a man's voice entered the area. "Your piercing charm is sloppy, but your blaster is good." The young boy's eyes shot up to see a man in a black cloak with a white button-up shirt, and black trousers, all illuminated by a white scarf, and a stunning glowing blue eye. The man's hair was slicked back and Harry quickly drew himself to his feet, pointing his wand at the man. "Who are you? What do you want?" The man held his hands up in a sign of surrender. "Nothing, dear boy. You seem to be letting out your frustrations. And I just wanted to help you with a little wand work. Your piercing charm is good for your age, but it could be better. Your wrist movement gets a little dicey, and if you clean it up with your power it should look more like this." With a flick of the man's wrist, an arrow-like spell shot out of the man's wand and went through a nearby tree, and into the next, and through the one after. And seemed to go through nearly 5 trees. Harry stared at the spell in awe. "Can you teach me to do that, sir?" "I could. I am a seer, my boy. I came here tonight, because fate has ordained that we be brought together. I am in search of an apprentice. One that I can pass my knowledge on to before I pass into the next great adventure. I must do this for the greater good, because all lost magical knowledge is a travesty. The man said, flourishing his hands around. The older man was a mystery to Harry. Why me? The man shrugged his shoulders, eyeing the shadows in the forest. Why not you, my boy? My visions showed our meeting in this very spot, and then I saw us rising up together. You are a titan of magical power that would one day be more powerful than this cowardly Dark Lord your little brother supposedly defeated. Supposedly? Harry asked carefully. Oh, I think you know the truth. There is no way an infant could have deflected the curse to end all curses. Search your feelings, search your magic. And the truth will present itself. The man encouraged calmly. How do I do this? Close your eyes, and think back to what little you remember from the moment it all happened. Harry did this quietly as he tried to remember anything he could. The moment was all so blurry, but he remembered his grandmother standing before him. The whispered words of an enchantment, of something powerful building up in the room. I will protect you boys. Always. The words hit Harry like a tidal wave, and he realized just what the man was referring to. How did you know? Why didn't you tell anyone? The man rolled his shoulders, still pacing in wide circles around Harry as if he were sizing him up. It was not my story to tell. Besides, I wronged the world long ago for the greater good, and it never forgave me. I wish to make amends with the magic of the world, and do a final good deed, and I have seen enough to believe you could be that final good deed, my child. Magic blooms only in rare souls, but you, my boy, could be the most rare magical child I have ever come across. Harry stared at the man in wonder. What will you teach me? The man grinned and held out his hands in a wide motion. Everything. It took Harry a long while to trust the man completely, but years passed and they trained together many nights. He would always send owls or charmed messengers to meet him to inform them of their next session. 6 years later and the two had grown the bond only a master and apprentice could share. I understand your frustration, but you must remain patient and in control at all times. The world has only begun to see the extent of your magical abilities, and in time will be odd as they realize it is far too late to stop your rise to power. Harry chuckled. I still don't plan on taking over the world. The man grumbled. If Albus or I had your power at the age you are now, the world would have already been on its knees. Though I respect your desire to keep your power in moderation. Perhaps if Albus and I had done that, we could have done the world a lot good, together. Gellert, I think you are still within means of redemption. Winning these magical contests will only be the beginning of my magical exploits, and when the world realizes just how powerful I am, I will tell them of the man that trained me. The man that practically raised me. The changed man who regretted the actions of his youth. I will make sure the name of Gellert Grindelwald will be a name respected throughout the wizarding world again one day, I swear it. Harry said with a bit of heat. The man chuckled. Always the ambitious one you were, but in different ways than myself. I believe you are nearly ready to make a good fight against this supposed Lord Voldemort. I have seen your showdown in my visions many times. It is unclear to me who wins, but I see his rise to power, and the two ways I have seen it are vastly different. One is years of death and destruction within you. Clear victor in the devastation brought by the war, and the other is a single night of carnage followed by victory. I am unsure of what path we currently follow, but I hope I am there to face this monster that Albus and I made. Harry shook his head. You can't be held responsible for the rise of Voldemort. Dumbledore holds much more of the blame than yourself. Had he not been so busy fighting me in Europe, perhaps he would have put a stop to the monster before he ever truly gained traction. Besides, I knew Albus would need the Elder Wand one day to keep Voldemort at bay. If I had known that Scamander had laid the trap for me, I would have gotten it to him another way, but by the time I allowed Dumbledore to disarm me, he thought I was too far gone in the dark arts, and decided to hold me up in that godforsaken prison. Harry rolled his eyes. They had all seen your power. They feared what they couldn't control. I could have struck them all down when I escaped, but of course that was the day I had my first vision of you. My apprentice that would rise from the ashes. Grindelwald said with pride. All right, enough of the gushy stuff. Are we going to train or not? Harry said, rising in anticipation. Soon. I merely wanted to speak with you of the tournament. I have already seen your first task. Dragons, a Hungarian horntail for you in particular. If you're curious, your brother will be facing the Ukrainian Ironbelly. Nasty beast. If you recall my stories from the war in the Scamander brothers. Harry stared at the man to see if he was joking, but when he realized he wasn't, he plopped into his chair. Dragons, huh? That is more daunting than I would have believed the ministry capable of making children face. Well, if it makes you feel any better, your brother and yourself have by far the most dangerous breeds of dragons in the tournament. Naturally, the pregnant pause that followed made Grindelwald stare at his young apprentice with great scrutiny. If we were to be attacked by a dragon, what would be your first inclination? To blind it. A powerful stinging charm came from nowhere so fast Harry had no time to move as it hit him in the shoulder. Son of a. Wrong. A blind dragon is a pissed-off dragon, and a pissed-off dragon means a dead wizard. We are attacked by a dragon, what would be your first inclination? Get rid of its ability to fly. Harry said, bracing himself for another stinging hex. But none came. Not bad. You've gotten rid of its ability to fly. What now? Trap it. Maybe with advanced transfigurations followed by dozens of enlargement charms to scare it. Possibly back it into a corner. Grindelwald nodded, sliding a hand across his facial hair, looking bored by his plan. Good. Good. If the task is to retrieve an object like I believe, then that should answer your problem. Get you a decent score. Harry growled at the taunting nature of his master's comment. Protega Diabolica. I will kill the dragon, and accomplish a feat that hasn't been seen since the First Great War. This made the man's face turn into a smile. My boy, you think you can control my spell? Without hesitation Harry responded, I know I can. I will summon the fire through the protection spell. And use it to slay the dragon. Show the world that my power goes far beyond magical combat. You nearly destroyed Paris 70 years ago with this spell. I will nearly defeat the dragon. And then stop the spell myself. No one alive has ever seen this spell cast. Not even Dumbledore. He will of course heard the story from Newt Scamander. Grindelwald said calmly. Then it can be his first hint of just how I grew to this level of power. I would fight circles around Dumbledore now, and the sooner I can take the Elder Wand from him the easier time I will have of protecting my family. And possibly taking down Voldemort. It is a bold plan. So you approve? Naturally. In fact, I think I will be there to witness it myself. You plan to attend my tasks? Oh yes. I have seen each of these tasks in my visions, and in each one I have seen you perform incredible feats of magic. I must see my apprentice rise to be a champion. Grindelwald said, looking out a window towards the forest. Towards Hogwarts, towards Dumbledore. I will not disappoint you, master. Harry said with a bow. Of that I have no doubt, Harry. Now return back for your rest. I understand. Do you have a date with a French villa tomorrow? I would hate for you not to perform to the best of your manners. I, after all, had great relations with the villa during the Great War. If I hadn't and the way your visions affected you at times, I would think being a seer is the best magical ability ever. Your ability to know everything about my life without me getting the chance to tell you is unfair. Gellert smiled slightly. A gift and a curse, he said, with a roll of his neck and closing his eyes. The future is always changing. A constant swirl of visions. The man said, opening his eyes, we must remain vigilant. I will send for you again in 3 days. Be well rested. I would like to see you test my old spell before I let you unleash it on the world without practice. Harry bowed as he felt the dismissal coming. Is there anything you would like me to bring you next time? The man looked thoughtfully before shaking his head. If I think of anything I will send it in my missive. Be careful out there, Harry. Voldemort is on the move. Harry felt the chill go down his back, but it wasn't really news. The signs were already there with the attack at the Quidditch World Cup, and then his and Justin's name coming out of the goblet. The young man merely nodded, and returned back to the grounds of the campsite where he had left his broom, and took off into the night. Harry's training had begun practically as soon as he arrived back at Hogwarts. The sun was just starting to break the sky when he met his brother, and the two set about conducting their daily training. It went better than the previous day, and Harry had few critical words for his brother. Part of this was likely due to his sleep deprivation, but he chose not to dwell on the weakness of sleep. As the two were walking back up to the castle, the The feeling of not sleeping for over 24 hours hit Harry regardless of his feelings on the matter. He was used to the lack of sleep though, and summoned a pepper-up potion from the moleskin pouch that Sirius had given him for his 16th birthday. Uncorking the vial, he downed the contents eagerly, allowing his energy to return temporarily. Justin had noticed Harry's fatigue during training and finally asked, "Up all night working on the map?" "And more, yes. I have discovered the first task," Harry said patiently. Justin nearly stumbled over his own feet. "Seriously. When I joked about you not figuring out the task over the first night, I wasn't being serious. How did you find out? What is it?" Harry looked across the grounds, and confirmed the boys were still alone this early. He looked towards the Beauxbatons carriage in the distance and saw a few girls out trading spells, but they were far enough that there was no way they would hear him. "I told you I had friends at the ministry. Now don't freak out, because I have already started on a plan. Promise me you won't freak out." The two were stopped now, looking at each other, and he could feel his brother's nervous anticipation. "I'll be calm, just tell me." Harry sighed. "Dragons, it's the first task." Justin looked at his brother in shock. "No, it can't be. Even the ministry wouldn't be stupid enough to pair up barely of age wizards with dragons. We don't have to defeat it. Just take something from its nest. For you, we are going to stick to your strengths. You are an amazing precision flyer, so we will get your broom to you. And I will have you blind it from the air." Now a blind dragon is a pissed-off dragon, but I think with your speed, and its inability to see, you will be able to complete the task. We will practice a few strategies to make sure you have some good backup plans, but all things considered, I am not worried about your ability to survive the task," Harry said calmly. This seemed to allow the normal oxygen and color to return to Justin as he took a deep breath. "All right, Harry. I trust you. What's your plan going to be?" Harry grinned at the boy. "You will just have to wait and see. Just make sure you get out and see it, because I am going for some showmanship on this one. I may tell you as we get closer, but I have to make sure I can execute what I am thinking." Justin nodded. "All right, Harry. Thanks for telling me." Harry threw his arm around his brother. "Gotta keep my little protege alive after all, right? Speaking of being kept alive, how do you think you will fare with a date from a French villa this afternoon?" the boy asked cheekily. "I already saved her life, so I think I would have to botch it pretty badly to make too much of an ass of myself. Plus, with the both of us being able to control ourselves around her allure, you might even make a good matchup for her little sister. Should Susan be worried?" Harry turned his jibe back on him. Justin grinned and put his hands on his own chest, making an obnoxious gesture of breast size. "Harry, have you seen my girlfriend? She has nothing to be worried about." Harry stared at his brother for a moment, and the ridiculous look on his face along with his gesture he was making at his own chest caused the young man to burst out laughing. Justin quickly followed suit, and it felt good to just let go. Harry felt the tears build up in his eyes from laughing so hard, and he shook his head, unable to contain himself from being highly amused and extremely exasperated by his brother's boob joke. Harry thanked whoever was above that his brother was getting old enough for adult humor, and just couldn't wait to tell Padfoot about the historic moment of realizing his brother was growing up. The two separated with their usual fist bump, and a promise to meet up tomorrow for sure if they didn't run into each other again throughout the day. Harry had a date to prepare for, however, and went upstairs to shower and change. Attempting to enjoy the cool Sunday afternoon, Harry put on comfortable clothes including dark denim jeans, a black t-shirt with the Ravenclaw insignia on it, followed by a zip-up dark jacket. He put on his tennis shoes to be able to walk around the castle comfortably, and finished the look by spiking the front of his hair up with his grandfather's old Sleekeasy's hair potion. He gave himself a once-over in the mirror, and went down to the Ravenclaw common room where he saw Penny glance up at him upon his entrance. She looked him up and down. "You look nice, Harry. I don't suppose you got this dressed up for me?" Harry grinned at the girl. "You know, as basically my best friend, you could ask for me to dress up for you anytime. I may deny it, but you could always entice me now that Weasley isn't in the picture." The girl rolled her eyes at his wink. "Stop playing, Harry." He could tell the girl was blushing slightly, and now looked down with a worried look on her face. Harry sat across from her. "What is it?" "I am just worried about you. First Peter Pettigrew, then the Quidditch World Cup, and now this. That doesn't even begin to cover the other Dan Giraud's situations you have found your way into in your other years. I stayed up last night researching the previous tournaments, and it seems like a magical beast is likely to be involved in the first task. Harry said nothing about this, and instead placed a hand on hers. I really appreciate that you care, Penny, but you don't have to worry about me. Let's just focus on our NEWTs and I will DLE the tournament as the tasks begin to appear. You aren't going to live to take your newts if you don't take this tournament seriously. Penny said, evenly trying to compose herself. Do you really believe they are going to bring something more powerful than the basilisk? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. This caught the girl off guard, and she shook her head after thinking for a moment. No, I don't think there are many creatures that could even compete with a basilisk. Harry closed his book shut dramatically, then said, well then there you have it. I survived my encounter with Slytherin's monster at 15. I think I can handle whatever the ministry is purposefully going to throw at some barely legal adults. The girl was clearly searching for a counter-argument, but when she found none she sighed, fine. So are you really still revising for your newts? I could help you. Pinching the bridge of his nose slightly, the young man said calmly, Penny, I really appreciate your concern, but it is all going fine. I am practically done revising and the tests are still 7 months away. That will give me lots of time to finish some of my inventions and prepare for the tasks. I promise I have everything under control. If you need help, however, I would be happy to help you. The girl said nothing, so Harry eased her some more. It will all be fine. I promised Fleur I would show her around the castle though. So I will see you later in the evening. As Harry began to walk towards the exit, Penny called out, just be careful out there, Harry. I always am, he called back cheekily. He descent towards the great entrance hall was about as arduous as usual. The stairs were probably more frequent than Harry would have liked, but he ignored them as best he could. After several minutes of traversing through the castle and grounds, he made his way to the Beauxbatons carriage to see that 2 young men were dueling with Amy Bucart in a 2-on-1 standoff. The girl was keeping both boys back with relative ease, and after only a few short moments she had one disarmed, and the other stunned. It looked impressive, but Harry was unsure how skilled the 2 she had been dueling with were. It didn't take long for Amy to notice Harry and she waved him over as she revived her friends, and handed back their wands. Ari. This is a pleasant surprise. What can Beauxbatons' second champion do for you? Seeing the boy shuffling his feet a little, she smiled wider. You did come to see moi, didn't you, Ari? Before Harry could stick his foot in his mouth, a familiar girl's voice came from behind him. Don't let her wind you up, Ari, she is a terrible flirt, and only wanted to get a reaction. Harry turned to see Fleur in a similar outfit to his own. The jeans hugged her body nicely, though they were several shades lighter than his own. Her white long-sleeved shirt was skin-tight as well, but he could hardly see the girl's curves over the zip-up jacket hoodie she was wearing. I ate your weather. It was beautiful this morning, and now I can sense the rain coming. It is like having a schizophrenic Mother Nature. Harry gave the girl a small smile. Unfortunately, you get used to it. My family lives in southwest England, so our weather is much easier to predict as well. It's either raining or beautiful. Fleur walked over, standing closer to him than was likely necessary. I hope that is the first of many facts I learn about you today, Harry Potter. Harry noticed Amy rolling her eyes, and said, if you get tired of Blondie here, feel free to come back and visit me. My cabin is the 3rd door on the left from the main entrance. Stop by any time. It was Fleur's turn to roll her eyes as the other girl sauntered her way back towards the carriage. Harry asked, didn't you say that was your best friend? I did, and she is. She just loves to rile me up, and tries to get boys to look at her. She is quite beautiful, non? Fleur asked challengingly. Oh yes, very. I guess the interaction is just different than what I would usually see between 2 beautiful girls. Harry said smoothly. I thank you for the compliment, monsieur. May we begin our tour? Of course, my lady. Harry offered his arm, and immediately began pointing things out nearby once she took it. Harry pointed out the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, and told her of creatures that lived in both areas. He then went on to tell her about Hagrid's pumpkin patch, and some of the creatures he has brought in for classes, intentionally or otherwise. They then made it up to the courtyard that led to the grand entrance hall. And he continued pointing out things to her. When they entered the castle she said, "It is odd. I have never had to wonder who the crowd is looking at when I pass through it. If they are wasting their time looking at me when I have someone as beautiful as you beside me, Ms. Delacour, then the sheep of this castle are stupider than even I would have guessed." He girl laughed and pulled his arm tighter. "You must be the pride of your country, Ari. Your manners would make even my maman blush. I have to say it is a pleasant feeling to be looked at for something other than being part villa. Well, I hope you don't mind being led around by a murderer. Your reputation here in Britain shrinks with every step you take while walking with me." The young man joked. "Silly Englishmen mistake heroics for the dark arts. You wouldn't be the first wizard in this country's history to be treated this way. I care little for how people think about me in this country though. You have nothing to fear," the girl said calmly. Harry nodded, and dropped the topic, continuing to show her around the castle. He showed her the library on the 3rd floor, and gave a brief history of each of the houses. And their founder. As he walked her by the headmaster's office, Dumbledore passed the two of them, greeting them happily with a bright twinkle in his eye. "Ms. Delacour, Mr. Potter. It is a sight for these old eyes to see the strength of international cooperation being brought into play so soundly. Is there anything I can do for the two of you?" Harry gave the man a slight bow with his head. "No, headmaster. Ms. Delacour just asked for a tour of the castle, and I offered her my services." "Splendid. I will see you both at the weighing of the wands in a few days." E-Man offered a slight bow to the two and departed the area. Fleur let out a deep breath. His presence is extremely powerful. Harry rolled his eyes thinking he found another Dumbledore worshipper. His power is certainly unquestionable. But the deeds he has done with it, and the influence that it has given him certainly is. Fleur seemed puzzled by this as the two walked down the hall. "What do you mean?" Harry shrugged. "The man wears a lot of hats. Supreme Mugwump, Chief Warlock, and Hogwarts Headmaster to name only a few. It makes it hard to believe someone could do justice to those 3 jobs effectively without being driven mad, or letting some things fall into the cracks." Harry could tell Fleur was baiting him with her next words. "Well, some would call him the greatest wizard of the age." Yes, they might. And they would also be wrong. "Most influential, perhaps, but greatest." "No," Harry said with a bit of finality. It was clear Fleur wanted to push this topic deeper, but he asked instead, "How is your sister? Is she recovering mentally from the World Cup?" "Oh yes. My legal sister is made of much sterner stuff mentally. A part of her Vila magic allows her to mature, and come to understand more difficult topics in our world a little easier than most. She is quite smitten with you. She wanted to thank you about 1,000 times when we were all at the ministry, but IW. As afraid she might start humping your leg if we let her go. More mature mentally, but might hump my leg." Harry asked with a chuckle. "It's a Vila thing. Controlling emotional turmoil is one thing we do better than most at a young age. Handling hormones is a completely different story," she said with a smile on her face that shined with affection for her little sister. The chuckles continued for a moment and she continued. "You are unlike any person I have ever met." This caught Harry by surprise, so he stopped and turned to look at her. "Is that a compliment?" "It is. I have mentioned things about being Vila or part Vila today, and you haven't pushed the topic to learn what most men are always so curious about. It is a breath of fresh air as I believe the English saying goes. Do you want me to ask about your Vila heritage?" Harry asked carefully. "I don't know. I've never had to wonder what it would be like if someone never asked or never knew. Here, I find myself alone with a boy in an abandoned hallway. On a rainy day, and he hasn't once pushed the table to try and become intimate with me, or take advantage of me in some way. It is a very unique experience. Vent as much as attempted to hold my hand. Is my passive allure so non-existent to you?" Fleur asked curiously. "Oh, I feel it. I can also tell at times you have tried to hit me with a bit more than usual when fewer people were around." This caused the girl to blush, but she didn't deny the accusation. "Would it make you feel better if I told you that I have resisted multiple Vila at once?" This made the girl's eyes widen. "That does make sense. Surprising Harry considerably, the girl grabbed him by the front of his shirt, and placed a soft kiss on his lips. His combat instinct almost had him put the girl on the ground. But the kiss shocked him so much he barely responded at all. The girl nodded with approval, so not marked by one of my own. I was starting to wonder, and then when you said you had met other Vila. She let go of his shirt, now looking a little embarrassed. Harry, for his part however fought back the laughter. You thought I was marked by a full or half Vila, so you decided to kiss me to see if you could sense them. The girl looked impressed. You are certainly well rehearsed in Vila tradition. Where did you meet the others of my heritage? Honestly, a friend of a friend. I have met several half and full Vila in my lifetime. This friend I have is well connected, and many have sought his company because he is a seer. Harry explained half honestly. A true seer. There have only been a few born in the last century. Fleur asked in surprise. Yes. His visions are very powerful. I would love to meet this friend. Fleur said, looking very interested. That would be a very interesting day. He is a very private individual. Though perhaps if you can gain my trust through the year I will ask him and let him decide. He trusts my judgment. That is a very powerful friend to have. More than you can imagine. Harry said ominously, and the girl looked at him with a look that indicated she was still trying to unravel a mystery. The weighing of the wand ceremony swept over Hogwarts with little interest. Only the champions, judges, and a few members of the press would be allowed to attend, but still some speculated about what kind of wands the champion used. And if there was anything interesting in the group. Harry and his brother walked into the atrium of the trophy hall where a photographer was already set up, and Ollivander was chatting with Dumbledore and generally ignoring the other judges as the two caught up as old friends. Harry motioned for his brother to follow him over to a corner to avoid Rita Skeeter, who had eyed the boys immediately upon their arrival. Looking around, he could see most were in attendance already, though Fleur and Amy had not yet arrived. Headmistress Maxime was speaking quietly with Igor Karakorov, Harry had to wonder what the dynamic was between the two. He knew Madame Maxime only by reputation, but she did not seem like the type that would have befriended a former Death Eater. Crouch and Baugh. G-Man kept stealing glances at the Potter boys, and Moody, who was also present, was sitting in the corner opposite to them observing the room with a critical eye. When Amy and Fleur arrived he was surprised to see that they were accompanied by James Potter, and the girls laughed at something he said. Harry looked suspicious as the girls looked over to him and giggled, and his father wore a wicked smirk as he winked at his son. Harry wanted to question the man on why he came in with the two French girls, but upon their arrival, Dumbledore and Ollivander stopped chatting and the Hogwarts headmaster addressed the room. We will conduct this official ceremony with great haste, as I am sure the champions would like to get back to their studies. For those who don't know him already, this is Garrick Ollivander, the premier wandmaker in Britain. The man bowed his head slowly to the gathered group, and Dumbledore continued, the rules of the tournament are clear. Any wands that are intended to be used throughout any portion of this tournament must be inspected today. If you are caught using an unregistered wand you could face disqualification and subsequently risk breaching the Goblet of Fire's magical contract. Am I clear? The man's tone shifted to indicate that everyone must give some sort of acknowledgement of the rule in order to prove that they understood their severity. A series of nods indicated that the ceremony could begin, and Mr. Ollivander turned to Fleur, ladies first. The girl nodded her head sharply, and the man took her wand gently, smiling immediately, oh my. A Vila hair for the core. And one of relation to you as well, I have little doubt. The girl nodded with a slight smile, a hair from my grandmother. Splendid. That makes this a powerful companion to you. And even more difficult for someone else to attempt to use your wand. I detected rosewood, and it is 9.5 inches long. The wand is in perfect condition. Thank you, Ms. Delacour. The girl beamed, looking pleased with herself. Mr. Ollivander looked to Amy next and motioned for her to step forward, and she offered the wand to the man, Acacia. And a delicate balance with hippogriff heartstring as the core. It is a very gentle combination, and well suited to light magic. Have you ever attempted to learn the Patronus charm with it? She smiled at the man and took her wand back, casting the spell silently with a smooth swish. The end erupted into an ethereal butterfly that flew around the room protectively, and Harry had to admit that he was impressed. It was certainly nowhere near as powerful as his brother's stag. But it was still a beautiful piece of magic that the members of the press clapped for. Stunning, just like you, Ms. Bucart. This wand is an incredible match for you. 9 inches even. And I deem this wand in excellent condition. I would recognize the famous Violetta Beauvais wand making anywhere, and it is excellent. He smiled at the girl with clear joy on his face, then turned to Alexia Volkov. The silent girl of the group, Ms. Volkov. The girl nodded stiffly before offering her wand to the man, and he nearly dropped it at contact. My goodness. Basilisk heart string, and you. A wand that would make the dark arts all too easy to perfect. I have never seen this combination, and can't imagine the skill it would have taken to get the wand to work in the condition it clearly does now. I dare not produce even the slightest rose with this wand that does not recognize me as its master. May I inquire who made this? This is not a Grigorovich creation as I first suspected. My father. My family made wands for many centuries, and decided that it would only be passed on from family member to family member 200 or 300 years ago. It is a craft we were all required to learn. The man nodded as he gently handed the wand back, and didn't comment any further on the wand. Crumb was motioned to next by Ollivander, and the surly man nodded as he stepped forward offering his wand. Ollivander seemed to snap out of the funk the last wand caused and grinned. I would recognize my old friend Miku's wand work anywhere. Grigorovich has a very distinct touch. This wand is hornbeam wood. And dragon heartstring. I dare say this was one of the last wands made by my old friend. Crumb nodded his head. I suspect that as well. The man nodded happily. Very well, this wand is in excellent condition. Treat it well. Crumb gave the man a crooked look that might have been a smile, but Harry wasn't sure. Then the man turned to the Potter brothers. Justin Potter. I suspect the wand I entrusted with you when you turned 7 is still serving you well. This caused a few murmurs from the reporters, and Justin slipped the wand from his wrist holster, nodding. It has served me well, sir. Justin handed the man the wand casually, and Ollivander said, 7 years ago I told you that I expected great things to come from this wand, and yourself. I have heard the rumors, Mr. Potter. And I dare say if even a single one is true then I was not overestimating either of your abilities. 11 inches, with phoenix feather and Hollywood. The brother wand to one of the most infamous wizards of all time. James Potter cleared his throat as the whispers continued to grow, and the man twitched a bit as he stared at the wand in reverence, before handing it back to Justin. One of my finest creations, Mr. Potter. And it is in marvelous condition. Turning to Harry the man gave the boy a sad smile. Your wand is one I would never forget, Harry Potter. One of the very few I made with its core. May I? Harry nodded as he pulled a wand Justin had never seen before out of his sleeve. The wand was red with a wood that had a swirling pattern carved into it. The wood itself say, "Emed to curve just a bit more than normal wands." Ollivander touched the wand and sparks shot out of it. Ah yes, I remember this wand once recognized me as its master. It seems to recall our peaceful departure. Harry looked at the man with a hard look. You told me the wand no longer showed its allegiance to you. Oh, and I dare say it would do me no good in a duel, but it is greeting me almost as if I were an old friend. This wand's core comes from the tail feather of a thunderbird that was particularly dear to me. I met him many years ago with an old friend of mine, Newt Scamander, and it had lost its life when Mr. Scamander asked me to help harvest all of the magnificent creature's usable parts. This is the same beast that helped perform the largest obliviation on record in New York in 1926. Encased in birchwood, this is a very special wand, and one of the most beautiful I ever designed. Naturally it is in good health, but there is something I don't understand. Ollivander looked at Harry questioningly. Then to James Potter, and then his eyes even flicked to the reporters before he coughed. This may be a rather indelicate question, Mr. Potter, but this wand has never taken a life. Your duel with Peter Pettigrew is now legendary due to the location and circumstances, but I would recognize the stain if this wand had indeed slain an individual in any circumstance. Could you explain? Harry stared at the man, trying to decide if he wanted to be furious with the man for revealing so much, but all eyes were on him now. This is no longer my primary wand, Mr. Ollivander. It is AW, and I used to train with for special purposes. Harry flicked his other wrist, and a very familiar wand to both James and Justin Potter fell to his hands. This is the wand that I use on a day-to-day basis. And the wand that took the life of Peter Pettigrew and the Death Eaters at the Quidditch World Cup. The wand was midnight black, plain as any wand the gathered group had ever seen, for not a sin. Glay design distinguished this wand at all. Ollivander took the wand from the boy and frowned. "I do not understand." Harry nodded. "I would be surprised if you did. Who created it? I have never come across a wand that I did not recognize its core from." Frantic whispers from the reporters now as even a few pictures were taken. "The man desires his identity to be left unknown and I will respect his wishes." He did not want people coming after him for his ability to create wands from odd magical creatures. "Can you enlighten us to what it is? I fear I don't even recognize such a creation." Rai summoned the wand out of the man's hand. "This wand came from the mane of Zuwu. The wood is rowan, and it is completely inflexible at 10 3/4 inches. Magnificent. I am afraid I wouldn't know how to determine if the wand is in perfect working condition. I can't imagine in the history of the magical world there have been too many wands such as this. I couldn't even sense its power. The wand isn't just aligned with you, Mr. Potter, it is completely devoted. I would be amazed if anyone would be able to get a single spell off with it," the man said in amazement. Rita Skeeter asked from the back, "Is the wand even legal?" Ollivander frowned. "The wand comes from a magical beast like most others. I cannot think of a single reason it would be illegal. Mr. Potter, could you perform a basic spell for us?" Harry nodded as he turned to a nearby chair, and flicked his wand at it, causing a small dragon to suddenly appear in the room, causing yelps from nearly everyone as they backed away quickly. Why alone now stood in the middle of the room, and stared at the creature, forcing his magic into his own creation, making it bow to him. Everyone stared at the creature, and suddenly it was a chair again, and Harry asked, "Is that sufficient, Mr. Ollivander?" The man nodded dumbly, but Igor Karkaroff said, "So the boy is entering both wands into the tournament. Why is this allowed? Should I have instructed my students to both have a spare?" Crouch stepped forward. "The rules state that only primary wands may be used in the contest. Mr. Potter, are you choosing the Rowan wand to use in the contest?" Harry glared at the man. "I can use both wands as a primary. My magic does not distinguish a preference even though I mentally do." "You cannot have two primary wands, Mr. Potter. Not unless you can use them simultaneously," Crouch said dismissively. Harry stared and many felt his magic flare in anger as he now held both wands in his hand, firing two different spells at the same time towards the vacant chair. The first spell transfigured it into a bronze eagle and the second spell lit it on fire. Many yelped at the sight of the burning animal, but it merely cawed out loudly in anger and showed no signs of pain. Suddenly Harry whipped one wand in upwards direction, vanishing the creature. "Would you like to make any more baseless claims, Mr. Crouch?" With that, Harry put both wands in his wrist holster, growling out, "Class dismissed." No one called after him as he stormed out of the room, furious that Crouch had made him reveal a very valuable skill that few possessed. As soon as Gellert had learned that Harry was capable of dividing his magic and focus in such a way, he had drilled it relentlessly until he could duel in two different directions with both wands. It wasn't the only amazing feat of magic that the man had taught him, but it was certainly one of the most useful. It was also such a rare talent that if Harry needed an ace up his sleeve, it would certainly have been useful. Now the world would know that he could duel with two wands. His brother's godfather, Remus Lupin, was also able to duel with two wands at the same time, but he could not cast different spells, and it cost him much of his power. However, Harry had seen the man practice dueling his father and Sirius at the same time on opposite ends, and it was impressive nonetheless. Harry could throw one curse out of one wand, and a completely different type of magic out of the other. It was what made him an extremely lethal duelist, but he had never been forced to use the talent in combat. Growling in frustration, he stormed up to his common room, and silenced every conversation he walked past as his magic was swirling around with bright, hot anger. When he slammed the door to his room shut, he sat down, taking several deep breaths and forcing his occlumency shields into place. His work into the mind arts was always good, but when he was riled up, or particularly angry, it was hard even for him to keep it under control. The country was on the verge of war, and this stupid contest was revealing more of his power than he really wanted to show all at once. He wanted to ease the world into it, but now He suspected that he'd better start upping his magical showmanship even more to dissuade attacks from the darker families. Especially those who could have lost a loved one at his hands. Taking several deep breaths, the boy shut his eyes. And he continued to focus on his occlumency. He felt a nudge at his hand, and opened his eyes to see TECH9, the robotic life-like dog looking at him questioningly. "Master, is everything okay?" Harry sighed. "It will be, T. I am just worried that I am showing the world my abilities too fast. My plans to take on the first tasks were sure to amaze the world, but I didn't intend on people finding out about my ability to use 2 wands. They are going to be putting bounties on my head at the rate we are going, and I will have the best hit wizards in the world on my tail if I am not careful. I don't think the world is as ready for another powerful player as I first thought." The dog seemed to look thoughtful as Harry put his hand on it. "Master, whether the world is ready for you or not, you are ready for it. Should we increase my combat protocol to attack all who come near you, Master?" The boy grinned at his own creation. "No, T, not yet at least, but the day could come where your detection skills could save my life. TECH9 is a good dog, and will serve his master. I know you will, buddy." The boy felt his calm returning, and he began rubbing T. He robotic dog and grinned at how his confidant could change his mood. A knock at his door interrupted his good thoughts, and he flicked his wrist, opening the door to see Penny standing there looking concerned. Weighing of the wands didn't go well. Harry snorted. "I suspect the Dark Lord Potter 2.0 article will be the front page headlines tomorrow." The girl shook her head. "These people don't know you, Harry. I am surprised you are bothered by their outlook. It's not just me I have to worry about now," Harry said stubbornly. "Your dad is outside to see you if you are willing to talk to him. I can send him away if you don't. I am not afraid of the big bad head Auror," she said with a grin. This caused Harry to roll his eyes. "Thanks, Penny, but I will go see what he wants." He stood up, and the girl surprised him by pulling him in for a hug. "We are with you, Harry, and I don't believe a word the Daily Prophet prints about you anyways. Cedric and the others don't either." Harry was stunned by the girl, and said nothing, but embraced her back. There was a time he would have banished any person into a wall that tried to show him this type of affection. In fact, most would probably still get blasted aside. But at some point this girl had truly become his best friend, and her hug felt oddly comforting to him. He patted the girl gently on the back as they parted, and she smiled FTLY at him as he walked past her to go downstairs. The common room went silent at his appearance, but his magic was no longer flaring, and he gave some of the older students apologetic, sheepish smiles. When he exited the common room, his father was standing there with a grin on his face, and his arms crossed. "I just witnessed the second coming of your mother's temper, and I wish she had been there to see it. I am sure a trip to the Pensieve is coming tonight then?" Harry questioned with a slight grin. The man chuckled. "Undoubtedly." Silence for a moment, and then he asked, "Harry, I am sorry. Don't do this, Prawns. I told you that what's done is done, and while I may never forgive you and Mum for it, I won't hold bad blood between us. Voldemort is on the move, and he is going to try and rip this family apart again. I don't want any more bad blood, even if he takes one of us. We have had enough of it for a lifetime," Harry said evenly. "But there is still so much we don't know about you. I didn't even know you had 2 wands, much less could use them at the same time. That is an incredible magical gift, and one that hasn't been seen in our family for years. Your great-uncle Charles could do it, and he used it in the war. Before him it had been generations. We have books about. I have read them all. Even the one that Uncle Charles wrote himself," Harry said confidently. James shook his head, but the ghost of a smile returned. "Bloody Ravenclaw. I didn't even recognize the Thunderbird wand you pulled out, and I can't believe Sirius never noticed that you don't use it anymore." Harry shrugged. "Sirius never went to Ollivanders with me. I flew from Potter Manor. They had both only seen my wand a handful of times, and neither have done much magic with me since my 4th year when I was given this one." James looked at the wand that Harry had dropped into his hand curiously. "Son, who gave you that wand? It had to have been customized to you for something so unusual to work for you. A custom wand is extremely expensive. If you owe someone some money, I would be happy to pay them for it. It's an incredible." "It was a gift, Dad." Harry stared at the man warily. knowing they were reaching dangerous territory. James, who seemed to notice that his oldest son was tensing up, got his first glance at what Lily had told him just a few nights ago. Harry had a secret, and one that he clearly didn't want to share with his family. The man tried not to let Auror Potter come to play, and gently commented, "Then that is a magnificent gift, and they have the thanks of House Potter for giving it to their heir. I would like to thank this person." Harry looked away from the man. Maybe one day. James wanted to push, but knew his son would not just lay over and tell him if he didn't want to. "How long have you had it?" "Since my 14th birthday. There is quite a story behind that I would love to share with you and Mom someday," Harry said honestly. "The same da. Why you tell us who this mystery person is?" James guessed. "If you are still willing to listen to the story, then yes," Harry said. James sighed, "I don't like secrets in our family. It won't be one forever. I just need to make sure we are powerful enough to strike down every enemy to House Potter before I tell you. It is an extremely necessary precaution," Harry said gently. "You have saved Justin's life enough times for me to trust you implicitly. When you feel ready, I am ready to listen." "I hope that's true, Prawns," Harry said carefully as he walked back towards the common room entrance. Leading up to the first task was an interesting turn of events. The Daily Prophet did not print anything too sensational about him, but did comment on the many mysteries that Heir Potter seemed to have. They even speculated on other magical gifts he could have, which was quite amusing to Harry and Justin as they had read the article together. Justin, irritated by some of the ridiculous things the prophet spewed, said, "I am the only Parselmouth alive known to Wizarding Britain. I wish they would quit trying to give you the only famous accreditation left to my name. Not happy enough with your boy who lived moniker anymore," Harry teased. "Please, I'd rather be known for something I could at least remember. Though if the Creevy brothers ask for one more bloody picture, I might just set his camera on fire," the young boy growled out. This caused Harry to chuckle, as his brother was starting to take a little darker approach to his classmates. Just last week Justin had been snogging Susan in the astronomy tower. And Colin Creevy had the audacity to not just interrupt, but take a picture as well. It was lucky Susan got a hold of him before Justin did, or the boy's thrashing might have been much worse. Justin swore to his brother up and down that he was inches from feeling his girlfriend's chest up for the first time, and the bloody third-year Gryffindor prat ruined it. It was of course hilarious to Harry. But he chose not to poke at his brother in his time of frustration. The training between the brothers was going splendidly in Harry's opinion, and Justin's magical prowess didn't just improve but it jumped. It was clear to Harry that Justin didn't flourish under other teachers because they weren't willing to push him to dangerous levels. It was when the boy was on the edge of defeat that he performed his best magic. His core was very well developed for his age, and his on-the-fly thinking got better every day. Harry had little doubt that if he had received the training that Harry had, and the intensity that came with that, then Justin would be only a little ways behind his brother in magical prowess. It was also about time for him to prove it to the world. They were 2 weeks from the first dueling session, and Harry had named his brother co-captain, much to the displeasure of some of the other people he had chosen for the team. Most of this was silenced, however. Justin took down both Percy Weasley and Penny Clearwater in back-to-back duels. After the boy had stunned the school to silence, Harry just grinned and asked if anyone else wanted to challenge his brother for the co-captain spot. Obviously no one did. "What class do you have next anyway?" Harry asked. "Potions with Snape," the boy said with a twitch of his eye. Harry grinned. "Well, I have to get to class with Mad Eye. So I can't say I am doing much better." Justin shook his head. "You did not just compare the greasy git to one of the greatest Aurors of the last century, barring Dad. The man's lost his touch with reality. You should hear him go on about some things. I know the man is well versed in the dark arts with how long he has been fighting them, but there is just something weird about it," Harry said curiously. Justin shook his head. "It is a little weird. He seems different from when we were younger. It's been quite some time since I spent any amount of time with him though." Harry rolled his eyes. "Seems like the old codger is losing it with age." Justin laughed. "How's the map coming anyways?" Harry sighed. "I've managed to replicate it twice now, but each time I do something new to it, the whole arithmetic formula just gets confused and breaks down." Mum and I are working on a few different things, but we are starting to think the Marauders were more lucky than they were skilled at building the map. We can't even get the clock on it right. Justin sighed at the news. We may just have to let the tournament unfold, and see what happens. Not good enough, Harry said sternly. The boy nodded, but didn't look confident that they would learn anything new. The brothers said their farewells, and Harry trudged off towards Defense Against the Dark Arts with Cedric, who had joined him on the walk. Cedric asked, "Think we will get to see another first-hand account of Crazy? At the rate we are going, I am waiting to see him break down and confess that he regrets his time as a Dark Wizard catcher. And not being the Dark Wizard himself. With some of the ideas he has said out loud, I certainly wouldn't be surprised." This caused both boys to chuckle as they read the class to see 3 times the number of desks that were usually in the room, and most of them were full. Harry saw Fleur and Amy sitting next to each other in the front, and he motioned for Cedric to follow him as they walked to join the empty 2 seats at their table. "Ladies, may we join you?" Amy looked over at Harry, then Cedric, and smiled widely. "Oh, yes please. You're tall, with nice hair and handsome. You can sit next to me, please." The girl batted her eyelashes at Cedric, and he swallowed audibly, and took the seat next to Amy, while Fleur rolled her eyes. Amy hopped over so Harry could sit next to Fleur and be closer to Cedric, and when Harry took his seat he glanced at her questioningly, and she shrugged. Dumbledore spoke with Madame Maxime and Headmaster K. Arkar often offered to allow us to join this special class of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Your Professor Moody is going to go over the unforgivable curses, and offer to cast the Imperius on volunteers. Harry looked surprised by this. "I am surprised anyone would want to join this class. It isn't a pleasant experience being under the curse." Fleur looked questioningly at him, but he shrugged it off. "A necessary training tool I did a few years back. Hours of throwing off the curse over and over again. It's not a skill I usually share with people, but since Penny already told you girls I could do it, there's no point in hiding it now." The girl nodded, but still looked curious. Lots of rumors had been going around about Harry, and the more she heard, the more interested she became in finding the truth behind them. Alistair Moody entered from the office above the students, and peered over the crowd with a satisfied grin. "Quite a few of you. Good. The more of you that know what these curses look like, and see how to fight them, the better chance you have against these stinking dark wizards out there." This caused a few of the Durmstrang boys to snicker, and Alistair roared at them. "Do I hear volunteers from Durmstrang to be held under the Imperius curse first?" This silenced them all. Alistair strode down the steps and stood in front of the classroom. "I am pleased that so many of you had the guts to show up to this lesson. I will be frank with all of you. It is an ugly one. I lost more friends, colleagues, and family members to these 3 curses than every other curse combined. They are deadly. They are effective, and the wicked are not afraid to use them. I will start with something you should all know by your 7th year. Outside of a fight to the death, these curses are completely unacceptable. You will be sent to Azkaban for life if you are ever caught using any one of these on a witch or wizard. I was given permission by the Minister of Magic himself to UCT this lesson as I did for all Auror cadets in the Academy. It is strictly volunteer only. No one will be forced. Am I clear?" Many nods went throughout the classroom, and he nodded. "Good. Let's start with demonstrations." Moody opened a jar that was in the center of his desk, and immediately a large spider came spilling out. Fleur flinched back a bit, and many others did as well. Harry touched her hand gently, but kept an eye on Moody the whole time. He felt the girl still, but refused to look anywhere else when Mad Eye had a wand in his hand. Moody levitated the spider into his hand and it stilled. "Who can tell me one of the 3 unforgivable curses?" No one raised their hand, so Penny offered without raising her hand. "The Imperius curse, sir." He nodded. "Correct. This is likely the most malevolent of the 3. It can make anyone do anything if they can gain control. Imperio." The spider that was already still suddenly jumped onto Harry's desk, and the others beside him all flinched backwards. But he stayed completely still. A moment passed and he looked at Moody, and offered his hand to the spider. The little creature immediately crawled into his palm and began dancing, causing a few to laugh. But most to look disturbed. "Look, it's harmless. She's just dancing." The way Moody said this made nearly everyone cringe, but suddenly the spider leapt out of its hand and onto A nearby Slytherin's head who froze with absolute fear as it just sat on her head. This caused a little more laughter, and suddenly Moody said in a jolly voice, "What on earth shall I have her do next? Jump out the window." The creature launched itself towards an open window, but Moody stopped it above a glass of water. Drown herself. The spider clearly began struggling, trying everything it could to get to the water. But Moody didn't allow it. No one was laughing now. He summoned it back to his hand. Scores of witches and wizards did terrible things under the influence of the imperious curse, but here is the question. How do we sort out the liars? The bluntness of his statement shocked even Harry, but Moody didn't let the silence linger. "Someone else give me another." Fleur spoke after several moments of silence. "The Cruciatus curse." Moody nodded. "The torture curse. Like the imperious, this curse can be defeated, but keeping your mind under such pain is near impossible." Crucio. The spider immediately began writhing and making sounds Harry didn't even know were possible for such a creature to make. It went on. Then it kept going. Finally Harry realized that something just wasn't right. Many people were pale and couldn't take their eyes off the creature. It went on so long that Harry growled out, "Enough." Moody looked up suddenly and locked eyes with Harry, and looked more than a little surprised. To Harry it seemed the man forgot everyone else in the room. It was almost like watching an addict who couldn't control themselves, but Harry wasn't certain. Moody took T.H.E. Spider's creaking body and dropped it on the desk. "Perhaps Mr. Potter you would like to give us the last of the 3 unforgivable curses. Your family is particularly famous for defying this curse. The only family in history." Harry stared at the man as he rose to his feet. A pin drop could have been heard in the room as Harry continued to stare at the man. Faster than most could comprehend, a jet of green light lit the room. And many people yelped, diving for the floor. The people at his table however were too shocked to even move. A wand was now in Harry's hand as he stared furiously at the man. "Avada Kedavra." 2 words. A flash of green light, and then nothing. "Except my brother. The sole survivor of the curse in the history of the wizarding world." Moody looked impressed. "You didn't even need the incantation. Like you said, my family is particularly famous for defying this curse. I have researched it since I was a young boy trying to learn how my brother could have possibly stopped it." Harry said clearly. "The results of your research." Harry could tell the man was searching for an explanation in his eyes. The truth. He wasn't using legilimency, but Harry could tell the man desperately wanted to know. Too desperately, inconclusive. "A fluke of magic. My mother is one of the head unspeakables, and they have tested it on thousands of things created from magic, but nothing has ever survived no matter the circumstances or protections. It is likely my brother will remain the only wizard in history to survive it. Whatever the Dark Lord did that night must have been caused by a cascade of impossible events for it to have happened." Harry wasn't sure if everyone in the room bought into what he was saying, but he was certain that Moody didn't. The man ripped his eyes away from Harry and summoned the dead spider to his hand and easily dropped it into a rubbish bin. The casual taking of any innocent life perturbed Harry, and the suspicion was rising. Suddenly the man turned with his wand in hand again. "It is time to begin the practical lesson. Who among you will be brave enough to volunteer?" Not a hand went up, and Harry after several moments stood up again. Leslie strolled to the front of the class with all eyes on him. "You've got your father's defiance in you. I enjoyed breaking his spirit in the academy, and I will enjoy breaking yours as well." Harry's eyes narrowed. James Potter was an animagus, and it was particularly difficult to control an animagus with the imperious. By the time James Potter became an Auror, Harry was certain the man would have been able to repel it. What was going on here? Was this just a chance of Moody trying to goad him, and get him off balance? The spell washed over Harry and its power surprised him, but he showed no indication. He heard a whisper in his head, "Bow to me." Harry stared at the man blankly, and then Moody said it out loud, "Bow to me. No matter how hard the wind howls, the mountain shall not bow to it." Harry said, recalling an old movie quote. The man stared in surprise, but many stirred. This time the man pointed his wand between his eyes and attempted to cast the spell a 3rd time, but his time Harry flicked his wrist causing his Zuu wand fell into his hands, and Moody to scoot backwards. "Don't ever put your wand that close to my face again, or I promise you will regret it." The man stood looking angry. And Harry stared defiantly, now 100% certain something wasn't right. Just when he thought spells would be traded, the man laughed. Ha! You have twice the balls of your old man, Potter. Merlin. If you could see the faces that people are making behind you. Harry said nothing as he stared at the man curiously, not putting his wand away. The man clearly saw through Harry's suspicion. Take a seat. Potter, 20 points for Ravenclaw. For Harry's part, though, he merely stared as he felt the strange pieces to a large elaborate puzzle fall together, and the picture was ugly. Is that all you got? Mad eye. Test the other one on me. I have been throwing the Imperius for years, and now let's see if I can throw the Cruciatus. Gasp went up throughout the room, and he even heard Penny say his name from behind him, but he ignored them all. Moody just stared. Are you sure, lad? It's a completely different fight when under the agony of this curse. Harry knew this curse couldn't just be cast. Moody would have to mean it. You have my permission. Silence fell throughout the room and Moody raised his wand. Prepare yourself. Harry merely stared, enforcing every bit of occlumency he knew. And suddenly he heard the words, and then felt the pain. It was as if his whole body was being burned from the inside out. He fell to his knees immediately, but before he could succumb to the pain he roared out, enough. The magical backlash threw everything backwards, and Harry was sitting on the floor gasping for breath, now knowing that this man wanted nothing more than to hurt him. He felt the hate behind the spell. This was not Alistair Moody. The impostor growled out, I've only seen a handful of wizards with the power to throw that curse, Potter. That was damn impressive. 50 points to Ravenclaw. Quote. Harry looked up to the man still feeling the shakes of the curse, but he bit his tongue as he rose to his feet. Moody asked, what you all just witnessed was incredible control. But now we need another volunteer for the Imperius curse. Harry, however, continued to stare at the man as he stayed on his feet directly in front of him, and Cedric finally spoke above the whispers, Harry. The young man snapped out of his glance, and looked to his friend who looked concerned. Harry said, do you trust me? People looked at the two in confusion, but Cedric nodded his head. Of course, Harry. Go next. Harry requested. The request clearly surprised Cedric, and he paled just a bit, but stood to his feet, and walked beside Harry. At this Harry walked calmly over to his desk where all eyes were still on him. He sat at his seat, and Moody finally took his real eye off him, but Harry could feel the magical eye still on him as he said, Diggory. Are you ready? Harry, however, slowly pulled out a fair bit of parchment out of his textbook, and kept his eye on Moody the whole time. Fleur put a soft hand on his shoulder. Ari, are you okay? Harry said nothing, however, as he whispered the words. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The suspicion was in his mind, but he needed proof. Somehow the pieces were still falling together in his mind. The names began to dance across the pages. They appeared and Fleur's jaw dropped. And Harry heard Cedric quacking like a duck, and saw that Moody still did not have 100% focus on him. The power of the Imperius was more than it should have been. But when he felt the Cruciatus curse, he felt the hatred, and Harry had never done anything to Moody to make the curse work that way. Moody wasn't just good at the curses either, he enjoyed them. And Harry sensed it from the moment it washed over him. The names appeared and he slowly shuffled them to find dozens of names in the defense class, but the two at the front of the class were what took his attention. One said Cedric Diggory, and the other said Barty Crouch. Harry looked up slowly. Mischief managed. The map never lies. The man before him was Barty Crouch, but why? How? This couldn't be Barty Crouch, the head of International Magical Cooperation. That made no sense at all. The man hated unforgivables, and while he may have some disdain for the Potter family, it would be nothing like what he just experienced. That only left one impossible solution. The man in front of him was one of the four that tortured his godmother, Alice Longbottom, into insanity. Harry noticed Cedric had thrown the curse on his second attempt, but that was mostly because Moody was staring at Potter with a new look now, and Harry realized the gig was about to be up. He looked at Fleur, who was still staring at the parchment that was once a great map, with shock, but he said quietly, you need to get all the Beauxbatons students out of here. She looked at him in surprise as he stood to his feet looking for Penny. Get all the students out of here now. The look on his face must have been severe, and he knew she must have only seen this look after he killed Pettigrew. And when he returned from defeating the shade of Tom Riddle, because she immediately stood wand in hand. Harry, what's going on? Do it now. He had never raised his voice at Penny, but she flinched, clearly terrified of him. And no one moved, clearly thinking Harry had lost his mind. Not even Fleur was moving now. Growling out, Harry summoned Cedric out of the way and shoved him backwards, knocking him over to desk. And a curse came sailing at him, but with his spare wand he deflected it, and with the other he summoned a massive protection ward separating himself from the rest of the class. You son of a bitch. What gave me away? Crouch asked. Your power of the unforgivable curses. I will admit I have been suspicious of you, but I thought you were just an old Auror who had lost his mind in the last 2 wars he fought. Where is Alistair Moody? He couldn't hear what was going on behind the ward, and had no time to spare them a look with such a possibly dangerous adversary in front of him, soon dead. Especially now that you have given me up. Do you know who I am? A dead man walking. You put my godmother in St. Mungo's for 13 years, and you are going to pay for the lives you took. Not a chance, Potter. These were the last words that were exchanged, because a bolt of green light shot out of the man's wand, and his massive ward absorbed it, but at a cost as it shattered, causing the screaming to enter the room at full force. Suddenly, before Harry could react, killing curses were being thrown everywhere, but Harry wasn't letting them go. Desks bounced into the air, absorbing the curses, throwing debris everywhere, not even allowing what few people had lingered behind to give any sort of resistance. The next spell was solid black and it attempted to fill the room before Harry stopped it. But the shockwave threw everyone behind him to the ground, and the screams continued. Harry roared out in anger, unleashing both wands into a furious cacophony of curses. The wall behind the man was blown to pieces as the man weaved curses around him, but Harry was too fast as he caught the man with a blasting hex that threw him through what was left of a wall, and down Tower RDS the castle grounds with the rest of the debris. Harry only chanced a single look behind him to see injured students, but all appeared to be conscious and moving. Cedric ran to his side immediately, as he walked towards the massive hole in the wall that looked over the grounds. Harry had hoped the man had been killed in the blast, but suddenly he saw the man hit the ground and begin running for the Forbidden Forest. And Harry growled in rage, but before he could jump off the side of the building, Cedric grabbed his arm. Harry, what the hell is going on? Barty Crouch Jr. He is getting away. Cedric, we are friends right now. But if you try to stop me from getting the man that nearly killed my godmother, we won't be. Cedric let go of his arm as if he had been burned, and Harry backed up a few steps. And with a running start jumped off the side of the building, alarming everyone left in the room. The wind was whipping through his face as he fell, but he quickly transfigured his shirt into a wingsuit that allowed him to propel himself after the man. It didn't take long as he soared over the grounds. He dropped himself out of the sky probably 50 feet in front of the man, and 100 yards from the Hogwarts ward line. Going somewhere. If you're so powerful, Crouch, why leave? The man looked different from who he had seen a few moments before. This man was skinnier, and his facial features sharp. His face was completely devoid of markings, and the magical eye was gone. It was clear to Harry when he looked at the crazy dark-haired man that the polyjuice had either worn off, or in one of Harry's curses he caused the effects to cascade into failure. The man growled out, "No backup, Potter. I killed dozens of wizards and witches much older and more experienced than yourself. It was I that defeated both Frank and Alice Longbottom. Do you really think you can beat me? I like my odds." With that, the deadly dance began as Barty released a massive jet of fire. Harry Ho had been countering the elemental spells since he was 11, easily swiped it away with one wand, and the other threw a piercing charm so fast Barty didn't even have time to raise a shield. The man's throat immediately started pumping out blood, and Harry strolled over towards him attempting to close the distance. Didn't even last 2 spells, did you, Barty? Come on, surely you aren't done. You do. Need your voice to cast spells, do you? A green light sailed towards Harry, but he easily sidestepped it, and threw a severing charm at the man's hand, but his shield was quick, allowing Harry to fling a shield breaker. And the severing charm at the same time, which made impact so fast Harry barely registered him, letting loose a blood-curdling scream. Harry stalked closer and closer to the man. My godmother probably screamed for hours when you and your Death Eater pals tortured her into insanity, and if I didn't think I would go to Azkaban for it, I would give you the same experience. Then, When you begged for death in the end I would leave you, writhing, and screaming like the cockroach you are. Harry grabbed the man's hair and yanked his head back, causing blood to spurt in his face. He didn't flinch as he rammed his fist into the man's face 4 times before releasing the man. You disappoint me. All that talk, and we didn't even trade 10 spells in the real duel. My 14-year-old brother does better than that. I wish I could kill you right now. You are only the second person who I actually had a choice to end their life, but I need information, and I am going to get all of it before you die. Legilimens. Harry entered the man's mind, brutally tearing apart his defenses. He wandered around, destroying everything in his path, searching for information on Voldemort. Location of the man's safe house was protected by the Fidelius charm, and Crouch wasn't the secret keeper so couldn't reveal it. He then began searching for his old friends in the last war, and the names of the Death Eaters who got off. Harry took every bit he thought useful, and in the end when he pulled out of the man's mind he couldn't even make a sound as he fell to the ground still bleeding profusely. And Barty realized the effect of a magical oath was taking his life even faster than his curse through the throat did. Harry summoned the man's wand, and began to walk towards the witches and wizards that were running in his direction. He saw Dumbledore had his wand drawn, and several other professors including the heads of the other 2 schools. When they were upon Harry he merely kept walking, talking with an even voice. He's all yours. Flitwick was the first to get to Harry though as he grabbed both his arms. Harry, are you all right? You are covered in blood, is any of it your own? I don't believe so, Professor. Harry said shortly. Dumbledore stood next to him, but didn't dare touch him. The man in the forest. Harry, who is it? Harry looked at the man, and his senses were rushing to catch up with him before he spoke. They couldn't afford to let Crouch Sr. get away, and he couldn't be tipped off by anyone here. Harry grabbed Dumbledore's arm, and the man nearly cursed him. But he held his wand pointing down towards Harry's legs, clearly ready for anything. We can't let this go unanswered, Headmaster. I want to trust you this one time, but if you look any further I will never give you a second chance. Dumbledore seemed to understand as they locked eyes, and he delved into his surface thoughts, and saw Crouch Jr. and the information that Harry had obtained. It was Voldemort's plan from the beginning. Both the Potter boy's name in the cup to attempt a resurrection ceremony. Then he showed Dumbledore that Crouch Sr. had performed the switch of his wife and son. And then held him under the Imperius for 2 years. When they separated eye contact Dumbledore stared ahead shocked. You're absolutely sure? No one could have lied their way through something like that while on death's door. It also violated an unbreakable vow, and that is currently what is taking the man's life. Harry said, feeling calm, but feeling the adrenaline beginning to slowly leave his body. You broke into his mind so far you took a secret protected by an unbreakable vow, Dumbledore said, looking slightly worried at him. We couldn't let this information go. Fudge would have had him kissed either way. And we can chalk his cause of death up to breaking the vow. Harry said carefully and changed the subject quickly. The real Alistair Moody is up in a trunk in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. And I am sure he is going to be right hacked off that this lasted as long as it did. It was clear Dumbledore did not agree with this, but dared not argue with him with such sensitive information on the table. Very well. Harry nodded, and saw Justin, James, and some Aurors from his squad running towards him. Excuse me, Headmaster, I have to see my family. Dumbledore didn't attempt to stop Harry. And he led the rest of the party to the fallen body ahead as Harry marched up the grounds towards a sprinting James and Justin. James reached him first, grabbing both of his arms. Merlin, Harry, are you okay? Cedric Diggory was screaming at me like the devil was after him when I came to investigate the explosion that rocked the castle. All I could get was, Rogue Moody, and Harry trying to kill him. Harry snorted, and started feeling the impact of the adrenaline rush ending. That's pretty much the gist of what happened. I have a lot of answers for you, Dad. I need you to get me out of here first. To your personal quarters. Contact Mum and the other Marauders, they all need to hear this. Justin, I have a job for you as well. Go hunt down Neville Longbottom and bring him to Dad's quarters. I will explain everything then. Justin didn't question Harry in the slightest as he took off running back towards the castle, and Harry threw an arm through his dad's, claiming, My legs are gonna give out shortly. Adrenaline dump to the extreme. Can you cast Scourgify and clean me up as we walk? James nodded gladly to accept some of his son's weight, shouting at Dawlish nearby, "John, you are in charge of this scene. I am going to see to my son's health, and will get you the answers for a report. If you plan on making an arrest, come to my quarters, and we will discuss it." The Orr looked like he wanted to question it, but Shacklebolt shouted, "Dawlish, you need to see this." With the Orr now in charge of the scene distracted, James began moving High's son away from it all and began swirling his wand around as they made entrance to the castle grounds, cleaning him off before they made it to the main courtyard where Penny and Cedric were waiting. When they saw him, he saw Penny nearly slump to the ground in relief that he was okay. Cedric came over, taking his other arm, helping James support him even easier. "Harry, are you injured?" "No. Just an adrenaline dump. Mostly from jumping out of the castle without my broom than from the duel itself. I will admit that was some of the craziest stuff I have ever done," he said, grinning at the boy lightly. This caused Cedric to snort and Penny to turn red with anger. "You mean jumping out the window was crazier than chasing a psychopath throwing killing curses around like confetti, you absolute prat?" Cedric laughed, but it sounded slightly forced as Penny clearly wanted to start hitting him, but James stopped her. "Miss Clearwater, I have heard great things about you from my wife, but now is not the time to berate my possible idiot of a son. You will have to save it for later," James said as he never stopped his walk into the grand entrance hall. Harry saw the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang stud ents scattered around looking at the trio that came in, clearly surprised that Harry was alive. Fleur looked like she wanted to rush to Harry's side and see if he was okay, but he winked at her in reassurance, and everyone stayed away. When they made it to James's guest quarters, Cedric offered to stay and help, but James politely refused and thanked him for making sure Harry made it without falling over. Once he got Harry in a seat, his shaking slowed down after a few minutes, and the arrivals began showing up. The first was Lily Potter, and she looked absolutely apoplectic. "James Potter, you are in this castle. And our son still has to fight for his life. Honey, I can't be everywhere at once," the man said calmly, keeping his eyes on his son just in case he started freaking out or throwing up. Lily walked straight to Harry, taking his chin in her hands, looking over his face, arms, and everywhere her eyes could visibly glance at with a single look. She even began casting diagnostic charms, warning him what she was going to do first. Remus was the next to arrive. "We got the Marauder Code 1, what happened?" James held his hand up indicating to wait as Sirius came spilling through the door with Neville and Justin. When Sirius arrived, Harry stood, and the man catapulted himself towards Harry, embracing the boy as hard as he could. "You did the world a good service. That fucking bastard deserved what he got." Lily growled out, "I've been patient enough, someone tell me what happened now." Harry pulled out a wand slowly, and displayed it for all to see. "This wand belongs to you now, Neville. I had no right over you to take the man's life, but I got the first shot at him, and couldn't let him escape. This is a gift from House Potter to House Longbottom, and if I get my hands on the other three, they will share the same fate, you have my word." Harry walked over to the tall boy who had lost both of his parents to the Death Eaters. "This is the wand of Barty Crouch Jr. It did despicable things to your parents. And if you wish to keep it for a trophy for House Longbottom or destroy it, for all I care, but it belongs to your family. She was my godmother, and if there was anything I could do to bring her back, I would in a heartbeat." The room was silent as Harry and Neville stared at each other. Neville and Harry, who had probably exchanged a few dozen words their entire lives, now had the attention of the whole room. James, Lily, and Remus all looked to Sirius to confirm Harry's words, but the man's face was a picture of rage, saying nothing, but the look confirmed it enough to the rest of the group. Sirius was as close to the Longbottoms as the rest, and the fact that one of their attackers had been so close to them for 3 months now was outrageous. Neville took the wand from Harry and tried to speak twice before getting real words out. "Thank you, Harry. I need to be alone right now, but my house won't forget what you did for us." Harry nodded at the boy. But before he could leave, he surprised everyone by pulling the boy in for a hug. "I'm sorry it's not their lives, but I hope it counts for something." Neville patted Harry gently, and High's shoulders began shaking as he slowly walked out of the room, not meeting anyone's eyes. Before the adults could start asking questions, Harry wandlessly summoned a pensieve slowly to the middle of the room. "I admit my suspicions were very minimal when this all started, but by the time the lesson of the unforgivables was over I knew we had an imposter and confirmed it with the map. Harry raised his wand to his head and dropped the memory in it carefully. All the adults and Justin gathered around, and Lily looked like she wanted to stop her youngest from entering, but Harry said, "The only really bad part is at the end. But he can handle it." Lily looked like she wanted to argue, but James put a hand on her arm. "It's okay Lils, let's face it as a family." They all looked to Harry to see if he would join them. But he shook his head. "I just lived it, I don't need to see it again. I am going to meditate for a bit and gather my thoughts." No one argued as they all entered the pensive. Harry, for his part, walked across the room taking deep breaths before sitting down cross-legged, closing his eyes, and focusing on his magical core. He took long, deep breaths to calm himself down, and began to allow his mind to overrule his emotions. He wasn't sure how long he was sitting there, but he heard the others exit the pensive. All present looked shocked. Lily stared at her son. "You volunteered to have 2 of the 3 unforgivable curses cast on you, and then jumped out of a window to pursue this psychopath. Are you sure you don't belong in Gryffindor? The man stood no chance against me. I knew it, and he was going to figure it out quickly. It was a very calculated plan actually, and I owed it to Alice to make sure the man wouldn't escape," Harry said easily. James shook his head. "So the aura in me needs to confirm, what were the giveaways?" Harry shrugged. "The biggest one was actually what he said about you and the Aura Academy. That was my biggest red flag that actually made me check the map. His power with the Imperius was odd, and the Cruciatus was downright wrong, but when he said he broke you with the Imperius in the Academy I knew something wasn't right. There is no way with the combination of being competent in the mind arts, powerful, and being an animagus that he broke you in the Academy. If he had any control over you it would have been very limited. At first I thought he was trying to goad me, but the look in his eyes said otherwise. I wouldn't have made a move, but Sirius told me the map never lies, and this one was my personal map, so I knew he was right. I had also seen Barty Crouch and Alistair Moody in the same room a few weeks ago, and knew the 2 had no love for each other, so enough suspicions gave me my clues to attack. As you all saw I tried to clear the room. But all those idiots just stared." Justin snorted. "You probably scared the shit out of all of them." Lily smacked the boy gently behind the head. "Language." Sirius and Remus shook their heads. But James Potter scratched the side of his face in thought. "Justin is right though. Between that, or thinking that Moody was testing them, I don't think most of them are. Realized that it was real until you summoned that massive ward, and the killing curse was being flung around. Even still, most of them just sat there like idiots." Sirius chuckled. "I want to learn how to do that ward. I've never seen one brought up so fast. It resembled Protega Totalum, but it was clearly different, and stopped one killing curse." Lily stared at her son curiously. "I've never seen anything like it either." "What was it?" Finally Harry smiled. "My own invention actually." All eyes widened in surprise, but Remus was the first to ask, "You invented your own ward?" Harry put his hands behind his head cockily. "Sure did. That's the first time I've tried to stop a killing curse with it, but theoretically the way it was designed with the arithmetic calculations it should have been obvious. The foundation of the shield is solid, so it would be as if I summoned a brick wall or something, without the downside of creating debris in the fallout." Everyone stared dumbly at him, and Lily said, "Harry, that is above mastery level work. No one has invented a real new ward that can do something even close to that in centuries. I said you could use your modification of the map to get an apprenticeship. But if you decided to let me present this to the Master's Board, or the Unspeakables, they would probably grant you instant mastery level status in the subject. You could make a fortune off of this." Harry nodded. "When I have perfected it I will place it in the Potter Grimoire just for us. I want our descendants to know how to do it, but it's a good trump card. Better to have it in our back pocket than let the world have it, and find a way around it." Lily looked like she wanted to protest, but James nodded. "Maybe you can reconsider after we have solved our problems with Voldemort. But I agree for now it is probably best kept in the family." Lily took in her husband's words and then nodded, saying nothing further. Sirius however whistled. "I wish I could do that double wand trick you have up your sleeve. You never pulled that card at the dueling tournaments we went to." Harry grinned. "Never needed it. Besides I had hoped to unveil that trick in a fight for my life. No Tea and a stupid weighing of the wand ceremony. Harry didn't know it, but he had stumped all three marauders and his mother. They all thought about how fast he ripped apart Barty Crouch Jr., and thought back to when they had dueled with the man on their own occasions. He was a powerful wizard and a very competent duelist, and Harry made him look like a child who had taken his parents' wand. Harry rose to his feet. Dawlish never came by, so I am guessing he isn't going to try and press charges. James shook his head. He is probably questioning dozens of witnesses, and knows the department could never build a case against you. Besides, the minister himself would probably issue you a full pardon if they even tried. Crouch Jr. was public enemy number one for a very short while. He was going to get the kiss no matter what. And his father may follow if I am right. Dumbledore will have told the others what I found out, and will be on their way to take in Crouch Sr. if it hasn't been done already. Harry said evenly. James nodded, standing. Padfoot, Moony, I think we have some work to do. James walked over to his son and embraced him tightly. You did good today, son, and what you did for Frank and Alice's kid. That was a real good thing. Proves to me that you still have the light in your heart, and that will always be what matters. You've got a good one in there, and don't you ever stop using it. These words were said quietly. And Harry was grateful to hear them from his father, the ultralight wizard. When they separated, James smiled at his son and patted his cheek pretty roughly, and made the marauders follow him out. Lily and Justin were the final two there, and he gave them smiles, but Lily spoke calmly. You will have to tell me who your teacher is someday, Harry. Harry froze at this. What do you? You don't grow to this level of power, or competency, without someone extraordinarily powerful behind you, and if Voldemort were still in corporeal form I would suspect him, And if Dumbledore and yourself were on better terms I might suspect him, but neither are possible. This secret you are carrying, Harry. I know it's a someone. It has to be. Harry turned his back on Hi's mother and began making his way towards the door. It is. He never turned back to look at her or his brother, but he exited the room and tried to still his racing heart. Murderers and controversy at Hogwarts. Rabid readers. I write to you today carrying the wildest of tidings. Ex-Master Auror Alistair Moody in current defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Was found today in a trunk in his classroom where he had been for nearly 3 months. You might ask how that is possible considering the term started 3 months ago, and Alistair Moody has been teaching his classes for at least that long, but that is where you would be wrong. That's right, the professor that was teaching the class was none other than long-time believed to be deceased, Barty Crouch Jr. A Death Eater was teaching classes for 3 months at our children's school, and the great Albus Dumbledore had no idea. Many are already pondering how Dumbledore, who had been friends with Moody for the last 50 years, could not have known that an impostor was teaching in his school, but the simple answer is Dumbledore is getting old. While Dumbledore getting older is certainly nothing new in itself, the discovery of our impostor was by Harry James Potter, who this journalist called a rising Dark Lord just a few weeks prior, and I must offer my sincere apology for not fully understanding the boy. It was said that impostor Moody was giving a lesson on the unforgivables. This had been approved by our ministry and the headmasters of each respective school. The class was full of volunteers of people who wanted to learn what it would be like to fight the dark curse that plagued our great country, and the only good thing in the situation was that at least only 2 students received the curse. Many would say that it is a loss that any witch or wizard were held under the Forsaken Curses, but eyewitnesses claim nearly 50 just above age students were in that class, and prepared to take the curse and learn to defend themselves. The first of the volunteers was the son of our head Auror, Harry James Potter. Harry Potter, 17, stood up to the impostor Moody, and allowed He man to attempt to cast the curse over him twice. As my witnesses told me, he seemed virtually unaffected. Apparently when the man attempted to cast it a third time Harry Potter Wandlessly blasted the man back, angrily citing that no one would be allowed to wave a wand in his face. It was then when the heroics truly started. Harry Potter then volunteered to be held under the Cruciatus Curse. This impostor Death Eater was all too happy to do to our young hero. It is agreed upon by all that although the boy succumbed to the pain briefly, he was quickly able to repel the curse and fight back to his feet. Our eyewitnesses say that Harry Potter next asked his longtime friend Cedric Diggory to volunteer, and now it seems that Harry was trying to come up with some sort of strategy to take the imposter out as Mr. Diggory, 17-year-old Hufflepuff student, was only put under the curse one time before Harry started attempting to get people out so he could have his standoff with the man. Of course, most of the students were in shock, or believed that he was still suffering after the effects from the curses, but instead a duel began that involved blasting a huge part of the castle apart. And Harry Potter even threw the imposter through the window and glided after him like some kind of muggle skydiving daredevil. The duel that followed on the grounds was said to be short, and after Harry Potter defeated the man, he extracted information on his and his little brother's entrance to the Triwizard Tournament. It was at this point the Death Eater broke his unbreakable vow by telling Harry that he had entered his name in. And the man lost his life with the truth. Hours later, Barty Crouch Sr., head of the International Magical Cooperation Department at the Ministry, was arrested and sentenced to life in Azkaban for releasing a prisoner, and holding his son under the Imperius for 2 years. So many questions are left unanswered, and for now that is all the information I have. Stay tuned readers, and more will come. The article had changed things for Harry. It was amazing how fast the tune of the public can change when they believe something good was done. It was clear that his dad's influence in what knowledge got out was present, as some of it was entirely accurate, but he was grateful for the little inaccuracies. It was now the night before the first task, and it was currently quite the headache for Harry. Penny was harassing him every which way to go over his plan for the dragons, and no matter what she said he refused to ruin the surprise. Harry, this is insane. You have to tell someone your strategy. What if you overlooked something blatantly obvious? Harry rolled his eyes at this. Gellert and himself had gone over dozens of scenarios, and came up with counters to each and every one of the bad things that could happen. He had perfected his master's old spell, and Fiendfire was something he could cast since he was 15. He doubted his magic would fail him in such a fight-or-die situation. Penny, I am telling you I went over my plan with someone very magically astute. The odds that both of us would miss something blatantly obvious is seriously unlikely. The girl looked like she wanted to scream. At least tell me who it was. It would make me feel better if your mom, Dad, or Dumbledore knew your plan and approved it. I know what you are like in the face of danger. And those are the days I seriously question why you weren't put into Gryffindor. I resent that accusation, Harry said amusedly. The girl glared at him, and clearly wanted to saw. Why more when a Patronus in the shape of a stag came prancing into the room. Harry, your father and I need to speak with you in the headmaster's office. Please come at your earliest convenience. Harry looked at the stag as it bowed to him. And he groaned, putting his hand in his head. Harry took a deep breath and tried to rein in his emotions before his magic started flaring with irritation. I say, that I have to deal with some family stuff that I am sure will improve this day tremendously. The sarcasm in Harry's voice was not missed by anyone in the common room at this hour, and Penny looked at her watch saying, it's almost curfew. Harry gave the girl a look that clearly said the next words came at a price, and the girl raised her hands in surrender, allowing the young man to stroll out of the common room towards the headmaster's office. It did not take long to navigate through the castle, and when he got to the gargoyle it didn't budge, and the boy growled out, I have been summoned by the headmaster. Care to let me up? At first nothing happened and Harry drew his wand fully prepared to blast the thing to do some of the convincing, but as he did the gargoyle began to move, allowing Harry to trudge his way up the steps towards the big office. Arriving at the door, he thought about barging in, but didn't want to appear to be in too bad of a mood before the arguing started, so Harry politely took a deep breath and knocked 4 times. The door was immediately opened and Harry was greeted with the sight of his family plus Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore said, "Ah, Harry my boy. Thank you for joining us with such haste. We know you are very busy." Harry gave the man an emotionless look saying, "Should I have summoned my head of house with me, Headmaster? This looks like an interrogation room." Harry's father just shook his head. "No, son, it's not an interrogation. We just wanted to update you on some things. It couldn't have waited till tomorrow. The head girl was about to be on my case for leaving so close to curfew," Harry said in an almost joking manner. Dumbledore merely chuckled saying, dare I say you could have talked your way out of anything with Miss Clearwater. The rumor mill has reached my old ears that you two are quite invested in one another." Glaring at the man for a moment, the raven-haired boy said, "Business B. Between myself and Miss Clearwater should remain just between the two of us. I am sure you can appreciate and understand that, headmaster." Everyone recoiled a bit at the boy's frosty tone, but no one commented further as the headmaster said, "Of course, forgive an old man's intrusions." Harry waited for someone else to speak, and then rolled his eyes. "Well, don't try all talking at once. You called me out of my common room this late at night to give me some kind of information. What is it?" Sirius spoke next. "Dragons, pup. It's what the first task is." Harry snorted. "No really. Did you guys just figure that out?" "Justin has known for a while. I figured he had told all of you." Everyone looked at the boy in surprise while Remus asked, "How long have you known?" Harry looked at his watch that had the date on it saying, 2 days after my name came out of the goblet. You know, bringing 6 Class 5 magical beasts into a country requires a lot of paperwork, and a paper trail that my contacts at the ministry were all over. I was contacted the second the papers hit the ground about me being a Dark Lord and being in this tournament." Lily rubbed the back of her head in frustration and a bit of embarrassment. "We were just trying to be helpful, Harry. We figured something was up when we asked Justin if he needed help with the first task, but all he would tell us was that you and him had worked out a strategy. I suppose that should have been our answer. Can you tell us what you know of the task?" Taking a deep calming breath for what felt like the 100th time that evening, Harry said, "I know that we are going to have to draw from a bag of 6 dragons to decide which one we will face, and from there we will have to retrieve a golden egg from its nest of real eggs. They are nesting mothers, so they will be in a wonderful mood when I try to approach their nest." "Did I miss anything?" Dumbledore asked curiously. "Have you told anyone else this information?" "Yes, 2 people." The boy answered the question but offered nothing else. James stared at his son in surprise. "Justin and Penny." Sneering, the boy said, "That marauder investigative skills is really something impressive there, Prongs. I told Justin the morning I found out so we could go over some strategies, and Penny wouldn't stop harassing me." This caused the man to deflate a little bit, and for the other 2 Mara Ooters to snicker slightly while his mother looked at him in disapproval. Harry then said, "Is there anything else, or may I go back to my work? I do have a dragon to take care of tomorrow." Dumbledore held a hand up to gesture to hold for a moment and spoke softly, "I also have wanted to inform you that the Yule Ball will be taking place on Christmas Eve here at the castle. All the champions will be required to bring a partner to this event." Groaning, the boy said, "Now that is news to me. So what you are saying is I should just let the dragon eat me in the first task to avoid the massive amount of trouble this is going to cause me." Quote. This caused Sirius and Remus to chuckle, and even made Lily and James smile a bit, while the headmaster gave him a beguine smile. "I doubt you will have any trouble finding a date, Mr. Potter. You are quite popular with the females from what I overheard Aurora and Septima speaking of." Harry stared at the man in surprise. "You overheard Professor Vector and Sinistra say I was quite popular with the female students?" The man grinned at the boy. "Dare I say that is thankfully all I caught of that particular conversation." The marauders stared at the headmaster with gaping mouths, while Lily looked at the man disapprovingly, but Harry shrugged. "That doesn't help me. In fact, that makes it worse. I have 3 pretty good female friends as of late, and I could see any one of them asking me or wanting me to ask them. Someone will have to quote-unquote lose if I chose someone. I'd rather not do that. Maybe I will disappear for a few days and let the masses speculate on where I went." Dumbledore looked like he had just swallowed a rather tart lemon drop and said, "I would much rather you not do something like that. The press would have a field day. I dare say more than when your name came out of the goblet of fire." Harry shrugged. "I couldn't really care less what the people think. It is more clear to me now than ever that the people in this country are nothing but sheep. Now if that is all, I think I will be going back to my common room while I contemplate the latest fickle things in life, like how I will deal with this dragon problem." With that, the boy began retreating out of the office when his mother's voice stopped him. "Harry, do you have a plan?" Harry turned and gave his first genuine smile of the night. "Just make sure you are there, Mom. What happens next is surely going to amaze." With that, the boy turned and walked out of the headmaster's office. This is not funny, Harry. I have been hounding you for weeks and nearly had several anxiety attacks just thinking about it. Tell me your plan. Penelope was hounding the boy for what felt like the 10th time that week, but Harry merely groaned at the girl's persistence. The task is in an hour, Penny. Just wait and watch like everyone else. The boy said calmly with only a tiny bit of anxiety at the thought of facing his dragon today. The girl looked like she was going to start screaming at him or cursing him at any moment, but thankfully she did neither, and took his offered arm and followed him onto the grounds. Rumors had definitely been going around about the two for about a month now. When people asked Harry directly, however, he merely stated that he was raised with pureblood customs, and never allowed a friendly lady to walk by herself, and always offered his company by his arm. This silenced most of the Slytherins and Ravenclaws, but for the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor they were certain there was something between the head girl and the future Dark Lord Potter, as some joked. As the two descended onto the grounds and the whispers went up, the girl said quietly, "I am genuinely worried about you, Harry. This task is dangerous, and people die. What if you slip? What if? Relax, Penny, I have a good plan, and I promise everything is going to be okay. At this point I would appreciate it if you were more concerned about my brother. His plan is not nearly as foolproof as mine." She groaned. "I am worried enough just thinking about you. If I start thinking about your brother I will be sick. He isn't that bad, Harry," she said, smacking him hard on the arm. "Please tell me who you went over this plan with." Shaking his head now at the girl's antics, Harry said, "No one except Justin knows my plan. I thought he would get a kick out of it, so I told him what my plan was." Penny stopped and stared at him with a clearly dumbstruck look. Things Harry found amusing were not usually the slightest bit funny at all to normal people. This made the head girl even more nervous than before. "I am going to be sick, I think. You told me you talked with someone magically competent." Harry easily took her hand, patting it gently, forcing a calming charm through her body. The girl immediately eased up and looked at the boy thankfully, and the duo continued the walk down the path only to be greeted by Justin. "Harry, you can't go through with this. I was up all night thinking about it. And you simply can't do it. It's too risky. You thought my plan was crazy, but the more I think about yours the crazier it sounds." Reaching the tent where the other 4 champions were waiting, Harry freed his arms from Penny and threw his arm around his brother. "You, my brother, need to worry about your own task. Have I ever claimed to do magic I couldn't? I need you to focus on yourself. Because if I have to jump in and interfere with your task I doubt the consequences will be good." Justin swallowed hard, and steeled his nerves over. "All right, Harry. I trust you, and for what it's worth, the plan you came up with for me is at least fairly safe." Penny didn't seem to know how to take this, so before Harry entered the tent he brought the girl in for a hug. "It's going to be okay, Penny. Now do something for me. During the task I need you to focus more on the champions than the dragons, okay? It is important to me that I see how each of them perform, so that I can figure out easier ways for our team to beat them in duels. We are going to see some habits come out because they are all going to be nervous, so stay focused for me. Whatever you think is best, Harry. Just please be careful." Harry grinned at the girl as they separated. "Enjoy the show, Penny. It's going to be quite momentous." With that, Harry left the concerned girl behind as he guided his brother into the tent. When the brothers entered, Dumbledore gave them an approving nod. The two came in united, and that was something Dumbledore greatly approved of. Dumbledore waved his arm around. "All the champions are now here. So gather around." The 6 champions formed a loose circle around him, and Dumbledore smiled at them. "You've all waited for this day. You have all spent your whole magical education preparing for a moment where you may need your magic to save your life, and today is the day that you will get to see if it paid off. Your task is not simple, and knowing is literally as you do going into this task is daunting, but now is the time for you all to know that your first task will be taking a dragon egg from the nest of a dragon." No one seemed surprised, which obviously pleased Dumbledore. Because he did not raise an eyebrow, that no one seemed to pale further, or panic. "Your nerves are commendable, and a testament to the strength of each of you. Now you are only allowed to enter with a wand in this first task, and you will each be drawing a dragon model from a bag that has 6 different species. The dragon will have your number, and we will tell you the type of dragon you will face. Are there any questions?" No one said a word, so Dumbledore said, "Ludo, the bag." Bagman grinned as he strolled forward with a sack towards Fleur Delacour. She looked to Amy, her headmistress, and then surprisingly Harry, and put on a brave face as she delved her hand into the bag. The girl easily pulled out her dragon and revealed it to the group. "Ah, the Welsh Green, and you will compete second, my dear," Bagman said. Fleur gave a shaky smile at the group, and Harry nodded at her with a wink. Amy was next and drew the Norwegian Ridgeback with the number 4 around its neck. Crumb drew a Chinese Fireball with a 3. Followed by Alexia Volkov, who drew the Hebridean Black Dragon wearing the number 5. Then it was Justin's turn, and Harry already knew that he was going to pull the Ukrainian Ironbelly. But he didn't know it was going to have the number 1 on it. Harry wanted to curse Grindelwald for his lack of foresight that his brother was going to have to go first. And Harry saw the slightest bit of fear flick across Justin's face. Harry was last, and pulled the Hungarian Horntail, not needing to see the number 6 to know he would be competing last. He exchanged a look with his brother as Dumbledore said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the first task will begin at the sound of the cannon." The cannon immediately went off and Justin paled. Harry exchanged a look with Dumbledore. And he strode across the tent, putting both hands on his shoulders, whispering, "Remember the strategy. The broom first. Fly around. Conjunctivitis. After blinding it you have to create very loud noises. Justin. At all costs you survive the task. Nothing else matters." Justin nodded, looking numb, and Harry brought his brother in for a tight hug, and this time he whispered, "I will be right here. If anything goes terribly wrong you have my word I will be there. Do your best. Make me proud." Justin looked determined at his words, and his fear was overshadowed by his desire to make his brother proud. He exited the tent with his head held high. Harry quickly made his way towards the back of the tent to exit, but 2 oars he wasn't familiar with were blocking the way. "Sorry, Potter, you gotta stay in here. It could be considered an advantage if you watched your brother's task." Harry stared at the men in surprise, but understood their reasoning. However, that still didn't mean he cared. "Do you really think the 2 of you can stop me from making sure my brother completes his task safely?" His wand dropped into his hand, and both oars scrambled for theirs, preparing for a fight, but a female voice shouted, "Non. Stop." Harry turned to see Fleur standing, now looking at the oars. "Let him go. If it were my sister I would want to know she is okay too." Crumb nodded his agreement. "Duh. His brother more important than any tournament. Let him have peace of mind." The oars looked to the other 2 champions and Amy said, "Harry clearly trained his brother. I doubt he could gain any advantage from seeing how he does. I am okay with it." They all looked at the final champion and she merely shrugged, "No difference to me." The oars took one last look at Ari, who had his wand now sparking in his hand as he heard the roar of the dragon, and one of them opened the tent. Harry turned to Fleur and mouthed a, "Thank you," and ran up the dirt path just in time to see his brother zooming around on his broom flinging curses at the angry dragon. The dragon was an impressive species, and clearly huge and pissed off. Harry began mumbling, "Come on, Justin, hit it in the damn eyes. We did hours of fast-paced target practice. You can do this." Just as he said it, Justin landed a direct hit on the beast's eyes, causing it to wail with pain and rage. Harry let out a sigh of relief. That was the hardest part right there. As Justin continued to fly around he was creating deafening noises from a spell Harry created himself. The spell simulated the effects of a flashbang, and the after effects left your ears nearly bleeding. Harry could tell Dumbledore or one of the other judges was quick to unleash protective charms around the arena, because he couldn't see anyone reacting in pain. He did, however, notice that the dragon was not having a good time. Justin swept down low to make a first attempt at the egg, and barely kept his head on his shoulders when the dragon flung its iron-like tail at him. It was a close call, and Justin just missed the egg. He made another attempt, but Harry now noticed some of the eggs were damaged, and hoped his brother didn't destroy his clue. On his second dive bomb attempt Justin was clearly throwing everything he had into the flashbang spell, and this time the dragon nearly fell over in pain as he took the egg triumphantly. Harry yelled in excitement for his brother, and only wished his brother could see him as he finally realized the crowd was on their feet screaming and applauding. Harry then saw his brother look over at him, and the boy gave him a grin, and pointed at him with a cocky smile. The message was clear: beat that. Harry grinned back at the boy. Game on, kid. He marched back down to the tent and Dee gave grateful nods to each of the champions as Fleur gave him a wink as she marched her way out towards the arena. Amy was the one to ask Harry, "I'm guessing by that grin he did pretty good." "Duh. Finitely not bad for a 14-year-old kid. It was a damn good attempt. He completed his task, though I am sure he won't get a high score. I am just glad he is okay," Harry said easily. The girl nodded, and the crowd began cheering as Fleur made her way out to her fight against the dragon. Harry felt much lighter now that his brother had been successful. He didn't care to hear the scores, or anything of the like. So he took his time now to focus on himself as he got on his knees and closed his eyes. He shut the world out, and truly began to focus. Time clearly passed, because the next thing he knew a soft hand was on his shoulder. And one of the aurors from before said, "You're up, kid." Harry nodded at the man, and as he reached the exit of the tent he turned to the two aurors. "No one left to protect here. Get a seat and watch history be made." He didn't look to see their reactions as he walked out of the tent, and began making his way towards a small cave that led towards the arena. He closed his eyes and relaxed one last time. He smiled, knowing his master was about to watch his greatest feat of magic yet. Entering the arena, the young man immediately began eyeing the horntail 100 yards in front of him. The dragon was positively massive, and it seemed like it was double the size of the Ukrainian ironbelly his brother faced. As he looked from the dragon to the eggs, he reached into his pocket drawing his wands, and raising them for the dragon and audience to see. He then set them on the ground calmly, and began walking forward as if nothing could stop him from getting to the eggs in the nest. The dragon reared its head back in a great roar as the young man began to approach him, and the crowd was deadly quiet after Harry had seemingly decided that suicide was the best option. As Harry approached, the dragon ripped its head back and let loose a giant stream of fire. This caused several in the crowd to scream in panic, and Harry even heard several people call his name out. But Harry was completely focused, and lazily threw his right hand up to redirect the fire off to the side. The crowd all gasped at the sight of his control of wandless magic, and wah! Tched as the young Potter heir approached the dragon's nest. The dragon seemed to notice quickly that his fire was not hurting the young wizard in the slightest, so quickly whipped its body around to swat at the boy. But once again Harry did not reach for either of his wands back at the entrance to the arena, and nearly deflected the tail with a massive purple shield charm that was recognized by only two: Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore felt his body begin to freeze as he realized he had not seen that shield in nearly 50 years, and the man that had cast it had been his one great love. A terrible feeling sat in the man's stomach suddenly, and he watched the Potter heir move towards his task with great determination and unwavering confidence. The dragon now seemed surprised, said as it just stared at the wizard for a moment, and then shot its mouth towards him with hundreds of teeth bared at the boy. Of all the things to do at that moment, Harry just grinned. He knew he was going to have to upset this dragon to the point that he was within his right to slay it, so he began his plan. Flicking out his hand, he conjured two long metal cords that quickly wrapped around the dragon's mouth. Then he gestured sharply, and an eerie purple light came from the ground itself in front of the dragon and causing it to freeze. At this point, Harry began calmly waving his hands around, while striding towards the eggs. Rocks, rocks, and more rocks were being summoned from the stadium and encasing the dragon as it was currently motionless. Whispers went up throughout the crowd as Harry calmly grabbed his egg, but did not stop in his hand motions as the rocks were turning into metal, and slowly making the dragon his prisoner as he walked away. The roar of applause started somewhere and it went up loudly as the still frozen dragon was unmoving. Just as Harry made it to the exit, he flipped his hand in an upwards motion and the dragon broke the cables that had been put around its mouth and roared in anger, trying to break free from its cage, but was seemingly unable to do so. Harry knew this was only the first part, and began to wonder just what his master had done to that the dragon became angry enough to break free. The dragon handlers were moving towards the cage cautiously, and Harry turned to face them as they approached. Harry recognized Charlie Weasley eating the group as they all began throwing stunners together at the beast, but instead of becoming subdued the creature became much angrier than before, and began thrashing impossibly hard at Harry's steel cage, quickly breaking out of it. Harry dropped his egg at the entrance to the cage, summoning both of his wands to him, knowing that the creature was in a blind rage. It swept its tail hard, knocking 3 of the 6 dragon handlers across the stadium, either dead or severely injured, and Harry spurred into action. Flicking out his hand now, he transfigured 2 massive rocks into even more massive metal cords, and began smacking the beast around with the massive metal objects while screaming at the dragon keepers, "Get back! Save the others!" Harry wasn't sure if they were listening, but he kept his focus on the flailing body of the dragon as it attempted to impale him with his massive tail. Harry summoned a massive head-to-toe black shield, which made a huge gong-like sound as it was deflected. The dragon roared out furiously as one of the cords connected with its face, and knocked it backwards hard. Harry, for his part, was moving closer and closer to the nest, as he continued to beat it back. The dragon then took flight, creating a massive gust of wind, and even knocking his freshly created metal cords back, causing the crowd to gasp at the now flying and extremely pissed-off dragon. Harry could tell it was on a chain, however, and dropped his cords, hurling massive blasters at the dragon. The dragon attempted to swoop in his direction, but the chain stopped the beast once, and then twice. Harry noticed the chain shook with great effort, and the young man had to fight back the grin this time, realizing he was close to truly justifying the slaying of this beast. The massive dragon roared out, and Harry flung a mighty blasting curse, rocking it backwards and back onto the ground, only for it to roll to its feet, clearly breaking the chain and causing the audience to scream in panic. Harry noticed a large dome now enclosed the arena, and Harry realized the time to slay his dragon was now. He picked up the fallen metal cords he transfigured earlier in the fight, and quickly turned them into massive spears. As the dragon came hurling towards him, he launched one of the sharp-tipped objects through its left wing, tearing straight through it. The dragon roared in agony and blew a massive breath of fire into the area of the crowd, but Harry threw a massive ward up in case the dome above him didn't hold, and the dragon fire was stopped. The dragon was now on a much less dangerous rampage with its inability to fly, but it was still climbing through the rocks, trying to get to Harry with unrivaled fury. The dragon in all its blind anger ripped apart its own wing to free itself from Harry's first spear shot, and stalked towards Harry, as he shot the second spear through the dragon's other wing, completely disabling its ability to fly. The monster was severely injured now, and it was beyond being able to be subdued because of its rage. The dragon gave a final bellow of fire in desperation, and Harry easily slashed it aside with his Thunderbird wand, and set his Zuu wand to draw a massive blue circle of fire. The only 2 things in the circle were Harry and the dragon, and Harry began moving his wands like a conductor organizing a performance. His wand motions were fluid, and the fire began to close in. The dragon seemed to realize it was in trouble as it reared back, attempting to strike him again, but instead of any of Harry's magic intercepting the dragon, the cursed fire leapt forward from the circle, and began attacking the beast in the form of a dragon. The nature of Protega Diabolica was to destroy anything unloyal to the creator, and it couldn't have been more blatant that the dragon desperately wanted to harm its opponent. The fire entered the creature's mouth, and began to tear it apart, disintegrating it with each slow, agonizing ticking of the clock. It took less than 30 seconds before the only thing that remained of the dragon was a pile of ashes. Harry stared at where the dragon had once been and took a knee. He bowed his head for 30 seconds to the stunned silence of the crowd. He then rose to his feet, and walked over to where Charlie Weasley and the other dragon handlers were laying on the ground, injured, but alive. "Come on, Charlie, get up. This is no place to die." The man winced as Harry gave him an offered hand, helping him to his feet, while the ward above dropped. Many witches and wizards began apparating into the stadium to begin treating the few that were too injured to move. The applause hit Harry's senses next, and it was massive. It was clear that none in attendance could ever remember seeing such a powerful display of magic, and the fact that his task was completed without a wand, and then were only drawn to slay the beast, was an incredible feat. Charlie struggled, but managed to raise Harry's hand into the air to the roaring approval of the crowd. It wasn't long before many witches and wizards took Charlie from Harry, and told him to go to the champion's tent after checking that he hadn't sustained any injuries. Harry made it to where the Aurors had been stationed at the entrance to the champion's tent without hindrance. Seeing the 2 men staring at him in awe made the Man merely shrugged as he continued past them to one of the chairs. Madame Pomfrey turned to face him the moment he entered the tent. Any injuries? Harry yawned slowly, clearly realizing the other champions didn't know what happened. I could use a pepper-up potion, but other than that, not a scratch. I am in need of a pretty powerful nap though. The other champions looked at the boy in amazement. Not even a scratch was seen on the boy, and they didn't even know the amazing part. He looked just like he had when he had gone into the stadium though, so they suspected nothing. Madame Pomfrey EV.N seemed to not believe that the boy was uninjured, but was currently dealing with some burns on Victor's back. It didn't take long for Harry's parents to arrive, and Lily rushed to her son, embracing him tightly. That was the stupidest thing I have ever seen anyone do in my life. You put down your only weapons in a fight, then complete your task only to save those men's lives and slay the dragon. I demand resorting to Gryffindor. James grinned at the boy, putting a hand on his shoulders. The judges are deliberating, but my guess is they will give you full marks on all accounts. You were the fastest. You were the only uninjured competitor, and you saved the lives of all those dragon handlers who were trying to subdue the beast. Son, that was one of the bravest, most incredible things I have ever seen. Harry took the compliments with a smile, but doubted he would get full marks. Dumbledore would claim it was likely within his skill to trap the beast and that killing it was unnecessary, which, between Harry and Dumbledore, was undoubtedly true. When he separated from his mother, a small bullet hit him in the chest in the form of his brother. You idiot. I thought you were joking. Hen, you said you were literally going to do the whole task wandlessly. Harry actually chuckled at this, embracing his brother for only a moment, then pushing him back a bit. How often do I actually kid with people? The boy blushed a bit. Hardly ever. But Merlin, Harry, I don't even think Dumbledore would have tried to take on a dragon without a wand. Right you are, Mr. Potter. Harry, that was so me astonishing magic I just witnessed you use. Far beyond the level one expected you to be on even after all that has happened. I am curious as to the origins of some of the spells you used. The shield and the fire most particularly. It was head to toe, and seemingly solid, but it disappeared when you were done with it, and the spell you used to create the fire I thought was lost to antiquity. Who taught it to you? The old headmaster questioned. Harry looked the man in the eye when he said, an old friend. He taught me all things in magic and wandless magic, including that shield. The purple time spell that I used on the dragon. However, I read about in his notes. I had not even attempted the spell until today. James looked at his son in surprise. You used a spell that you had never tried before when the dragon tried to eat you. I trust my magic implicitly. Harry said simply. Dumbledore was still staring at the boy, asking, who is this mentor of yours? He must have been very powerful. And I know for a fact it is beyond the magic that either of your parents are capable of. In fact, I doubt few people in Lady Potter's department would even recognize some of the magic you used. I may be the only wizard alive in this country to recognize the two spells you used. Harry stared at the man defiantly now, the most powerful wizard to ever roam the continent since Merlin himself. You are a smart man, headmaster. I think you know who trained me. I think you know just where I got my attitude and skills from. You did create the monster that he would become. Dumbledore looked like he was going to go for his wand, but thought better of it. He died a few years ago. I know that for a fact. Shaking his head, the boy said, you should know by now that unless you see the body yourself, that people are never really gone. The Potter family watched the exchange between their son and headmaster in confusion, but did not interrupt when Dumbledore said, I hope you know the dangerous game you are playing, Harry. He is a master manipulator. He didn't need to manipulate me, Dumbledore. He came to me in a time when I needed guidance, and a teacher to show me the way. He prepared me to protect my family, and my brother. And has never asked for a single thing in return. Know this, headmaster, had he come for a rematch, I can assure you things would have gone much differently. I give you this reassurance though. He is a changed man, and he instilled values in me that he got after the war. I think you may have been proud of the man that he had become after all was said and done. Hen, it is time to reveal my teacher to the world. They will respect the name once again, as they should have all along. Harry said, turning his back on the man now and walking out of the tent with everyone having wide eyes. Lily Potter turned to Dumbledore asking, Albus, who trained Harry to do all that? Dumbledore stared at the retreating Potter as he exited the tent and began to walk back alone towards the castle. I know who. But I do not know how. James, being impatient, asked, well, don't keep us in suspense. Justin was just as curious as the rest, but said nothing while looking at T. He had master's expressions trying to read what the man was thinking or feeling, but he was getting no read from the man. Dumbledore spoke again. It is Harry's story to tell. I fear this is not the place to discuss such things. I must attend to the judges. With that the old man left the tent as well, following the Potter heir. Harry's heart was racing when he made it to the stands. The first son to catch sight of him was Penny as she tackled him into a hug. You are insane. It's official. All the Gryffindors were right. You have lost your mind somewhere in all that brilliance. Harry laughed at the girl as she released him. And he clapped hands with Herbert and Cedric while accepting a hug from Heidi. Well, what can I say? I told you it was going to be something worth watching. Now, have I missed the scores? Just then he looked up to the podium, and saw the judges conferring quietly. He could see the scores were already on the board, and his brother had finished above Krum and Buchart, but fell short of Fleur and Volkov. This was a nice surprise to Harry, and he wondered just how poorly the other two must have done to lose more points than Justin would have for having the eggs crushed. Only another moment passed before Dumbledore began speaking using the sonorous charm. After deliberation with the judges, it has been decided that Harry Potter will be given full marks for his outstanding use of magic and his quick thinking that saved the lives of the dragon handlers. Well done, Mr. Potter. Cedric and Herbert both forced Harry's hands into the air, as the section he was interrupted into cheers and applause. The young man gave a smile to the crowd who cheered his name, and briefly caught the eye of an older gentleman who tipped his hat to him. He immediately recognized the man's magic even through the disguise, and gave him an appreciative smile. Knowing that one day soon his secret was going to come out. You must relax, young one. You have your whole life to grow into your power. I wish I understood it, but magic is an ever-expanding riddle, and I fear it is one we will never completely solve. The aged man stood in front of his pupil who was heaving for breath and clearly frustrated as he spat out, I have to be strong enough now. I have to be the best. You will be, child. I have felt your power. I have sensed your future. You must have the patience to get there. Because nothing is certain, and if you push too hard you will not make it to see this future. Nor will I. The man spoke kindly. Huffing, the boy took a seat, picking up a nearby journal and going through it quietly. The man observed the young Potter heir, clearly amused by the boy throwing his fit. You have yet to speak to me about the end of your first year at Hogwarts. Did it go well? Barely looking up, the boy said, boring. I could do almost every assignment wandlessly, and when I held my wand to do the tasks, they were things I could do at 6 years old. It was frustrating. I thought about leaving and returning to you full-time at several points. At least here I can be pushed to be better. I did warn you that my training would make challenges in school seem few and far between. The man said, taking a seat. I know, master. I am just disappointed, that is all. I have listened to my father and mother speak to Justin about the greatness of Hogwarts, but I feel as if it is so substandard. The only people worth their socks are Professor Flitwick and Professor Roberts, the Auror. However, I couldn't convince them to teach me more. Flitwick gave me some useful dueling tips that were elementary. But still good. I feel as if that was the extent of what I actually learned inside the classroom, and that was after hours. The boy said, his frustration taking a new level. The man placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. As my apprentice I have told you patience must come. When you are 17, and you reach your majority, your power will be unprecedented. Your wandless magic will be incredible. If I had a time turner to roll back the clocks and work on wandless magic like you do, I think my power would double, if not triple. You, however, have me, and I will make sure that you reach your full potential. Taking a deep breath, the boy sighed. Thank you, Master Grindelwald. I will do my best to make you proud. Shaking his head from the memories of years past, Harry took a deep breath as he prepared tea for his master. He had been dodging everyone, including his friends, since the first task. Many people were in awe with his performance, and some thought, of course, that it was just more to add to the thought that he was a rising Dark Lord. He had no care or thought for those people though. He had been working extra hard on his inventions, and ALR. Edie discovered the second task to the Triwizard Tournament after an easy observation of the egg. It had been a ridiculous clue, and Harry was annoyed by the simplicity of it. They were going to take a hostage, probably Penny, and keep her under Black Lake with the merpeople for an hour. However, Harry had already snuck around the whole thing and placed dozens of undetectable tracking enchantments on Penny when they were in the common room, and she was none the wiser yet. Even Justin had been practically silenced by the green-eyed wizard. Sure, they trained every day, but the conversation was terse. Justin really wanted to know who Harry's mentor was, but the boy was too tight-lipped about it, saying that it no longer mattered, and the world would know when Harry felt they needed to. Even the Potters were annoying Dumbledore to try and get answers from him or their son, but neither spoke a word of it. Harry did note though, that Dumbledore was trying to be much kinder to him these days, and even offered him an exemption for the Yule Ball recently. Harry considered taking it, but Grindelwald had already expressed his opinion on the matter. Sometimes, you have to be a show pony, especially if you wish to live in the spotlight one day. So that is what Harry planned to do. He was unsure about his date, and thankfully the boys in the school were being pretty reasonable. Cedric Dee asked Penelope to the Yule Ball with a little bit of prodding from Harry, and Herbert Fleet was taking Heidi McAvoy. That meant that Harry could take anyone he wanted to, and there would be no foul out with the rest of the females in the group, because they already had dates. He was undecided on what was going to be his plan of action, but he was trying to keep all possibilities open. Serving the tea to Gellert, the man raised his glass, to my apprentice becoming a master of the magical arts. Your show of power was most impressive, and I commend you on your quick thinking. Even I did not predict that the fast involvement of the dragon handlers was going to go so wrong. Harry nodded carefully as he took a sip at his drink. What did you do to the dragon exactly? Draft of Rage. It was easy enough. I had one of the keepers under the Imperious Curse and had them slip it into the creature's water supply. I knew no cage would keep the creature down. I also knew when you burnt the beast into a crisp there would be no proof. And seeing that no one died, I will gladly say the task was a resounding success. The look on old Albus' face was worth every bit of effort. The man said with a chuckle. Harry snorted. Was it when I summoned the shield, or when the fire came into play? This caused the man to actually laugh. His jaw only unhinged a bit when you summoned the shield, but when you summoned the fire I thought my old friend would have a heart attack on the spot. There was no hiding who your teacher was after that. Harry grinned. He tried to follow me tonight. I am aware that he is tracking my whereabouts at all times now. I believe he wishes to confront you. Gellert grunted. The day will come, but not anytime soon. We must put more things in motion before Albus and I have any confrontation. I do not wish to kill the man, but I will do as I must to defend myself. How did he try to follow you? A very good disillusionment charm. If I wasn't so paranoid he would have followed me here. I did a few apparition jumps however to lose his trail. I suspect he may have been able to follow my first two, but by the time I performed a fifth apparition there was no way. Harry said confidently. The man nodded his head up and down slowly. Good. Good. Albus was always very accomplished with the disillusionment charm. I know he greatly desired your family's cloak of invisibility though to study it. And if he has done that then it is possible he has gotten even better. Saying nothing to this, Harry knew the man had more to say, but we have other things to discuss. You know the second task will be under the lake, and that they will be taking your friend Penelope Clearwater, but I have a few other things I would like to discuss with you. Harry perked up at this, hoping he was going to get some insight into his future. Grindelwald looked at the boy with his magical blue eye carefully. I have seen a great struggle ahead for you. The Death Eaters are about to become more and more agitated as they begin to sense the rise of their former master. I recommend getting in touch somehow with the head of your father's department. Madame Bones is infamous for her reputation of fairness. I believe she will hear you out, and help you if she can. It wouldn't hurt your family's budding alliance with the Bones family as your brother continues to pursue a relationship with their heir. How would you suggest I do this, Master? Harry asked curiously. An opportunity will become apparent soon. The man said, closing his eyes now. Silence overcame the two and then he said. The French Vila that you are friendly with. I believe you should take her to the ball. She is still available, and I think hoping for your invitation. I told you my relations with the Vila were good, and that they fought by my side in the Great War. I would like you to continue these good relations. If this war becomes prolonged, then you will want a door to communicate with the Vila tribes. This girl could be your door. Between her owing you a life debt, and her own formidable power for an average witch, I believe she could be a great ally to you. Harry had considered asking Fleur or Amy. But he didn't want Fleur to feel inclined to say yes just because he saved her life. She had been one of the few that had not changed the way she looked at him after the first task, and his master was right that she was formidable. Very well, master, Harry said evenly. The man nodded his head looking out towards the window. You will crush these fools in the dueling tournament tomorrow. I will be upset with you if any of them hit you with a single curse. Most of them are terrified of you, and I fully expect you to take advantage of it. Your young brother as well. It would be best to set high goals for him in order to make sure he pushes himself as hard as he is capable of. Harry bowed his head. Yes, master. I sense trouble coming in this second task. Remain vigilant, my young apprentice. And return to your room to get some rest. You will want a few hours before your matches. Grindelwald said calmly. Harry rose to his feet, and bowed respectfully to the man as he departed the cabin. He took his broom and apparated to the edge of the Hogwarts wards, and flew back onto the grounds. He saw a familiar old man standing below Ravenclaw Tower with a massive red bird flying around him. Harry knew the man could see him, and he also suspected he was being summoned. He swiftly brought the broom down to the grounds and Dumbledore said with a careful voice, "Late evening, Harry." "Not as late as usual. But we do have big events to handle today with the dueling tasks." The young man returned calmly. "I wish to see my old friend." "Impossible right now," Harry returned stubbornly. "I don't know what he promises you, Harry, but I can tell you from experience. He promised me one thing, headmaster, and it has already come to pass," the boy said fiercely. Dumbledore looked puzzled at Harry, but the boy spat. "He promised to make me the most powerful wizard I could possibly be, and that I would never have to fear any witch or wizard. Look at me, Dumbledore, do you really believe any witch or wizard in Britain could take me on single-handedly?" The challenge was there, and they both knew it. Harry was claiming that he could take on Dumbledore, and the man merely stared at the boy. Such a craving for power is unnatural, Harry. Coming from the man carrying the death stick, that's pretty rich. Harry said back defensively, "Besides, I don't crave power. I only wanted to be able to protect myself. And be able to prove to my family that it was a mistake to write me off. I have done that, and if I was some Dark Lord, I would have struck them down, but instead I made peace with them. And we are a family again. That must count for something in that brain of yours." The disrespect was evident, and Dumbledore looked slightly cross. "I never accused you of being a Dark Lord." "Perhaps not. But I can see the fear in some of the looks you give me. Anytime I do something unusual you are wondering if I am going to become like Tom. Gellert instructed you in Voldemort's past?" Dumbledore asked, surprised. "Know thy enemy. I know of his rise to power. I also know Grindelwald blames himself just as much as you for the rise of Voldemort." Dumbledore bowed his head slightly at that. "It is true. Had I been more focused on my duties here at the school instead of driving back Gellert's forces, then I may have been able to interfere in his rise. By the time I returned, Tom had most of the school wrapped around his finger, and the seeds of control in many of his followers. His power was already reaching legendary status, and everyone respected the orphan who rose to such power. He disappeared, and I thought the young man had gone to the continent to make a name for himself. It was much to my surprise that he took a job at Borgin and Burke's before the name Tom Riddle finally disappeared. He would come back as Lord Voldemort with a massive following, and it was much too late to stop him. Gellert saw it all coming. It's why he let you win the duel. He knew you would need the Elder Wand to stop that madman from destroying the wizarding world. If Voldemort had made his way to the continent, then all would have been lost." Harry said carefully. "Impossible. Gellert and I feared the battle between each other, and it lasted for hours. I dueled him to the point of exhaustion. He lost the Elder Wand to me fair and square," Dumbledore said, but Harry could tell he doubted it only slightly. The young man shook his head. Grindelwald was leveling small towns with his power, and your duel, while an incredible feat of magic, was not all he had. I have seen the man's strength. And he would have crushed you like a bug with the Elder Wand in his hand. This seemed to have shaken the old man, and Harry sighed. I swear to you he has no intentions but redemption. And I do appreciate your silence on the matter. You could have given me up immediately, but you didn't. Why? Dumbledore's eyes bore into Harry's and he sighed. You remind me so much of him. When he was still young and uncorrupted. I did not want to make the same mistakes that I did so long ago. You have much good in you, and I see it in your interactions with your family, and your friends. You are unlike Tom and Gellert in so many ways, that I do not fear what you would do with a rise of power. Not today at least. Harry and the old man held eyes for several moments, before the green-eyed boy nodded. Good. You should know that my first goal is to tear down Voldemort's house of cards, one suit at a time if I must. You will have my complete backing in that, as well as any wand. And mind that the Order of the Phoenix can muster. Dumbledore said. Harry grinned. Who knows? We may all end up on a battlefield one day fighting for the same side. This caused Dumbledore to smile for the first time of the evening. That would indeed be a day for the history books. Harry mounted his broom, and turned to face Ravenclaw Tower. Good night, Headmaster. Come on, Justin, you can't choose now to freeze. Harry muttered under his breath as he danced with Crumb. The duels had been going about as well as Harry predicted. Hogwarts versus Durmstrang had been set up bracket style, and the day was coming to an end. Hogwarts would have made a more impressive showing, but the two Durmstrang champions were proving to be a thorn in their side. Alexia Volkov had annihilated Penny in the final 8, and Cedric had gone down to Victor Crumb. The way the matches were arranged, 4 champions could theoretically face each other at the end of the bracket, and that was exactly how things had turned out. Crumb and Justin were battling viciously in the middle of the circular arena to tumultuous applause. Harry had to give it to the surly Durmstrang champion. He packed quite a punch, and his sta. Mina was clearly what was keeping him in the duel while facing his brother's speed. It didn't really matter though, because Justin looked completely focused, and had been since his first duel. Harry had rarely seen his brother look this sharp, and he had every confidence that the young man would come out on top. Justin's face scrunched up in concentration as he ducked under a particularly nasty-looking purple curse. And while Crumb was mid-motion on a stunner, he hit him with a well-timed blaster straight to the chest, throwing the Quidditch star out of the circle violently. The Hogwarts crowd erupted into cheers immediately over Justin's victory, who merely held his fist in the air. Many people had doubted Harry's appointment of the boy to co-captain, particularly those who did not see the young man take down Percy and Penny. Now he had just proved to everyone that he was worthy of the title of champion. Justin jumped down from the stage, and Harry was waiting on the boy with a smile. Clearly the young man was feeling quite the high as he embraced his brother, yelling his excitement about advancing to the finals. Harry merely patted the boy roughly on the back of the head, grinning at him. That timing was beautiful. I saw you try to set it up a couple of times, and it was so well executed, I am not sure even I could have blocked it. Justin blushed, but before he could comment, he was crushed from the side by Susan, who was practically screaming with excitement. When the two finished their hug, Justin put both hands on the girl's face and asked, I hope I am not too late to ask you to the ball. The girl blushed, but nodded her head, unable to find words as she kissed the boy soundly to more whistles and cheers from the watching crowd. Harry shook his head at his brother's theatrics, and made brief eye contact with his next opponent. The Volkov girl may have been small, but she had proven her ferocity with her wand work. In the first task, the girl had barraged the dragon repeatedly with powerful stunners. She had been the only one to beat the dragon into submission. Admittedly, her breed was tamer than most, but still, beating a magically resistant dragon in combat was impressive nonetheless. Even today she had used her size to her advantage, and was twirling around people's spells like a ballerina. Harry had already determined the most effective way to take her down, however, and was just waiting for his turn. A small part of him wished that his brother would have gotten this particular opponent. He believed that she would have been a better test than the brutish power that Crumb relied on. She also proved that her occlumency was a huge part of her dueling talent, because she hardly telegraphed anything. After he won, perhaps he could convince her to duel with him some other day. His little brother punched him in the arm, drawing his focus back to the scene around him. "I will see you in the finals." The young man smiled viciously. "Don't worry, when I win this they will just declare a Hogwarts victory. Unless you protest, then I am sure they would allow us to face each other." This made the boy's smile falter briefly, and he coughed. "No, I think I am good." "Good luck, Harry. Not that you need it." That was the final thought as he was called to the stage by the impartial referee, Madame Maxime. The crowd quieted into a respectful silence as Harry took to the arena. He had hardly even toyed with the other Durmstrang competitors, having each of them down in under a minute. He knew he could do the same to this girl, but he wanted to test a different variety of skills with such a fast opponent. The formal bowing process was completed quickly, and when the countdown finished she was on him in a flash. It took no time at all to realize her strategy was to take him down straight out of the gate. It was a futile approach, but Harry respected the girl for at least coming up with a plan. It was clear most of his opponents didn't have a clue. Harry's strategy was simply to deflect every single spell she threw. No shields, only redirects and dodges. He could easily have thrown up a shield and lazily stood there as she tried to break through until she wore herself out. But this was a challenge. Redirecting this many spells individually would take a level of precision that he had rarely attempted, and she certainly had the speed to make him work for it. Minutes passed, and Harry could already tell he was heaving for breath from the exertion of matching her every move. The Potter heir could not determine whether he had surprised or infuriated the girl with his strategy, because the crease in her brow never changed. Several more minutes passed, and he could tell the girl was wearing down, and her expression was going through variations of disbelief, frustration, and rage. He had finally broken her down. After reflecting a final spell back with so much power that the girl fell over, he had her wand in his hand in the blink of an eye. The applause was polite in comparison to the cheers his brother had received, but he still held a hand in the air in recognition, and approached the girl offering his hand. "You are very fast. I would like to see you and my brother duel sometime. I think the two of you would be a good matchup." The girl seemed to want to turn her nose at him at first, but took his hand instead. "You are beyond anything I have encountered before. To redirect my spells for so long. I would be agreeable to fight your brother. Perhaps a consolation prize as being the second best duelist would make me feel better." Harry gave the girl a grin. "After the holidays then. Good match." With that the two separated, and the applause continued. Madame Maxime called Hogwarts the victors, and Harry met with his bro. Theron held the boy's hand in the air signaling victory. Harry's eyes shifted to his parents in the stands, and they were whistling and cheering along with the other marauders, creating quite a ruckus. He shook a few more hands of other Durmstrang duelists he had not faced as the craze began to die down. Krum even said that he looked forward to their Quidditch match which would be taking place the following week. To Harry though, this was only another stepping stone to the next tasks. The Quidditch match that followed the dueling matches was already the stuff of legends. No one had expected T.'s spectacular performance of Harry Potter, and while his loss to Krum for the snitch was certainly not a surprise, he certainly proved himself extremely capable on a broom. With the help of Oliver Wood the team had a two-pronged strategy. One part was to disrupt Krum at every possible turn. Their goal was not to beat the best in the world, but like the Irish their plan was to delay him as long as possible, and Harry did just that. He drew half a dozen foul shots, and nearly got a technical twice for roughing the opposing seeker, but Oliver saved 5 out of 6 foul shots, and the chasers led by J. Uston Potter had scored close to 250 points in just over an hour. The final score was Hogwarts 240, Durmstrang 220. Krum had once again been outscored to win the match, much to the man's obvious ire. Harry had to give it to the chasers and Oliver Wood. The team had played the game of their lives. The party thrown that night deserved its own chapter in Hogwarts history, because it showed all 4 houses coming together and celebrating the great victory. The fireworks that had come from Hogsmeade throughout the evening seemed to show even the alumni of Hogwarts that had attended the matches were thrilled to see their school on top of the world. It certainly seemed with the Potter boys' help they were going to sweep the competition in dueling, Quidditch, and the tournament itself. It was a cold day in early December when Harry and Justin were finishing their training on the grounds. Despite nearly a foot of snow, the two brothers had paved out an area to train in, and pushed each other as much as possible regardless of the ugly weather. At the end of their training, Harry was feeling great and took a deep breath of fresh air. He threw his arm around his brother happily. "This summer I am going to enter you into the under-17 dueling circuit. I was your age when I started, and I suspect you will hold your own. If not, then someone is going to get that ego of yours in check." Justin grinned cheekily at the boy. "It's not discouraging losing to you, and after taking down Crumb I just feel invincible." Harry nodded in understanding. "Well, you are a long way from being so. Keep your head on straight or Volkov is going to take your head off. Some of those curses she was firing at my head might have seen me in St. Mungo's. I'm surprised Maxime didn't stop her a few times. Maybe she was hoping that Durmstrang would take you out so they would have a chance at winning. I've seen Amy and Fleur duel, and they are definitely not slouches. You may actually have to try against either of them." Justin said wisely. "I would never underestimate an opponent. My master would have me flogged in the streets," Harry said with a slip of the tongue. Immediately he chastised himself for calling the man his master. It was likely the first time he had referred to Gellert as anything but mentor or teacher to his family, but if his brother noticed his slip-up then he didn't comment on it. "I think it will be a lot of fun entering the circuit." "Is that what you are going to do when you graduate? Travel the world and beat down on adults everywhere? I know you enjoy making them cry," Justin inquired, interested in his brother's future plans. Harry thought on this. "I've been told it was once a rite of passage for powerful wizards to travel the world and increase their knowledge and understanding of magic. I think I'll do that first. It also partly depends on the state of things with Voldemort. If he continues to make moves, then I'll pursue masteries with things I've invented. And prepare for the coming conflict. That would mean I'd be preparing you to help protect our family full-time as well. This won't be like the last war though. When things come to a head, victory or defeat will be decided quickly. We'll throw everything we have at the man until we have buried the bastard for good, and when it's finally done, only then I will be able to do as I please. Perhaps it won't be your job to finish off Voldemort, Harry," Justin said quietly. Harry shrugged. "Doesn't really matter whose job it is. He killed members of our family, and I intend to see the man destroyed. If I had it my way I would erase his existence in the wizarding world, and defeat him in such a way no one would ever fear the stupid name again." Justin stopped at his brother's words, and looked at him with fear written all over his face. "He marked me, Harry. He is going to come after me if he ever returns to full power. I think our adventures over the years have proved that he wants me desperately." Harry frowned, wondering if his brother had finally realized his supposed destiny. "Don't concern yourself with the plots of a dead man, Justin. His Death Eaters are planning something big. All of this has to lead to something. The fight for the stone, the opening of the chamber, Pettigrew coming after me, and now our names coming out of the goblet. He may be less than a man right now, but, Harry, tell me this doesn't all reek of something terrible." The older brother said nothing for several moments, and Justin took a deep breath. "There's something you should know. Omething I don't think Mom or Dad ever told you." Harry turned to face his brother curiously with a pit of dread building in his stomach. "What is it?" The boy took a deep breath. "When I was born there was a prophecy. It was part of the reason our family went into hiding. It says that Voldemort marked me as his equal, that neither can live while the other survives. When Voldemort disappeared the first time they thought the prophecy would be complete, but the light is still lit in the ball. It means it's not over, and Voldemort will undoubtedly come back to finish what he started." Harry froze. He never knew they'd told Justin the contents of the prophecy. Had suspected that they told him something, and he himself never knew the actual words. Grindelwald had told him the night they met about such a prophecy. But neither the master nor apprentice knew the exact words. Taking a deep breath, Harry put a hand on his brother's shoulder. "I've known there was a prophecy for many years but I didn't know the wording. I can promise you this. As long as there is breath left in my body Voldemort will not take any more from our family. I can also promise that I will teach you every bit of mag I can think of to ensure you are prepared to face the man, and if I have any say in it I will be right beside you. That bastard killed our grandmother, and if he returns, then prophecy or not, I will race you to take the monster's head." Quote. Justin surged forward to embrace his brother, and Harry patted the boy gently on the back as he returned the hug. His shoulders were shaking after a moment, and Harry put his hand on the back of the boy's head. Nothing is going to happen to you, Justin. I won't see all the time I put into your training wasted. I'll have you taking down Dad's marauders in another year or two. So just hang in there with me. Voldemort won't know what hit him. The boy sniffled a few times and separated from his brother. Sorry about that. It's okay, kid, I know you're an emotional creature. Harry joked gently. This made a smile reappear slowly on the boy's previously solemn face. Shut up, Harry. Monsieur Potter. A soft voice called out from behind. Both brothers turned quickly to see a pink-faced Fleur Delacour. Harry frowned, wondering just how long the girl had been in the area, but she spoke before he could make accusations. I hope I am not interrupting. Before Harry could answer, Justin replied, not at all. Good training, Harry. If I don't see you around today, I will see you tomorrow morning. Nodding in agreement, the young man bumped knuckles with his brother. For sure, buddy. See you later. After Justin left, it brought an awkward silence for a few moments. This was not a usual problem for him, as most people were quick to state their business as to not to test his patience. But Fleur seemed content to just stand there and let the silence stretch. He grasped at straws for something to say, but before it could become unbearable, Harry offered his arm. Would you like to take a walk, Fleur? The girl nodded, giving him a light smile. Only if you wouldn't mind using that warming charm on me again. English weather is more annoying than I had originally suspected. The young man offered her a smile, and when she took his arm he placed his hand on hers, wandlessly casting the charm. A witch of your talent. I am surprised you have not earned it yet with how awful our weather is around this time of year. The girl gave him a soft smile. I have learned the charm. When I cast it on others it seems to work fine, but when I use it on myself I tend to overdo it. I am unsure if it is the nature of my heritage or if it is in my own head. Well, I am happy to cast it for you anytime. Perhaps it will just take some more experience with the spell. Harry said kindly. The girl hummed in agreement and the two walked the wintry grounds in silence. After a more comfortable silence she spoke again. I think you have terrified the witches and wizards in my school. Great power has often struck fear into even the bravest witches and wizards. Harry returned evenly. This is true. Even I have to admit I would not want to be on the other side of any of the magic you used in the first task. I have seen my father's memory. He was most impressed by your display, and it was obvious that you held back in the dueling challenge. Even against the other champion who had decimated her way through the Hogwarts opposition. Fleur said with a tone of interest. I had watched the Durmstrang duelists, and I admit Ms. Volkov was good for her age. But I believe my brother can beat her. I have arranged for them to face each other after the holidays to find out. She will be a good match for him. I look forward to watching Beauxbaton's first round next month as well. I have seen Amy and yourself duel around in the courtyards and perhaps you will be enough to defeat my brother. Harry said carefully. But not you. Fleur asked quietly. The young man chuckled. I hope you don't think me too arrogant. I think you are quite the witch, Fleur. The way you had been beaten at the World Cup, but still managed to get back to your wand and take two men down was inspiring. I knew then and there you were more than a pretty face. He paused briefly after giving his compliment before continuing. However, I was trained to a different level of magical ability. One does not raise to my level of skill without a magical stain, one which I would have recognized in any of you if I had seen it. Even my brother, for all his talent and hard work, does not have such a mark. But perhaps in the coming years he will have it forced upon him. I hope to prevent him from doing such a thing, but only time will tell. This magical mark, tell me about it. I wish to understand. Fleur asked curiously. Harry sighed. Everyone has a breaking point in terms of magic and magical endurance. In times of strife you will sometimes reach dangerously close to those points to survive. To do it once won't leave a mark, not even 2, 3, or 4 times. When you break your limits and push the boundaries of what you are possibly capable of dozens of times though, then that will leave a mark on your magic. And you have such a mark. I do. Harry answered easily. If it came from anyone else I would scoff at their arrogance, but after watching you over the last month I think I will agree. You must have had one incredible teacher to cause such a stain as you call it. This made him smile. Yes, that is what everyone keeps saying, and incredible is the correct word. I do not wish to speak of him though. I would much rather speak of us. Us? Fleur questioned. Oh yes. You ran into me and my brother on the grounds after our training, but you never said why you approached me. Harry said with a hint of a smile. Perhaps I just sought your company. Many of my heritage enjoy basking in what you have already admitted to be a formidable power. Your magic practically sings around you to those sensitive enough to feel it. When I was beside you in that room where you fought the lunatic, it felt like an explosion of magical force. It was incredible to witness. I must have been too distressed the night the Death Eaters attacked me to notice it, but I wish I had been able to pay proper attention. Fleur said with a visible shiver. We can go with that then. You merely sought my company. Which makes me quite fortunate because I was hoping to seek you out in the coming days. Harry admitted in a quieter tone than before. The girl stopped as they had reached a secluded area of the Black Lake. You are going to seek out moi. Pourquoi? It was clear her interest made her slip into French, but it hardly mattered as Harry had already proven to be quite fluent in the language. I was hoping you would be willing to attend the ball with me. Fleur frowned for a moment, in hopes of strengthening the alliance between our families. This made Harry's mouth slide into a small smirk as he looked out to the water. No. No, it was actually because I think you are quite beautiful, and as I said earlier, you are more than just some pretty face. I'd be quite honored to have a witch such as yourself accompany me on the night of the ball. No strings attached, and no further commitment necessary. Just one night of fun. Fleur seemed to think on this for a moment. Before stepping into his personal space. Her body nearly touched his, and her mouth was close to his ear as she whispered, and if I wish for another night. His heart beat a little faster as he said in an equally quiet voice, I would be open to negotiations. This made the girl laugh as she separated from him, and took his arm back in hers. Why, Monsieur Potter, I do believe I would be delighted to attend the ball with you. I will be wearing a silver dress, and I expect my date to match it. Harry offered a short bow of his head. Of course, my lady. This made the girl giggle. Amy will be most jealous. I think she had hoped to steal what was left of your honor on the night of the ball. The young man smirked. I guess she will have to leave the job to you. The woman laughed again. That tongue will get you into trouble if you are not careful, Ari. I am certainly counting on it. He said back cheekily, continuing to make the girl laugh. They finished tea.'s short lap around the lake talking about the castle's upcoming events, and he was thankful that no more talk of his mentor came up. It seemed every day that passed it became harder and harder to avoid the topic with the people around him. He was really hoping he would be able to keep the secret until he had graduated, but that was becoming more and more unlikely. As they arrived back at the Oxbaton's carriage, Harry allowed Fleur to leave his arm, but he took her hand before she could go, and planted a gentle kiss on her knuckles. I look forward to our evening, Mademoiselle Delacour. The half-Vila smiled brightly at him. I hope you can dance as smoothly as you talk, Monsieur Potter. I will see you around the castle. With that the two separated, and Harry smiled all the way up to Ravenclaw Tower. Scene break. The prefect patrols were something Harry never really cared much for. In his 5th year when he had been given the title, the Marauder's map would tell him all he needed to know for students wandering out of bed. Or who may be with whom in a broom closet. Tonight, however, was his weekly rotation with Penny, and the girl liked to run things 100% by the books. The conversation was light at least as they made their way through the 5th floor classroom areas, and she was grilling him for information on Cedric to see what he would give up. There has to be something wrong with him. No one is perfect. This made Harry chuckle as the girl seemed to stamp her foot in irritation. I think you just let so many of your problems with Weasley go, that you forgot what it was like to have a normal-ish relationship. Penny and Cedric had now gone on 2 dates to Hogsmeade in the past few weeks, and it was clear the girl was enjoying the Hufflepuff's company more than she thought she would. That's terrible if it's true. Shrugging his shoulders, the head boy responded flippantly, I don't know if it really is, but I told you I thought Cedric was likely to be a perfect gentleman. He represents all the good qualities of his house, and exemplifies them well. I think you will be hard-pressed to find something wrong with him unless you just have no feelings for the man. Shaking her head. It's not like that. I think I really like him. It just all seems to be happening fast. Harry questioned gently. She nodded, making the young man sigh. Cedric's is a good guy, Penny. Don't let. Before Harry could finish his thought, the wailing of the caterwauling charm echoed through the halls. The two head students went to their pockets for their fake galleon and heard the message play. Astronomy Tower, help. Harry was off like a shot, not even checking behind to see if Penny was following. He wasn't sure he recognized the female voice, but they weren't far from the 7th floor, but he would find out when he got there. He was taking several stairs at a time, barely maintaining his footing, while the sound of sobbing was ringing down, making him push himself to move even faster. The astronomy tower corridor was one Harry was quite familiar with as he ascended to the observation deck. What he saw there made his stomach clench. A boy from Slythe, Rin that Harry recognized as Marcus Flint, was propped up against the wall, crumpled, and pale as a ghost. His throat had clearly been slashed, and there was a pool of blood around him. That wasn't anything that made the young man's stomach clench though, nor was it the sobbing 6th-year Gryffindor prefect that held the broken galleon in her hand. While her partner, Roger Davies, made Harry's blood boil slightly. The Ravenclaw prefect looked completely solemn as he looked over the body of the fallen Slytherin. No, the thing that made his stomach clench the hardest was the sign of the deathly Allows carved into the young man's forehead. The symbol his master had rallied people behind, and the symbol his ancestors, the Peverells, once coveted was now carved into this young man's lifeless body, and for the life of him. Harry did not know why. Penny arrived and began demanding answers from the Gryffindor girl who was clearly inconsolable. While she did this, Harry drew his wand and cast his Patronus. As the corporeal form of an eagle began to form, Harry began speaking quickly. Dad, a body has been found in the astronomy tower. A 7th-year Slytherin has been killed. As quickly as he could. He then dispatched several more Patronus eagles to the headmaster and each of the house heads to inform them of what had happened. He desperately wanted to begin investigating how such a thing could have happened. And discover who might have left the Deathly Hallows symbol behind, but knew if he left even the slightest magical trace on this body no one would believe he did not have a part in the murder. It did not take Dumbledore long to arrive in a flash of flames with Fawkes, and the look on his face was quite severe. None more so than when he saw the symbol carved into the young man's forehead. His eyes shot to Harry so fast the young man almost drew his wand in defense. The man said nothing for several moments. In those moments he looked every bit the nearly 100-year-old wizard he was. And Harry felt a slight pity for the man. He had been teaching in this castle for nearly 80 years, and had only ever experienced a handful of student deaths at Hogwarts. This could not have been easy. And even less so with that particular mark being left behind. Finally Dumbledore questioned everyone's alibi for the evening. Penny looked surprised at the headmaster, but answered. Harry and I have been together since dinner time, headmaster. We were on patrol when Ms. Johnson activated her panic galleon. Harry and I were on the 5th floor, and we came running. The headmaster did not show any signs that he heard Penny, but then turned to who Harry now recognized as Angelina Johnson. His own housemate answered for her as Angelina seemed to be in no state to speak. Sir. Angelina and I are on the same schedule as Potter and Clearwater. We walked together after dinner, and began our patrols. We were assigned this area tonight, sir, and when we came up here we found the body, and started the panic alarm. Penny then added something Harry had not thought of. Headmaster, there are no astronomy classes this evening, so it's possible this body has been here for some time. The headmaster stared at the body for several long moments before asking Harry, did you cast any magic on the body? No, sir. I did not wish to contaminate the crime scene in any way. You will find no trace of my magic on Mr. Flint, Harry said in a snappish tone. Penny looked at Harry in question, but he gave her a brief shake of his head. No one other than Dumbledore and himself needed to know just why he had to be the number one suspect. It was almost as if he was being framed, but that was impossible. No one knew of his secret other than Dumbledore, and what would be the purpose anyway? Before accusations could fly, or further words could be exchanged, the heads of each house began arriving with James Potter at their side. The man had a tight, angry expression on his face as he RCHED towards the fallen student and began casting diagnostic charms, and warding off the immediate area to declare a crime scene. No words were said as he worked. Sirius and Remus had arrived behind him, but they didn't so much as greet Harry. When James finished waving his wand, he said, "This body has no magical residue. I believe he was killed in a Muggle fashion. The body temperature suggests he has been here for several hours." McGonagall choked at that. A student murdered in broad daylight, and no one heard or saw anything. James frowned at her question. It does seem odd. If they were killed like a Muggle, and there is no magical residue on the body, then he couldn't have been silenced. Harry, however, answered that, perhaps it was an ambush, started with the throat to prevent him from crying out for help. James looked at the body for a few moments longer, and grunted, "Aye, that is possible. Would make the most sense, I suppose, but this symbol is familiar to me." Dumbledore answered that. "It is the sign of the Deathly Hallows. The Peverell family coat of arms, and the symbol Gellert Grindelwald stood behind during the Great War." This made the head Auror frown. "The Peverell family coat of arms. That's why I recognize it. I haven't seen it since I was a boy though. Why would it be here?" Dumbledore now looked pointedly at Harry, a question we would all like answered. Harry felt the fire of fury enter his gut, but he said nothing. James watched the unusual interaction between his son and the headmaster with tense eyes, but said nothing on the matter. The group remained silent for several long minutes, only broken by the occasional choked sobs of Angelina Johnson, before Dumbledore dismissed everyone back to their common rooms, and assured them they would be kept up to date as information became available. Sirius and Remus offered to walk Angelina back to Gryffindor Tower, while James said he would escort Harry, Penny, and Roger back to Ravenclaw Tower. Normally Harry would scoff at this, but knew not to test the head Auror at this time. The walk back was silent, and Penny's head hung low the whole way back. When they made it to the tower, James requested a word alone with his son. And the young man dreaded what came next. When it was just the two of them alone in the hall, James began casting privacy charms around the area, and finally turned to his son after putting his wand back in its holster. "What do you know of the crime we just saw?" Harry rammed up all his occlumency shields to full effect. Nothing more than was said upstairs. "I had already provided my alibi for the evening with Dumbledore, and before that I had been walking with Fleur. Many people would have seen us." James looked surprised at his hostility. "I wasn't going to accuse you of the murder, Harry. I just saw that little byplay between you and Dumbledore, and I want to know what the hell all that was about." Harry decided to respond with a misdirection. "It's the Deathly Hallows. There are things I know about them, and I think a part of Dumbledore suspected me because Flint and I have quarreled in the past. Remember, I thrashed him a few years ago when Draco Malfoy and Flint were picking on Justin. It all probably just seems like too much of a coincidence." James frowned. "You know things about the Deathly Hallows, Harry. Those are just children's stories." Taking a deep breath, Harry sighed. "No, Dad, they aren't. They are very real, I'm certain of it. As certain as I am that I'm your son, and that the sun will come up tomorrow. You and Mum both said you would trust me, and would one day take my secrets as your own, so please believe me when I tell you the legends are true about our ancestors." James had a look of confusion on his face. "I don't understand." "It's impossible. But even if it were, how could you know? And what does it have to do with the murder victim upstairs?" Taking a leap of faith, Harry began to explain part of his story. "I have been in the presence of two. And I have hunted the last one since I first started here at Hogwarts. Dumbledore knows that my teacher has craved the Hallows his whole life, and I believe he suspected me when he saw the symbol." Harry could practically see the gears spinning in his father's head. He had joked before about the head Auror's investigative skills, but Harry was starting to think he may have said too much. James, however, stroked his jawline, his expression showing signs of minor anxiety. "I don't like what all this is leading up to, Harry. I want to meet this man, or at the very least I would like to know his name. Merlin, Harry, a young man has lost his life upstairs, and I am trying to complete a puzzle that I don't have all the pieces to. If you were anyone else I would haul you in for obstruction of justice." Quote. The teenager flinched at his father's sharp tone, but nodded in acceptance. "I will see him again soon, and I will speak to him about meeting my family. I must warn you though. You are not likely to get a warm reception. He knows what I went through when you and Mum weren't taking care of me." James seemed to deflate at that, but shook his head. "It's all in the past. And I think I can stand a scolding or two from the man who turned my son into the wizard he is today. Is there anything you can tell me about this murder that I need to know? Harry thought. For a long moment before shaking his head. Nothing I can think of, and I promise that if anything does come up I will tell you. As of right now, I want this person caught just as much as you. Marcus Flint was no friend of mine. But they are using our ancestors' coat of arms as a symbol that I do not approve of, and I will make whoever did this pay. The two men stared down the empty hallway in Ravenclaw Tower, before James sighed. We will talk more tomorrow. Go get some rest, Harry. With that, the two parted ways, and Harry knew he needed to see Gellert soon. The murder of Marcus Flint is all anyone talked about at Hogwarts leading up to the Yule Ball. The severity of the situation only increased when the ICW sent hit wizards into the investigation. There being this many foreign citizens in Britain, and signs of the darkness at every turn, the Confederation decided it was time to step in. They were led by an American by the name of Perseus Chase, who had extensively questioned Harry, Penny, Angelina, and Roger, as the four had been the ones to come upon the body. It was clear the investigation was going nowhere fast though, and Harry noticed security had been beefed up in the form of Aurors from the ICW. Justin had grumbled about the Git getting what he deserved for nearly beating him to death in his second year, and Harry had a hard time disagreeing with him. When Perseus had asked Harry if Flint had any enemies, he certainly didn't do himself any favors when he named himself, and about 20 other people who would have loved to have had a go at him, or had one in the past with the dead Slytherin. Justin had pushed many questions on Harry in the following days, but the truth was he didn't know much, and his own investigation had led to nothing. He had written to Grindelwald about what had happened, and that he would like to meet soon, but the man claimed to be traveling and would return just before Yuletide, leaving Harry quite frustrated. The night of the ball had come upon Hogwarts like a storm in the blink of an eye. Girls all across the school had been putting hours into their appearances to look as beautiful as possible for their evening in the spotlight, while most of the males in the school probably barely remembered to put on their cologne. Harry himself was one of those people. He had never cared much for how he looked, and outside of getting into his dress robes and making sure he smelt nice for Fleur, that was going to be about the extent of what he wanted to do. At his mother's insistence he did use some of his grandfather's famous product to help tame his wild hair a bit, which only left dressing himself with wandless magic. Rumors had gone around that Fleur had used her allure to draw Harry in, and of course that Harry had used the Imperius on Fleur. Depending on which gender was starting the rumor, you could find that they fluctuated quite a bit. Harry had tried not to bat an eyelash at any of these rumors, and he hoped after this time the young woman would not pay any attention to them either. These thoughts ran through his mind as he made his way to the Beauxbatons carriage. The winter snow blanketed the grounds, and it looked beautiful. The fresh snowfall from earlier in the day left it completely unblemished, with the exception of the fresh tracks Harry himself was leaving. He knew it would not do to be late for his date, but he was surprised that no one had journeyed out thus far. When he arrived at the Beauxbatons carriage he knocked politely, and it was answered by a young man already in his dress robes. He seemed surprised to see anyone, but his comprehension came quickly. Monsieur Potter, I thought those that were going with people from the other schools were all meeting in the Great Hall. Merde, come in, you are going to freeze to death out there. With that the young man stepped aside and allowed Harry entry. Looking around after accepting the invitation, he was surprised at the extent of expansion charms. Of course he knew logically that they must be well beyond anything he had seen before, but what the French founders had done with this carriage was a magical masterpiece. In the entrance, alone vaulted ceilings with stunning blue banners, and a very expensive chandelier hung high. Harry's eyes drifted across the room, recognizing portraits of famous French alumni, and possibly even head masters and head mistresses of Beauxbatons. The young man sighed. You are the first from outside our school to actually venture into our carriage. It's not that it was forbidden, but no one had even attempted. This made the young man's eyebrows raise. You did invite me in here. I could wait outside. Grinning, the man responded, Non, not necessary. We were all going to walk up together in a moment. But I will let Fleur know you are here. Giving the man a respectful nod he departed, and Harry stood in the entryway alone. His wait was not long though, as a voice from his right soon called to him, Ari. Harry turned his head just in time to see Fleur in her silver dress, and his breath caught in his throat the moment their eyes met. The dress was a perfect match for his all-black dress robes. And she was truly a vision of beauty. Her curves were hugged in a lovely fashion, and she had admittedly caught him staring. So perhaps my allure does work a little on you, Non. Your allure has nothing to do with why I look at you this way. Harry said honestly, grabbing her hand and placing a soft kiss on her knuckles. This gesture made the girl's smile light up the already lit hallway. You look beautiful, my lady. You look rather nice as well, monsieur. Though I do apologize for not telling you to meet in the hall. Jean-Claude tells me that you looked frozen outside, she said apologetically. Some things are worth freezing for, but regardless, I train in this weather all year around, and I am quite talented with warming charms. He responded cheekily. But that charm only does so much. You could still freeze to death. The girl chastised lightly. Not answering the claim, he merely smiled at the girl, offering his arm. Shall we make our way towards the castle? She seemed to think for a moment before saying, Non, let us go to my room for a few moments. I would hate to arrive too early. Before he could protest, she made her way down the hall, and took a turn into a bedroom. Not wanting to be caught out alone, he followed quickly, and she shut the door behind him. Madame Maxime would be furious with me for bringing you in here, but I am a champion, so I get away with more than usual. She began moving her wand around, picking up a few spare items of clothing, rubbish, and other miscellaneous items, and they began sorting themselves out quickly. He caught sight of a particularly skimpy piece of underwear. And he raised his eyebrows at the girl, who blushed a little. Désolé. I was not expecting company. The young man shrugged, trying not to think of the woman before him wearing that particular article of clothing. He walked towards her desk where a few pieces of jewelry were laying out. He frowned as he picked one up and immediately realized it was magical in nature. What surprised him even more was Fleur's magical signature being all over it. She was attempting to make enchanted jewelry. Very few could do it to real precious metals, and it was a very sought-after skill. He spoke quietly. These are very impressive attempts. I had heard you were quite the enchantress, but this is beyond anything I thought you capable of. Defensive magic inlaid in the jewelry as well as comfort charms. This must have been very difficult. The girl was by his side in a moment, watching him inspect her work carefully. After a moment of observation, she said, I am imp. Rest you could detect the enchantments. They are very young, and early in the process. My main problem is they don't last as long as I want them to. A few days is the most I have managed so far. Then it's just experience you lack. The more you do it, the longer they will last. Enchanting is. You are going to lecture me on enchanting? She asked with amusement in her voice. This made the man grin. I know a few things that most might overlook. Perhaps I could help you. I have accomplished my fair share of magical wonders. You are very close, I can sense it. She looked at him appreciatively, but said nothing further. She then pulled out a notebook, and placed it in front of him. Without needing prompting, he opened it up, and was quite surprised to see many ideas of magical enchantments. Some things he had already done, and others were ingenious things he had never thought of. He was speechless for several moments, much more than a pretty face indeed. I admit some of your ideas I have already worked out for myself. But others, like the defensive magic in the armor, are things I never even thought of. When he turned to face her, the smile on her face was huge. You like? Nodding quickly, she laughed, and he said, I will have to show you mine. It is quite the array. I have thought about wizarding warfare a lot due to my family's history, and I think you will like what I can show you. This made her smile widen even more, but before he could say more, she grabbed him by the arm. Come on, we can talk shop at the ball, but we are going to be late if we don't get going. Pouting slightly, he rose to his feet and offered his arm to her as they left the room. The carriage was abuzz earlier behind the walls in each room, but now it seemed silent. It seemed likely they would be the last to leave. And when they made it outside, the fresh footprints confirmed their suspicion. He began casting as many warming charms and variations of the charm he could think of to make her calm. Comfortable on their walk as they crossed the grounds in the direction of the Great Hall. The walk was peaceful, and their conversation was filled with ideas of how they each got into enchanting. She sighed head softly as they made it to the courtyard, placing her head on his shoulder comfortably. Your talent in charms is impressive. I must thank you for being so considerate. The young man only smiled to her in answer as they finally made their way into the hall. Most of the couples seemed to have already gathered inside, and each of the champions were now in some sort of circle chatting quietly. Amen. G themselves as McGonagall looked at Harry and Fleur disapprovingly. You two are late. This made the young man shrug. 1,000 apologies, Professor. I didn't mean to keep our esteemed company waiting. McGonagall pursed her lips at him, but said nothing further as she rounded back into the hall to speak with Dumbledore, and likely inform him the festivities could begin. Harry quickly took in the other couples. Justin and Susan were looking at Harry and his date with big grins, while the older brother merely winked in response at the two. Fleur whispered into his ear quietly, Victor Crumb. Taking a 15-year-old Muggle-born girl to the ball will make the front page tomorrow. We may just avoid the trouble. Harry's eyes shot in the direction of the Durmstrang champion and realized she was right. On Crumb's arm was a radiant Hermione Granger. Harry was quite familiar with the girl as she was best friends with his brother, but still questioned Crumb's tactic of taking a 15-year-old 4th-year Hogwarts student regardless of how she looked tonight. That would certainly cause some shaking heads this evening, but quietly promised he would help Hermione with any problems that may come from it. After all, boldness had to be appreciated, especially if it would take some of the heat off of him. The other two champions were with people from their own schools, and the ladies looked exquisite as he gave them each a nod of recognition. Amy bit her lip and looked him up and down with a wink, making Fleur clench his arm tightly and laugh lightly at the girl's antics. Professor McGonagall came quickly back to the group. Champions, are you ready to enter the hall? The professors are rounding up the students. You will soon be able to make your entrance and conduct the opening dance. The champions all gave nods of acknowledgement, and with a curt nod returned the professor disappeared out of sight, and Fleur whispered in his ear, Is this where you embarrass me because you don't know how to waltz? Harry gave the girl a surprising smile. When have I ever let you down before, my lady? There is always a chance for a first, she said jokingly. Jokes aside, have a little more faith. I would never purposefully embarrass you, unless you really annoyed me. The boy said with a wicked grin at the end. The girl huffed slightly at this, and then the doors opened for the champions to strut forward to applause. Harry kept only the slightest of smiles on his face as they entered the room, and he knew that Fleur was actually radiating her beauty at the moment, so he let her enjoy the limelight for a while as they made their way to the center of the room. After a moment the champions made their way to the center, and the room quieted, allowing the music to begin. No longer ring what the rest of the room or even the other champions were doing. Harry focused on everything he learned in his pureblood etiquette classes and made a low bow to his partner, while Fleur matched him with a curtsy. With that Harry took the girl's hand with his other going on her waist and the two began to dance. Harry had to admit immediately that Fleur was an excellent dancer, and the picture of graceful. He remembered dancing with a young red-headed woman who was teaching him and his brother how to dance years ago, but Fleur was as good, and likely better than her. The way she swayed to the music, and allowed him to lead unquestioningly. He was sure every spectator assumed they had danced together for years, and quite honestly it's what it felt like. They were in perfect sync with every step. It seemed each one took them to a new level of connection, and Harry spun her around the floor gently, and very smoothly. He was lost in her blue eyes when they were face to face, and her smile nearly took his breath away. Before they knew it the music stopped, and Harry was once again bowing to his partner, and this time his smile was not nearly as sarcastic as others he had displayed that evening. The two champions took a seat at the head table with the headmasters of each respective school, along with several foreign diplomats and some domestic diplomats from their own ministry. He recognized Fleur's father among them, and greeted him with a nod, while Fleur left his arm to embrace the man briefly. Amelia Bones was among the diplomats and was the first to greet the Hogwarts champion, Mr. Potter. Madam Bones, I was unaware you would be at this function tonight, Harry said evenly as he pulled out a chair for Fleur to take a seat in. To be honest, I was beginning to think I wouldn't be either due to the time it took your brother to ask Susie to the ball. I thought we would be sitting at Bones Manor, but it seems it was not meant to be. I am thankful for that though, as the last thing I wanted was a crying teenager on Christmas Day. The woman said with a bit of an accusation. Harry bit back his sarcastic retort, and instead said, You can blame it on his Potter genes. I actually asked my date a few days after he did. I like to say we like to keep our women on the edge, but in truth I think my brother was foolish, and myself indecisive, and after that first dance that makes me foolish as well. At that he smiled at Fleur, who beamed at him happily for the compliment. Madame Bones merely smiled at the two this time. Well, I hope you two will enjoy yourselves. I would ask that you make yourself available to me sometime after the holidays, Mr. Potter. There are some things I would like to discuss with you in private. Harry gave the woman a slight nod. And only put a little bit of sarcasm behind his words when he returned it with, I will make it my top priority. At this she gave him a curt nod, and turned to the conversation that Fleur was engaging in with her father, who was famous to even Harry. The man was a very powerful orator that crushed a rising Dark Lord's faction in France nearly single-handedly. Jean Delacour was quite the formidable wizard, and he had gathered quite the following in France that allowed him to ascend to head of magical law enforcement. From the first time Harry had met the man he had an inkling of respect for his considerable power. The conversation was about international politics, and Harry only understood some of what was being discussed. Also around the table was Ludo Bagman, and several heads of important ministry departments. And much to his surprise, Percy Weasley. Percy, how is it you got invited to the champions' table? Harry had tried to ask this as politely as he could, but the two had turned into quite bitter adversaries after the Penny Clearwater incident. Percy held his nose up at the boy, infuriating the Hogwarts champion when he said, "The minister invited me. It was why I came with no escort. I was invited to sit at the high table with him since I interned for him over the summer, and intend on working for him straight out of Hogwarts. He thought it would be a good time to broaden my connections." The boy was quite a pompous git, but realized that Fudge was as well. Perhaps the two were just a match made in hell. Seeing the minister sitting nearby, Harry turned to him, greeting the man. "Greetings, Minister. I hope the re-election campaign is going well." Cornelius Fudge boomed with laughter lightly. "Ah, it is good to see you as well, Herr Potter, and yes, the election is running quite well. Your father, Lord Potter, has yet to throw his support behind me yet, but I suspect when he does I will be in office for another 4 years at least." Harry wanted to laugh at that. There was absolutely no way Fudge was going to get James Potter and his voting bloc to vote for him. That would mean the Bones, the Blacks, the Longbottoms, the Abbotts, and the Peverells' votes would be going against the man. Somehow Harry suspected the man would still come out on top, however, so Harry spoke. "I will speak to my father about it tomorrow afternoon. He always feels like talking politics on Boxing Day." What he really meant was that he would be assuring that his father and allies did not vote for the idiot, but he did not voice this out loud. Turning to his date as the food was being laid out, he whispered quietly in her ear, "You can speak, you know. You are my date, and no one will disrespect you. Between your father and I don't think anyone would dare." She muttered quietly back, "And if they do, then it will be a bloody Christmas. I have to admit I have a preference," the boy said, grinning at his date. This caused the girl to blush and smile. Dinner was a calm affair as it came and went, and Harry made eye contact with his brother a few times throughout the night, giving him a wink or a grin to tell him things were going all right on his end, and he would get a wave or a head nod back in return each time. Subtle things that no one was catching on to, but the two brothers. They could only hope that the night would continue in peace. After dinner the dancing resumed, and Harry took his time to dance with his date thoroughly and even ended up dancing with his other two friends, Heidi and Penny, making the night quite relaxing. Harry should have known, however, that as soon as his guard was down things would begin to go wrong. It started with Madame Bones approaching him as the night was beginning to wind down. "Good evening, Mr. Potter. I was just getting ready to return to my home, but I cannot seem to locate your brother or Susan. Do you know where they might have gone off to?" Harry had been sitting around chatting with his friends, his Tay at his side as they were all done dancing for the night, and just enjoying the atmosphere and conversation when he turned to face the woman. Surely his brother hadn't been so stupid to sneak the GIRL away into a broom closet while the head of the DLME, his dad's boss, her aunt, was here. "I have not seen them in the past hour, Madame Bones. Though if you would like some assistance looking for them I could easily assist you." Everyone looked at Harry in surprise. It was unlike the boy to offer help on anything for free. Even Madam Bones seemed surprised by his willing offer. Secretly Harry was worried his brother's hormones had gotten the better of him, and did not want to see him get murdered by Madam Bones. "If you could, Mr. Potter. I would like to be going home." Harry nodded, pulling out his wand and making a small circle, Revelio. The charm to reveal all the tracker charms he had on his brother from practice had been activated. Harry alone could see a small blue line appear in his vision, and he turned to Fleur. "I will be right back. I am going to grab my brother, and make sure everything goes smoothly." He winked at his date, kissed her hand gently, then asked Madam Bones to follow him. The two left the great hall in an instant and the women immediately began questioning him. "Do I want to know why you have such a powerful tracking charm on your little brother? Or, do I want to know if he even knows of such things?" Not even giving the women a look, he kept his eyes on the faint blue line that was leading him to his brother. "He does know, and if Susan was nearly murdered in the castle on multiple occasions, wouldn't you have put tracking charms on her as well? It's not your job to keep your brother safe. It is the job of the, if you say, or department our headmaster's office." "I will laugh at you, Madam Bones, so I wouldn't even bother finishing that sentence," the boy said coldly. The woman bit back her distaste at the boy's disrespect as he surged forward a bit faster. Clearly done with pleasant conversation. Shouting was heard up ahead, and when Harry saw just who was doing the shouting, his wand was in his hand, blasting Igor Karkaroff backwards ND away from his little brother who had a wand in his face. "Good evening, High Master. It seems you are about to have a very poor night," Harry said coldly. Justin immediately said to his brother, "Susan and I were just walking the grounds. We didn't mean to eavesdrop on anyone, I swear. I quite frankly don't care if you were or not. There is no reason for this Death Eater to point his wand at you," Harry answered fiercely. The man quickly stood up, outraged, with his wand in his hand. "You dare attack me, child? I will have you arrested. I could just declare a blood feud right here and now. You had your wand pointed at a member of House Potter in a threatening way. I wouldn't mind wiping you off the face of the earth, so don't test me, High Master," Harry said mockingly. Amelia Bones, however, stepped in at this. "That is enough, gentlemen. Wands away, or I will have you both thrown in a cell in Azkaban tonight." Harry put his wand in his pocket immediately. "I don't need a wand to beat this coward. Get out of my sight, Karkaroff, before I do something I might regret." The boy's eyes flashed a dark shade of green and his magic was projecting off of him, as if it was accidental magic. High Master for Durmstrang looked furious, but also saw that he was outnumbered. He glared harshly at the Potter children before storming off in the direction of the boat. When he left, Harry turned to his brother. Who was he speaking with? Susan, however, beat the boy to the punch. "Professor Snape, Harry. They were talking about their dark marks." Amelia Bones had approached the scene quietly, but had now chimed in. "What about them?" Justin replied. "They are getting darker. We heard Karkaroff tell Snape that he should know the signs as well as he did. That they should run while they still have the chance." Harry looked onto the snow-covered Hogwarts grounds in silence, worrying that things were coming to a head faster than he thought possible. Looking back at his brother, he said, "Be glad I hadn't taken the tracking charms off you. This could have been messy. Under normal circumstances I would ask what you were thinking, but this time I probably don't want to know. Madam Bones, perhaps we can have a word while we let these two say goodnight." Susan and Justin both gave him a grateful, yet embarrassed look, while Madam Bones said, "Very well. Make it quick, Susan, I would like to return home." Harry gave his brother a nod, and he and Madam Bones took a short walk around the corner to give the couple their privacy. This can't be a coincidence. The Death Eaters at the Cup. Pettigrew coming after Justin last year. His name and mine coming out of the Goblet of Fire, and now Karkaroff saying his mark is getting darker. I know you are going to say it is not my concern, at the end of the day these idiots in masks are going to come after my brother. If Voldemort is to return somehow, then he would definitely come after him, and I cannot be around forever to protect him. I need to be in the know. And if it comes to it, I need to be in the hunt." Amelia Bones eyed the young man carefully as if measuring just how much she would tell him. "Those aren't the only odd things that have been happening. We have been finding a trail of dead bodies, and missing people that no one can explain. It is starting to seem just like last time, before he really rose to power." Harry nodded. He had contacts everywhere keeping him updated on the situation. My primary goal is keeping Justin safe, but I am also not foolish enough to believe that if the Dark Lord returns he would leave me or the rest of my family or yours for that matter alone. We were survivors and proof that he is not a god, and he will seek to crush us first. If I could take a team of the best duelists we have left, I think we could take him. Dumbledore, myself, Mum, Dad, Mad Eye, and a few others, I think we could put a stop to this. We just need a time and place to do it. Amelia looked over at the young man, clearly aware that he was worried, but chose not to comment on this. I will do what I can and dig as deeply as possible to get answers. Don't worry, I will keep you in the loop, and I will expect you to do the same for me. Looking out over the grounds again, the young man said, when it comes to Voldemort and his followers, we are all on the same side and same playing field with the same goal. I will do my best to keep you in the loop as information comes to me. I will send you my owl over the break to see what my contacts have dug up, and see if we can get new information, even if we can't use it strictly in your department. My father can be our go-between for now. The woman nodded. That would be good. Now go grab your brother and send my niece to me. I believe I will be wishing you a good evening, Mr. Potter, and believe that we will be in touch shortly. Harry gave the women a curt nod, and went to retrieve his brother before he found himself in any more trouble. The Potter wanted to scold his younger brother for being foolish, but the content smile on his face took the wind out of sails. He had to allow his brother to be a kid sometimes. No words were exchanged betway. And the brothers as they returned to the hall and rejoined Harry's group of friends. When Justin took the seat on Harry's left, Fleur raised her eyes at him. You took quite some time, mon cher, is everything okay? Harry gave the French girl a tight smile. Just bailing my brother out of trouble as usual. You did miss me cursing a Death Eater on the grounds just a few minutes ago. Don't think we got my preferred bloody Christmas. But it will have to do for now. Cedric was shaking his head, while Penny looked like she might bang her head on the table. On Christmas, Harry. Fleur, however, eyes narrowed. You had fun without me. Which Death Eater did you curse? I quite enjoyed our last battle with them, even if the beginning was quite unpleasant. Harry grinned at the girl. Igor Karkaroff. Hot, he could wave a wand in my brother's face, and I quickly rectified his thought process. Had my father been here, we would have had quite the bloody Christmas indeed. A blood feud has not been seen in England in many years. And I almost enjoyed the possibility of kicking one off. This made Justin laugh at his brother's words, clearly taking the dark sense of humor that his role model gave him to heart. The others merely shook their heads, but a ghost of a smile crept on the faces of at least most of their party. Herbert offered Harry a grin. Chin up, mate. Party's almost over, care to indulge a little? The man opened his robe to indicate a small flask was hiding in the pocket, and Harry gave the boy a huge grin. Justin, I think it is time you joined the friends in your house. My boys and I are going to have a little fun. Herbert, I knew I liked you for a reason. Justin immediately protested. Oh come on, Harry. I work so hard in our training, can't I have a little fun? Penelope, however, already was on the ball though. No, Harry, don't you dare. He is too young. We are all too young. Fleur, however, cut the girl off. He has earned his place among us. He beats people 3 years his senior left, right and center with a wand. Something that couldn't have been earned without exceptionally hard work. Let the boy have his fun while we can watch out for him. He is after all a champion. Herbert just grinned at the table. I have plenty to go around for those who would like to spice things up. My older brother enchanted it for me for my birthday, and that is all I will say on the matter. Who wants some? Harry, Fleur, Amy, and her date, Jean-Claude, immediately accepted. Cedric looked like he really wanted to as he bit his lip, but the glaring Penelope seemed to convince him from asking. Trying to help his best friend out, Harry looked at the head girl. Oh, come on, Penny, we are all going to bed soon. What's a couple sips of alcohol going to do? The young man immediately began dispersing his flask into the glasses of the gathered few, and when he got Penny he wiggled his eyebrows. Lighten up, Penny. Final year at Hogwarts, let's create some memories. The roan-haired girl shook her head, clearly disapproving, but Cedric took her hand. My man is right, Penny. A few drinks won't hurt anyone. We won't overindulge. She looked uncertainly at her boyfriend, before nodding her acceptance, leading to some cheering and clapping from her friends. Herbert raised his glass to the champions of the Triwizard Tournament. They brought us all here together, and I am glad we got the chance to be together like this, and enjoy a night to remember. Jean-Claude raised his glass with a thick accent, a night to remember. They all raised their glasses to meet the cheers. And Harry winked at his younger brother as he downed the shot of alcohol, and Herbert immediately went about refilling their cups. Penny shook her head violently, indicating it may have been her first shot of alcohol. While Cedric's eyes widened. This made the green-eyed boy roll his eyes, realizing he was drinking with amateurs, but his brother took it well and merely grinned at the group. The Potter heir counted his lucky stars that Madame Bones had left and her niece was gone, so his brother shouldn't get in too much trouble. Fleur took the shot well with a coy smile that she gave her date. And Harry had to look away for the first time since he had known the girl forcing his occlumency shields to avoid her allure. He was mildly impressed with his small circle of friends that they could avoid Fleur's natural call. But wondered if their determination to keep themselves out of trouble with their own dates was a factor. When Herbert had filled their glasses once again, Harry glanced at his brother, who seemed to have taken it fairly well, and didn't object to him accepting another drink. The next cheers came from Amy, to international cooperation. Here we all are. New friends, and memories we will never forget. Fleur winked at Harry when she answered the cheer, making the boy realize the game was on, and answered the cheers to memories created with people we will never forget. The group all downed their drinks easily, and Harry was among the first to ask Herbert for a refill. This time almost everyone gave a little shiver. Harry wasn't sure what the alcohol content was of each drink, but he began to suspect they were drinking something pretty ridiculous as the feeling of relaxation washed over him. Dueling with Karkaroff earlier should have left him on edge all evening. And whatever Herbert brought was clearly affecting him already, but admittedly he didn't have much experience in the field of alcohol. His master preferred a single glass of wine with his dinner, not shots of whatever Herbert had brought. More drinks and cheers were heard over the remaining 30 minutes of the Yule Ball, and Harry was thankful Fleur had not asked for a final dance, because he was fairly certain after the fourth drink he was incapable. As the ball held the final dance and ended, Harry summoned Ron and Hermione to escort his stumbling brother back to the Gryffindor common room. But not before the brother surprised him with a hug. "Happy Christmas, Harry." The young man returned the embrace with a light smile. "Happy Christmas, Justin. I will see you later in the morning." With their farewells said, Harry entrusted the Gryffindors to see his brother back to his common room, but with one last drink the rest of the party joined them. Jean-Claude was kissing Dao and Amy's neck, and the girl practically purred that they would be returning to the carriage. Herbert escorted Heidi back to their own common room, while Cedric agreed to return Penny to hers. Penny was giggly drunk as she took Cedric's hand, leaving Fleur and Harry alone as they bid adieu to Dumbledore and McGonagall, who were the last to depart for the end. Fleur were walking along the path back to the carriage of Beauxbatons when she spoke softly. "I hate the weather here, but it is quite beautiful when it is undisturbed, non." Harry smiled in agreement. "I thought the same thing when I came to pick you up before the ball. It was untouched when I walked through. As if I was the very first to ever make the trek. It was an interesting experience to say the least." Fleur shook her head. "I can't believe you walked through this freezing death trap just to greet me. Like I said earlier, my lady, some things are worth freezing for." Harry responded cheekily. This made Fleur laugh as she held the young man closer than before. "I thank you for such a wonderful evening, and even accepting Amy and her date among your comrades." Harry smiled as he kept his eyes forward. "Well, it was my honor too." "How was it?" Herbert phrased it. "Keep international diplomacy. I was glad to have you and your friend in our company. It was a night I will never forget." Fleur smiled as she tightened the grip around her companion's arm. "I wish we could extend the night to longer, but there is nowhere for us to safely do so. Next time perhaps." "Non. Next time," Harry promised with a smile as they made it to Beauxbatons' carriage. The couple stopped before they could say their goodnight, and Fleur gave her companion for the evening a big smile. "Thank you for the evening, Monsieur Potter. It seems I fall further into your debt every day. Quote, I once told you, my lady, that no debt could ever be between allies. I can only hope this was not a one-time occurrence." Harry asked solemnly. The look that Fleur gave him promised much more than one night, but she answered his question, "Non, not one night. It was simply too good for one night. With that she leaned in for a soft kiss that seemed magical in nature. The two held the kiss longer than was appropriate if they were sober, and Harry wanted nothing more than to ask what her plans were for the remainder of the night, but instead the French girl said quietly, "We must do that again soon." Her request remained unanswered, but only for a moment when Harry's brain caught up with him. "It would be my honor, my lady. I hope to see you before the new year." Fleur leaned forward and captured his lips again. "Count on it, mon cher." With that the young woman forced herself away from him and entered the carriage, giving one last smile of happiness. Harry stood there for several long moments before he headed towards the ward line of Hogwarts. He had great news to bring to his master, as well as happy Yuletide celebrations that he always long awaited with the man he himself looked up to. His last thoughts as he apparated away were of a silver-haired goddess that was slowly capturing his heart. Harry's steps through the snow were not as graceful as they usually were. The alcohol in his system was clearly passing slowly, but he could not wait to speak with Grindelwald after the night he'd had. It wasn't often the two would meet under pleasant tidings. But the fact that he would be able to do so on Yule for the first time in many years was a blessing. Entering the tent, Harry called out, "Master, I have arrived." A lamp turned on in the corner by the older man's bedside. "My young apprentice. I foresaw your arrival. I take it you have news for me." Grindelwald's hair was not done as neatly as it usually was, and though he was in bed he was still wearing a cloak as if he had just returned from being out. Of course that was certainly possible. The man's ability with human transfiguration was matched by none, and he could wear any disguise as well as any metamorphosis. Deciding to go forward with the conversation, Harry spoke. "It has been a very pleasant Yule. I was granted the opportunity to curse Igor Karkaroff, and even had an excellent evening with my date." Grindelwald frowned at his apprentice at first. "That idiot does not have the right to teach at my old school. If you are given the ability to take out the coward, then I insist you take it. Anyone must be more competent than that buffoon." The older man then scrutinized the appearance of late arrival. "The evening with the villa seems to have you in high spirits. Good. I see you may have partaken in other things that enhanced your evening as well. Of all the things I prepared you for, drinking the nectar of the gods was not one of them. A shame too. I can only imagine the kind of trouble we may have put ourselves in if we had." Harry said cheekily. "Gods help us, you are cheery drunk." The man said, clearly entertained, before rising, walking over to a tall two-person table and kicking out a stool towards the young man. "Take a seat, and tell me more about your evening, and your plans for Yule. We have not had a chance to speak much in the past few weeks. My travel has been successful, and we have much to discuss in the coming days." Harry eagerly took a seat, and Grindelwald snapped his fingers, summoning a bottle of Ogden's finest from the corner. "You will stay here for the remainder of the evening, and return in the morning." As the man with multicolored eyes finished his words, he poured generous servings to his young friend with a look of satisfaction. "You've never had more than a glass of wine in front of me before," Harry said pointedly. "You were much too young to be exposed to such things. Now you come to me already on the verge of intoxication. However, I believe we can indulge together," Gellert said, raising his glass, "to another Yule together, and to one day being the most powerful master and apprentice to ever walk the earth." Raising his own glass to meet the toast, Harry laughed at the man. "You are much better at toasts than my friends and I are. We went in circles with the same few things, just reworded. It comes with experience, my boy. I assure you," Gellert explained with a slight chuckle. "Now tell me about what has been happening, and start with your date." Harry immediately delved into the night from start to finish. He excitedly told his mentor about the girl's ideas, inventions, and enchanted objects he discovered in her room, and told them about their compatibility on the dance floor. He led the man through the happy moments with his friends, and what he had learned about Karkaroff on the grounds. The young man was practically beaming when he talked about the toasts the friends had made, and looked giddy as he explained to the man that he had kissed Fleur before they parted ways. When he finished, the man shook his head, a smile hidden in his eyes. "If I could have told the boy I met 7 years ago about the smile he would one day hold on his face, I don't think he would have believed me. Oftentimes I looked into your future, and all I saw was the incredible things you would do with your magic. You never quite looked happy, just incredibly focused. I had to ponder many times if even the greater good could be worth what I put you through to get you here, and as you AP the rewards of your hard work, I find myself grateful that you found the strength to persevere. Master, I wouldn't have believed you 2 years ago if you would tell me how happy I would be today. My life is not without problems because as you have seen we are attracting problems at every turn, and the tournament is coming to a head, but, wow, we have almost done it. Harry said with a grin. You have but one enemy left to conquer. When you do that you may tell the world what it is you have endured to become who you are. Gellert said, leaning back into his chair in contentment. Harry froze at his words. He knew he spoke of Voldemort, and he knew his master knew more. What is it you learned in your travels? Tonight is not the night for that young one. Soon. Before the new year even. But not on the happiest Yule you will have had since you were a very small boy. Just know I have things under control, and trust me as you have over the last several years. Just a bit longer, my boy. The man pleaded. Relenting to the man, Harry sighed. Very well, master. There are a few things I wish to discuss with you, however. Gellert said nothing, but nodded his head for Harry to continue. The sign of the Deathly Hallows. The sign of your followers, ending up on Marcus Flint's head. What do you think it means? The man scoffed. Someone has clearly figured out our secret, and they wish to frame you. When the news of who you received your training from comes to life, and the murder of your enemy continues in an unsolvable fashion, then the wizarding world will turn its finger to you. How could we have been discovered? Harry inquired incredulously. This year you have not been as careful as you could have. Had certain people overheard the right things at the wrong time, then the Puzzle would not be too difficult to unravel for those who know their history. I once told you no one alive in Wizarding Britain would recognize the cursed flames ward I taught you, but that does not me. And when word spread across the continent to France, per se, that someone did not recognize the spell. Subtle inquiries there may have led to disturbing truths. This is how I believe it is happening. Best thing I can suggest to you is find this killer, and bring him to justice before he incriminates you in such a way that will be irrefutable. The master explained carefully to the now very alert young man. Harry considered the man's words for a long moment before realizing how callous he had been this year. He was on top of his game, and he knew that no one could match him. His own arrogance had blinded him to the realization that the game would soon be up, and the world would know what he had done. Shaking his head, the young man took a long swig of his drink before saying, I think it is time for you to meet my family. We will make them all swear a vow not to reveal your identity, and once they agree I will come clean with my secret. It is my hope we don't blindside them with this news so badly that they turn on me when it comes out. Are you prepared for that eventuality? Prepared to lose everything you have worked so hard for, and earned a relationship that you merely dreamed of as a boy? Grindelwald asked. What choice do we really have? Harry asked, wary of the direction of the conversation. Choice, my boy. I will give you every option in the world as is my duty as your master. I don't understand, Harry admitted. Then listen well, Harry. You have not passed a point of no return. You could forsake the magic I have taught you. You could forsake every tie to me. And I will watch from the sideline as you rise to be the greatest wizard to walk the earth. The whole world could be left less wiser for all I care. I am an old man, Harry, and when we first met I craved the forgiveness of the world. The world that I plunged into near desolation for the greater good, but now I have seen the good you could do. With your normal magic and spell arsenal I still believe you could be the greatest wizard of the generation, and I think I could be content with that as you go forth and change the world. Ignore the stigma that will follow when they learn of who your master is, and strike forward. Harry thought for a long moment on what the man was saying. His master's words did have a certain appeal to them. To drop it and never face the world when it was told the truth. But the longer he considered it, the more he knew he couldn't do it. He had told his master since he was a boy that he would help the man to redemption through his own actions, and he couldn't very well do that if he went forth with regular magic. No, I don't concern myself with the thoughts of sheep. I am a Potter, a Peverell, and to a point, a son of Gellert Grindelwald. I will not balk at my legacy to avoid rocking the boat. If my family and friends spurn me because of who raised me into the man that I have become, then it will be for the greater good. Harry spat in defiance. A long pregnant silence. And then a wide smile from Gellert. Good. It is only now that I know I have trained you well in all forms of being a wizard. Some things magic can't fix, and it seems you have learned this lesson well. I will come meet your parents tonight if that is acceptable. Get your vow, and then send for me. I will be ready. Harry swallowed hard. He hadn't realized the man would request a meeting so soon, but nodded in acquiescence. Very well, my master. The man nodded. Good. Now as for your villa. I believe if you are to pursue a relationship with her, and you intend to be happy in this romance, you must tell her as well. Do not let her learn from secondary sources, my young friend. It will only end poorly. I plan to see her before the new year. Perhaps I will begin planting the seeds in her mind that I wish for us to have no secrets in a possible relationship, and that my master is quite the controversial individual. Harry accepted. This made the man laugh. Good, then that is enough of the serious talk. Let us have one more drink, and go off to bed. The man flicked his wrist and the couch turned to a bed as the glass lifted the Ogden's finest into 2 final pours. The two sipped their drinks in silence for a moment before Grindelwald nonchalantly challenged the boy. I wish to test your abilities soon, so be prepared for my summons when things die down. I muse. Know if you are truly ready to meet Voldemort in combat. We have had many discussions, and I must be sure. Harry was honestly drunk at the point he finished his final drink, and slurred through his words. I look forward to your T-Tay test, master. The young man stood and gave a bow as he stumbled, but the older man was on his feet catching the boy before he could fall. I raised a bloody lightweight. Come on, son. Let's get you to bed. Son. You were like AFF father to me in ever if W way that counted. Thank you. Harry stuttered as the man laid him down on the transfigured bed. Think nothing of it, young one. Get some rest. Grindelwald said with a wandless sleep charm gently pressed into the boy's chest. With one final look at his apprentice who was now sleeping peacefully, the man returned to his own bed. And thanked every deity that would listen that he had found his redemption. Awaking on Christmas morning, Harry felt like he had been run over by a bus. The sun had barely broken the horizon as he stirred, and the pounding in the young man's head was immense. It took him several moments to collect his bearings before he realized he was in the tent he had spent so much time in over the years. Rising out of his transfigured bed, he reversed the magic, and turned it back into a couch as quietly as he could. He could see that his master was sound asleep in his own bed facing the other way. And decided the man had earned his rest as he slipped out quietly. More snow had fallen the night before. It was nearly up to his knees now as he crossed to the apparition point. He felt the cold grip him as he tried to hurry to the ward line, and when he disapparated he landed in the forbidden forest in his normal area. He trudged his way up to the castle attempting to get his magic to cooperate with him by warming himself up. When he arrived in the courtyard he was stopped by a voice from around alcove. I didn't realize Hogwarts students were allowed to leave the grounds as they pleased. The wizard from the ICW that had questioned them about Marcus Flint was there in a long black cloak, his wand at his side casually. Perseus Chase spoke again. Where were you last night, Harry? Harry frowned at the man, feeling as if he was being threatened. That is none of your concern. I am also the heir to a noble and most ancient house in this country, and I did not give you permission to address me so informally. Perseus, a lot of weird things have been happening around the school this year. The man said casually as he moved to stand in Harry's way of entering the castle. First, your brother's name comes out of the goblet of fire, and you of course deny your own entry. Then there was the mishap of the first task where you ended up killing a dragon, causing all sorts of international noises. Concessions and apologies had to be made. Harry gritted his teeth. So I should have just let those 3 dragon handlers get burnt to a crisp. A lot of things have been allowed for the greater good, wouldn't you say? The ICW investigator asked. Harry's wand jumped to his hand. What did you just say? The man laughed at the move. You must think yourself very clever. You use magic that the world hasn't seen in over 5 decades, and you think no one would notice. My colleagues from France report back disturbing things about the origins of the magics you have been using, as well as the symbol that appeared on the Flint boy found in the astronomy tower. If you are planning on arresting me, Investigator Chase, you should have brought a lot more people. Harry spat furiously. Oh, I am not going to arrest you. I would have gone for a much stealthier approach had then been the case. You have proven to be quite formidable with a wand, and I dare not challenge you alone. The man threatened subtly. Harry looked around the courtyard carefully before saying, "Yet here you are. Confronting me alone with no witnesses. You claim to know things about me that could be quite dangerous if they were true, yet here we are. Wands drawn, and prepared to fight. Just because you see no one else does not mean we are alone. You would think a practitioner of I see such as yourself would be aware of that." The man goaded. Harry frowned, stretching his senses, and realized that the man was right. At least 2 other wizards under invisibility cloaks were in the courtyard. The young man's magic flared threateningly, feeling like a caged animal. "If we are going to do this, then by all means. Come get me. Otherwise get out of my way." The investigator merely grinned as his wand slipped back into his cloak. "I have allies in places you wouldn't expect, Mr. Potter. Be wary, and trust no one." With that, the man slipped back into an exit that would take him to the grounds, and turned his back on Harry, who was still fuming at being called out in such a way. Making his way through the castle, he was not interrupted any further, and when he made it to the Rave NCLAW dorms, he immediately began casting magic detectors around his room to see if his wards had been tampered with in any way. No fruits were born from his labors as he frowned in frustration. Grindelwald had been right. In his carelessness, someone had discovered his secret, but the murder was what brought Detective Chase to Hogwarts. How could he have known about it before then? He was missing such a crucial piece to the puzzle that infuriated the young man. He took some time thinking over things, and before he knew it, the sun was well into the sky, and he knew his housemates would be walking up to finally head home for the holidays. A large bird is what broke his thoughts when it began tapping at his window. Harry was surprised to see an eagle that seemed similar to the Ravenclaw mascot knocking at the window. And when he opened it, the majestic creature hopped in and dropped the letter it was holding in its talons. It was a magnificent creature, and Harry wanted to study it, but it took off before he could consider the thought. It was not uncommon to receive Christmas correspondence from the Marauders in years past. It was odd, however, seeing that he would be with them that evening. After seeing the unfamiliar handwriting, though, he knew this was going to be something different. It was addressed to Herr Potter, and when he sliced it open, he began reading carefully. "Dear Mr. Potter, the Delacour family would like to formally invite you to an evening at their home in France to celebrate the new year. Many guests will be in attendance, and we hope to see you there as well. Signed, Sebastian Delacour." Harry grinned at the letter, realizing he would indeed get a chance to see Fleur before the new year, and pocketed the letter as he began moving his hand around lazily, allowing magic to do his packing in a matter of seconds. Once his trunk was packed, he made his way down to the common room where what was left of Ravenclaw House seemed to have gathered, and was preparing to make their way towards the Great Hall. And then onto the train. Harry saw Penny's beaming face at the last moment as she embraced the boy, wishing him a Merry Christmas. Most of the house watched in surprise. Most had never likely ever seen Harry Potter give a hug unless they were around late enough to see him give his brother one last night. 2 in 24 hours seemed crazy at this point. Ari returned the Christmas greetings and asked, "My, Penelope, you seem to be in a very good mood. Happy ending last night?" The girl nodded immediately with a smile before blushing, realizing the insinuation in his question. "Not that happy, you prat. But a little happy?" he asked innocently. The blush on the girl's cheek gave her away as he chuckled, "As much fun as it would be to sit here and make you blush. We should get our house moving towards the train, or all the good compartments will be full." Not trusting herself to say anything, she merely followed the head boy out the door, and Mo Saint of the house began to follow as they made their way towards the train. The departure process was a smooth transition, and Harry was happy to be in his compartment some time later amongst his friends that had partaken in alcohol last night. The conversation was light, with some discussion about upcoming plans for the remainder of the holiday, but what Harry was really waiting for was the arrival of his younger brother, which didn't occur till almost the end of the train ride. Justin came in looking tired, but he smiled happily at the greetings he got from his senior students. But before he sit down and join them, Harry told him that they should speak in private before they arrive at King's Cross. The 2 boys crossed a few cars before getting outside, and Harry began putting up protective magic. When he was done, Justin's eyebrows were in his hairline. He was so surprised to see his brother that paranoid. "Before you ask, I just want you to know that tonight I am going to introduce Our family to the man that raised me on the condition that they make a vow not to reveal the secret. If Justin was surprised before, now he was shocked. Wow, Harry, that's great. It's really been driving all of us nuts with curiosity. What made you change your mind? I spoke with him last night after the ball. I think we have agreed that if the family spurns me for this, then it's better it happens now than years down the road. I also don't want to blindside everyone when it comes to my life. Harry admitted. Justin laughed nervously. You act like you are going to bring Salazar Slytherin to Christmas dinner. Harry chuckled at his brother's nervous tone. Well, the decision has been made, and I have to live with it now. I just hope you won't think differently of me when it's all said and done. Regardless of what Mom or Dad may do. Frowning, the younger boy shook his head. Nothing will change tonight, Harry. You will see. Harry wished he had the young man's faith, but he merely offered the boy a half-hearted smile. I hope you are right. I am not sure I can really take the rejection of our family and forgive them a second time. The youngest Potter practically flinched at his words, but nodded in understanding as the two returned to their cabin and engaged half-heartedly in conversation the rest of the way to King's Cross. That's it for today. I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.